So I'd ask everybody to please take their seats on this slightly rainy day, and welcome to the Global Interdependence Center conference on energy interdependence in the Western Hemisphere. I'm Peter Gold, co-chair of the GIC board and principal of the Gold Group. We're in for seven substantive discussions of seven substantive topics today. Hopefully, we will stick to our time frame as best possible. We're already starting a little late, and I apologize for that, but we're trying to give folks an opportunity to come in due to the weather. We have 160 folks registered for today, and we certainly want them to participate and hear our speakers as well. So please accept my apologies as people file in. So a little bit about the GIC. We started in 1976, and we promote global dialogue with the goal of reducing international conflict and improving worldwide living standards. We do so principally through hosting conferences in the U.S. and, frankly, throughout the world. We have about 15 or 20 conferences a year. Several of our upcoming conferences are on our website, and I believe in the booklet that was given to you earlier today. One of our conferences or events is coming up on December 1st, where we're going to be honoring since July 1st, the new president of the Philadelphia Fed, who is joining us this morning, and welcoming him the way we would like to do it to the region and the area, although he's been here for many, many years. We are a nonprofit member organization, and if you'd like to become more involved, please look at our website or talk to Jill or Julia or myself or any of our other folks who are here today. We have a 30-person board of directors, several of whom are here today. Would our board members just stand for a quick second, along with Jill Fornito and Julia Strapp? Please stand up. Thank you very much, all of you. As we go through the day, if there's anything any of us can do for you, please let us know, and we'll endeavor to do it as best we can. So some very special thanks are in order, particularly to our presenters, moderators, and our sponsors. Our sponsors for this conference are Apex Companies, Atlantic County Utility Authority, Blank Rome, Drexel University Institute for Energy and the Environment, PICO, the Government of Canada, eConsult Solutions, and the Maritime Exchange for the Delaware River and Bay. I also want to express our organizational thanks and my personal thanks for those folks who helped us plan this conference, and just very quickly, I'd like to acknowledge them. Mike Crancer from Blank Rome, James Lucier from Capital Alpha, Hugh Johnson from Drexel, Lisa Himber from the Maritime Exchange, Kavoy Pyrone from the Government of Canada, Vince Finn from the Government of Canada, Don DeGento from PNC Bank, Marty Heldring from TD Bank, Christina George Swartz from Apex, Ad Salmon from Salmon Ventures, almost done, Cherise Corley from Philadelphia Energy Solutions, Kathleen Latini from PICO, Steve Batzer, fellow board member, Minay Ussel from the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas, Don Rissmiller from Strategas, and of course Jill and Julia. Also, we owe a deep gratitude to the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia. The GIC has relationships with many federal banks in the United States. Actually, I looked at some of the data preparing for this, and in the last few years, there are 11 regional banks in the United States. So correct me if I get any of this wrong, please. And we've had programs involving or partnering with 9 of the 11 U.S. Federal Reserve banks, and I counted the list, Jill, you gave me. In the same period of time, we've had relationships, programs, and otherwise involving no less than 20 central banks ranging from Europe to Africa to Asia, and benefited so much from the participation of their leadership and thought. Here, we've had relationships at this bank, most recently with Tony Santamero and Charles Plosser, retired, our former presidents, and now with Patrick Harker. President Harker assumed his duties in July of 2015, and he is a member of the Federal Open Market Committee, which formulates the nation's monetary policy. In fact, I'm sure he's got duties today regarding that. He comes to the Philly Fed from the University of Delaware, where he was the 26th president. I will share with you the observations of many about him, that he is truly concerned about the world, truly concerned about the nation, our region, and also our communities and the peoples who live in our communities. President Harker, I invite you up to the podium to officially welcome us.
Well, thank you, and good morning, and welcome to the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia. We actually are 12 banks, almost. So don't leave San Francisco out. They're really big, and they would be very angry. So we are the third district, the Philadelphia. One little thing, if you look at money, I think this is kind of fun. If you look at money, and not so much 20s anymore, but 5s and 10s, and you look on the right-hand side, and there'll be a little letter. That's where the money comes from. So we are C. So if you have money that says C, that's Philly. We've issued that money. But the Philadelphia Fed staff and colleagues throughout the Federal Reserve System have had, as Peter said, a long relationship with the Global Interdependence Center, or GIC. For nearly 40 years, Fed policymakers have participated in GIC meetings around the world, sharing interest in many of the economic topics that drive the world's economy. And we are glad to have GIC as good neighbors and as colleagues whose work serves so many people around the world. We're delighted to provide the venue for today's GIC conference on energy interdependence in the Western Hemisphere. And I'm particularly pleased to see a combination of engineering and economic perspectives, given my background prior to joining the Philly Fed in July. My background is a blend. My PhD is in engineering, but also graduate degrees in economics. So you can imagine today's agenda really interested me, the kind of topics you're going to be talking about. Right at the intersection, and I think an important intersection of technology, engineering, and economics and policy. Right in that area is where I think the interesting things happen and the discussions that we need to have. So if I was still teaching, I would put a lot of these conversations on my syllabus, because it's exactly the kind of thinking and discussions that I think the next generation needs to engage in as well. This topic of energy is also important to me because, as was mentioned, I'm a native son of this region, and I've watched energy become a critically important component of economic growth here in the 3rd District. I've served on something called the Select Greater Philadelphia Operating Committee, which is the marketing arm for the Greater Philadelphia Chamber of Commerce. And I know that companies thinking about locating here, they want to spend time thinking about energy issues and whether this region meets their needs. In January 2015, the Philadelphia Fed asked manufacturers what effect lower energy prices had on their businesses. Nearly 2/3 of the firms reported positive effects, while 16% reported negative effects. A majority of manufacturers reported that falling energy prices were lowering the cost of production and, in the long run, increasing sales margins. I believe the 3rd District has a role to play in this interdependent world of energy in our Western Hemisphere. Energy has influenced the regional economy in recent years, especially with the Marcellus Shale natural gas fields in Pennsylvania. According to a 2014 Bureau of Labor Statistics report, Pennsylvania grew from being the 10th largest state for employment in oil and natural gas in 2007 to being the 6th largest state in 2012. It also has had the 2nd largest employment increase over that same period, second only to Texas. Yet, we should not oversell its promise. The Philadelphia Fed's regional economic team notes that in our tri-state economy, mining has experienced a 6.7% annualized job growth rate from December 2007 through December 2014, mostly attributable to the Marcellus Shale boom. But the sector still only represents 0.4%, less than 0.5% of total employment. And through meetings and studies within our local areas, the Philadelphia Fed's Community Development Studies and Education Department has highlighted the challenges that Marcellus Shale has had on local economies, including housing shortages during the boom years. The robust natural gas drilling that carried this region through the worst of the Great Recession has likely plateaued in the past few years. Yet, with the energy currently in the ground, we know it will be a factor for decades to come as we continue to tap known sources and build the infrastructure to bring natural gas to market and eventually find new ways to use this energy to drive our economy. You know, when I was at the University of Delaware, and before that as Dean of the Wharton School at Penn, I sought opportunities to ensure that those institutions innovated with their communities. And at the University of Delaware, for example, we launched several initiatives, including the development of the Science, Technology, and Advanced Research Campus, or the STAR campus. That it was an old Chrysler site that we converted, that has become a center of innovation, focused on research in areas such as healthcare, cybersecurity, and alternative energy. We also built something called the Interdisciplinary Science and Engineering Lab on campus. This 194,000 square foot laboratory building is home to the University of Delaware's Energy Institute, the Delaware Environmental Institute, and the Catalysis Center for Energy Innovation. My point in bringing that up is there's a lot of activity, not just at the University of Delaware, but throughout the region, academic research, applied research, and companies devoted to this new energy future. Well, now, not every institution can build a laboratory, but I believe that organizations such as the GIC and the Philly Fed can play important roles by convening the right expertise to discuss these issues, to be a laboratory of ideas, if you will. Today's program is such an opportunity. You'll have an exciting mix of speakers, including the Honorable Carlos Giralt Cabriles, Consul of Mexico in Philadelphia, who will speak this afternoon. And this morning, you're scheduled to hear from, among others, Phil Rinaldi, CEO of Philadelphia Energy Solutions and Chair of the Greater Philadelphia Energy Action Team, Dean Joseph Hughes from the Drexel Institute for Energy and the Environment, Mina Usel, Senior Vice President and Director of Research for the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas, has written extensively about energy and the economy. This is not the first or the last energy cycle for this region. I think we just have to remember Titusville, Pennsylvania, where the first oil well was drilled in 1896, or even earlier, the anthracite mines that fueled the railroads, or even more recently, the refineries that operated and continue to operate now with rebirth along the Delaware River here in Philadelphia. The task for every era is to ensure that we all work together to drive innovation by bringing together the right blend of science, technology, business, and community leaders to foster growth and economic development, to use our resources wisely. With that, I'll turn the podium over to our colleagues at the GIC, and I hope you enjoyed today's discussion. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, President Harker, very, very much for your comments. So just for a few minutes, some procedural guidelines on how we hope today will work. So as mentioned, we have 7 substantive topic sessions, mostly moderated panels. We've asked our moderators not to spend time on introductions of our experts because their full bios are in your booklets. Panel members generally will be making fairly short presentations followed by audience questions of the panel, and we hope to have as many questions as possible in the given time frames that we've set out. We will have one break in the morning and then lunch right outside where we had our coffee this morning, and reconvene promptly at 1:15. There's also a survey that our staff has prepared that if you'd please take a moment when you have the inclination to do so to complete that, that would be wonderful, and turn it back to one of us. Please, regarding technologies, please silence any devices that you have. I'll tell you this event is being recorded, and with the speakers' permissions, their presentations will be posted on the GIC website. So let's then transition to our first substantive topic, but in doing that, I just want to say the reason why the GIC board wanted this event to occur and was, I would say, passionately connected to having it occur is because we believe that nothing more typifies interdependence than energy. Both a commodity to build on and to make things work, as well as defined by the Merriam-Webster dictionary, strength of expression, force of utterance, capacity of acting, power. Seems to be a word used a lot about energy, both the small p and the little p. But a lot of talk and a lot of discussions about energy dependence, energy independence. Well, today is about energy interdependence. And with that, I'd like to call up Dr. Salmon. Good morning, everybody. I'm very honored to host and moderate this panel because we have two exceptional leaders in the whole area of energy. I would also say that my career has been very interesting in the fact that I had 27 years in education, 26 years in government at 3 levels, and also 19 years in the private sector. You know the importance of government, the private sector, and education working together to be able to make good things happen. In 2007, we started the New Jersey Energy Coalition, just to educate people. And you and I both know anything you're doing in energy today, you have people out there that oppose it, don't want any changes, and the public really needs to be educated of what's occurring. I'm going to call them up one at a time, but we have 2 outstanding individuals that I'd like to call. First, Dr. Mene Yücel. Mene, if you would come up and just have a seat. She is Senior VP at the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas. I would ask you to take time to read her background. As Peter said, he doesn't want us to go into a lot of background information, but I would tell you she's had an outstanding career, and she's going to have a presentation on shale oil and gas. Next, I'd like to ask Craig Adams to come up. Craig has an amazing background. When you read his resume in the program booklet, as you know now, he's the Executive Vice President of Exelon, but he's the one that has our lights on right here as the President and CEO of PECO. We're going to get into a lot of different subject areas that I'm interested in what both of them have to say. But first, I'm going to ask Dr. Yücel if she'd give she had presented a PowerPoint on on shale gas and shale oil. So, Dr. Yücel.
Thank you, Ed. Sorry. Okay, good morning. I'm going to talk to you a bit, very, very briefly about how we got to this environment of low oil prices and what that means for the U.S. and for the states, to sort of set the stage for this day. Oil prices crashed to $45 last year, as everybody knows, and the low oil price has a very positive impact on the national economy, but a negative impacts on, of course, the oil industry and oil-producing states. So this everybody has seen. I won't go over it too much. You see the oil price, $107 in June of last year, crashed to about 50 or less than 50 at the end of the year. And it did go up a little bit to 60 in May of this year, but we're back to about 45. Gas prices have actually collapsed 40% too, with not as much fanfare, I have to say. So for the oil, I'm going to talk a little bit more about oil today. It's that more than 50% decline is brought about by weak demand and ample supply. So oil prices crash because of the mismatch between supply and demand globally. And here you see global demand and supply. The blue line is demand, the red is supply, and you can see that since 2014, supply has been outpacing demand. And the bars at the bottom are inventories, so what isn't being used is put into inventory. And we have a lot of inventory of oil in the world right now. And in fact, US inventories were at an 80-year high a couple of weeks ago. So, and supply is expected to stay above demand. You can see those dotted lines. I mean, that's for 2016, although a little bit less than this year, so those inventories are going to be reduced somewhat. So where is that oil coming from? Well, here's where that extra or the ample supply. Of course, the US has been a major player in the supply glut. This is oil production growth in these three countries from January 2014 to current. And you see that US added quite a bit to this. Then you have Iraq producing about 4.4 million barrels per day in September, and that's a lot of oil coming from Iraq. Now, of course, a lot of violence, sectarian violence in that part of the world, so it's not quite sure how long that's going to last. And then, of course, the Saudis. The Saudis produced about 10.5 million barrels per day in the summer. They are now about 10 million, or have been above 10 million for the whole year, so that's a lot of supply coming from the Saudis as well. So you may have seen this picture. This is US oil production annually going all the way back to 1920. And that dot is the 2015 average. So in 2008, we were down to about 5 million barrels per day. Then oil production took off with the shale boom. Since 2010, of course, North Dakota and Texas have been the major producers of shale oil. They produce about half the oil in the US. The US increased its production by 4 million barrels per day since 2010. So that increase by itself is more production than any country in the world with the exception of Saudi Arabia, Russia, and China. That's a lot of oil that's come out of the shales in the US. Of course, with the decline in prices, you see that's collapsed in the rig count. That's the red line, is down about 60% since November of last year. And with that slide in the rig count, of course, oil production has started to come down. The maximum of US production was in April, 9.6 billion barrels per day. And right now we're at about 9.1 or something with the September estimates, the weekly estimates. But you see that output hasn't fallen as fast as the rig count. And why is that? That's because these shale wells, horizontal wells, and the fracking, it's very, very productive. So the rigs are very efficient, and the horizontal wells are very productive. So we haven't seen that decline, partly also because the firms who are producing in these shales have pulled back and are now only in what they call tier one properties. So they've laid off a lot of their unproductive workers, and they're just producing in the most productive areas. And then, of course, before the price decline, when you talk about break-even costs for these different areas, they were in the $60, $70 range. Now, with the activity falling, these cutoffs have really come down. So the break-even prices for oil have declined quite a bit, maybe 30, 40%. So that's both in, they say, rig rates, fracking costs, all kinds of stuff. The costs have come down. Of course, the costs are quite different in different basins. Even in the same basin, the costs can vary quite a bit. Well, so as oil prices and rig count fell, so did investment in drilling. And that's what you see. That's the red line there. That's private fixed investment in mining and exploration. And since the fourth quarter of last year, it's come down about 45%. So that has affected, well, overall investment, of course. But so mining investment in 2014 was about 5% of total fixed investment, and now it's only about 2.8%. So it's declined quite a bit. So what's the impact of all this on the US economy? Well, overall, US economy benefits from lower oil prices. With lower oil prices, the consumer has more money to spend. And initially, we were saying, well, we're not seeing it in retail sales and all that. But if you look at personal consumption expenditures in the second quarter and the third quarter, 3.2% in the third, but 3.6% growth in the second. So a lot of growth in personal consumption expenditures. And then if you look at, say, car sales and light truck sales, they're really very, very strong. So it is affecting the economy positively. Now also, of course, as Peter, I think, or President Harker said, the fall in prices reduces the cost of energy to firms, so that's a positive, but it also reduces the profitability of producing oil. So we have seen a lot of layoffs in the energy sector. We've seen a lot of capital expenditure declines, and I think we're seeing beginning to see a second wave now with both the capital expenditures and the layoffs. And oil company profits have plunged. We have seen some small companies go bankrupt. Small companies, especially the oil service companies, are having a very hard time. But putting it all together, on net, and this is sort of going back to the models, and depending on what model you look at, a 50% decline in oil prices can lead to about a 0.3% to a 1% increase in GDP over a year to a year and a half. And of course, you have headline inflation falling also. So what does it mean for the states? Excuse me. So how a state is impacted depends on whether they're an oil producer or consumer and how much energy is in that state's employment and output. So this is from a study I had done for the Council on Foreign Relations with a colleague, and we found that there were 8 states that would be negatively impacted from a decline in oil prices. And you see those in the red right there. They're Alaska, Louisiana, North Dakota, Oklahoma, Texas, West Virginia, and Wyoming. And the darker the red, the worse off the state is. Why are these 8 states hurt by low oil prices? Because these are the states with the highest concentration of oil and gas. The greens are the states that are helped, and you see the majority of the map is green. And the numbers show you the percentage of change in employment. So Texas minus 1.2 means about 140,000 jobs less than what it would have been if the prices had not declined. All right, just let me hurry off and finish. So here's last year. The energy states were doing really well. I have Texas there since I'm from Texas, but North Dakota is number 1. Texas was number 3, doing much better than the US. Well, here we are this year, and Texas is now 24th, and the rest of the states are all losing jobs, basically. So, and these are basically, do correspond to those red states I showed you in the map, so they have been hurt. Now, a fall in oil prices also hurts state budgets. Some states, of course, are more dependent on oil and gas than others. 73% of tax revenues in Alaska are from oil and gas. North Dakota is more than 50. Texas is pretty diversified, so about 11%. But of course, with the halving of oil prices and oil production coming down, these revenues are going to be more than halved this year, so it hurts state budgets. All right, where do we go from here? Just talking to contacts, there seems to be a realization that low oil prices, people now expect low oil prices are here to stay. And $45 oil is not profitable for most. So as I said, further layoffs, further cuts in capital expenditures, and we're seeing some bankruptcies, about 8 I've seen. Now, there has been a repricing of collateral this month. The banks do this twice a year in April and October. And the collateral for oil companies, of course, is their reserves, which are worth half of what they were last year. So we expected a lot of credit tightening, but we didn't really see that as much. So basically, some of these banks have kicked the can down the road until next April, so we'll see what happens. Loan limits have not been really brought down so much. However, some banks, talking to bankers, some banks have asked that the energy companies provide some more collateral, and they have gotten that in terms of real estate, is what they said. All right, so let me finish up. Market has started to adjust to this environment. Domestic oil production peaked. It is coming down, and we're going to see more adjustment in U.S. supply. You know that demand is not really sensitive to price changes in the short run, but it is quite sensitive in the longer run. Global GDP growth is expected to rise over time, so you will see that demand coming from China and other countries, but it's just not as high as it used to be, and so that the growth has gotten lower. Of course, there's a lot of uncertainty out there. The risks, I think, are more on the downside for oil prices, and I'll list a couple of them. On the downside, Europe is doing okay, but China is slowing, and even their official numbers are coming down, and people think it's even lower than what the official numbers say. Iran, remember, is coming back after the nuclear deal, so you're going to see some more oil coming from Iran. U.S. oil inventories are really high, but so are global inventories, so there's a lot of oil out there. And on the upside, for prices, there is a lot of turmoil in the oil-producing Middle East, so could lead to cuts in production if something happens. And then these countries plus Russia produces about 10 million barrels per day, they need a lot of infrastructure improvements, and they're not doing it with this low oil price. So in 2016, 2017, we're looking at maybe production starting to decline in Russia especially. So as far as the U.S. goes, overall, U.S. economy is impacted very positively. Energy states, of course, are going to see negative impacts. We're going to see further declines in employment and output. And less diversified states like North Dakota and Alaska are going to be hurt more. So rough patch for the producing states, but overall net benefit for the economy. So I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Monet. I have such a great respect for Craig Adams. We were talking the other day, and he said he had a PowerPoint presentation for you. I said, Craig, I have a lot of questions to ask you. Would you mind if we just would bypass your PowerPoint presentation and get into some questions? So I want to set Craig up with some questions because the energy industry is so big today. It's just became so central to economic development and well-being of countries. And coal has always been such a major part of that. Craig, I want to ask you, where are we at with the coal industry, and is there going to be a future for the coal industry?
Well, from a generation perspective and from an electric utility perspective, coal is still the largest output, but as you can see in the PJM region, coal is declining. The generation output of coal is declining very rapidly. I think in the long term there has to be, because of the rich amount of resources that we have in this country in regard to coal, there's going to have to be technology developed that will allow it to run and not produce the greenhouse gases that it does produce. But I don't see that in the next 5 years. Okay. At least not operating in an efficient manner.
Like you, I have a lot of different questions I want to follow up on. I'm going to ask Dr. Yücel if she wants to add anything. I want it to be more like a discussion for you so that we can just talk back and forth. And, you know, someone said we're importing coal. Is that true now?
I don't know that we're importing coal. It certainly wouldn't be true for Exelon. We're essentially coal-free. But
I'll just add, I don't know whether we are or not. If we are, it would be a small amount because we have the biggest reserves in the world of coal. So U.S. is number one. And one of the problems with coal right now is because natural gas prices are so low, they're competing against coal, and so there's a lot of generation now going to gas instead of coal because of that. But overall, in the long run, as Craig said, we're going to get some technology to either clean it up here or we're going to start selling that coal and exporting it, actually, because we have a lot of it.
So we have a lot of it. It's going to stay here. The technology that's developed to get clean coal production is really going to be critical for the coal industry. How about nuclear? It's amazing that in the past, America was the leader in nuclear energy. You look at the plants we had, we were at the top of the world as far as a world leader. The word is we aren't today the world leader in nuclear energy. Is that correct, Craig?
well, you know, I still think of the U.S. as the world leader in nuclear energy, certainly from the engineering and creation perspective. There's a number of different new versions of nuclear power plants that are being constructed today, passively safe, much fewer working parts. So I believe we're still the leader. I think it's certainly an industry in decline. If you look, there's only a couple of new plants being constructed right now, and the plants that we do have certainly in the long run end up on an age limitation, and we'll have to, start seeing a significant decline, 2030, 2040, it'll just continue to reduce the number of nuclear plants in the U.S. without some change in the construction.
I think if you follow what's happening, Holtec has gone over to Canada, to Camden. They're going to build a major plant there. They're looking at small nuclear facilities. Do you know anything about that at all, Craig?
I'm not familiar with that. I'm certainly familiar with Holtec and some of their waste storage capabilities, but I still think the economy of scale approach for the nuclear plants in the long run is what people are going to build, the 1,000 megawatt size nuclear plants.
Because it's interesting with the clean initiative that's going on today, and the fact that nuclear doesn't have any CO2 when they go through production, that there's a lot of people saying that the only way we're going to meet the new EPA standards is to have nuclear as an important part. Is that your feeling too?
I think for the clean power plant, it's certainly got to be in the mix. I think if you don't include it in the mix, the states are going to be challenged, particularly the ones that have some amount of nuclear power in their states, to be able to meet their requirements.
No, I don't have any.
Okay. Want to talk just a little bit about renewables, because, you go back 20, 30 years ago, there weren't a lot of renewables. And all of a sudden, different states have taken a leadership role. California, one of those. New Jersey, also one of those on solar and some wind. What's your view of renewables, the importance to the mix, and the future of renewables?
I think renewables are here. I think many people really like the clean aspect of the renewables and want to see them to continue to be part of the mix. If you take solar, for instance, without an economic storage solution, and storage is becoming more economic, without an economic storage solution, that power goes off every day. And there's got to be something in place to be able to backstop it. So I still think we're going to be faced with dealing with things like cleaner burning gas, natural gas, that will serve as a backstop as you see the intermittency continue with regard to the renewables.
I can add, so Texas is one of these states which is really forefront in renewables and wind.
Right.
And so number one state, actually. And the wind, both wind and solar, in the last 5 to 10 years have really ramped up. So maybe 10 times for wind in the last 10 years, and solar 6 to 8 times. The problem, as Craig said, is both for wind, as wind too, like solar, you need to be able to store it, which is the technology may be there, but it's not quite commercially too feasible. But the other thing is, where we use the fossil fuels, of course, the renewables are best for electricity generation, because where we use fossil fuels, unfortunately, are all in transportation. So it's really harder to get into that with renewables. I mean, there's some biofuel in gasoline, right? But that's about it. So that's the harder nut to crack, I think, going forward. But obviously, we have to have it in our portfolio of renewables.
Well, one of the things you did in your presentation, Dr. Youssef, was the fact that we're losing jobs with the lowness of price. And I think I want to ask Craig this question with that thought in mind. The shale gas has been so big here in Pennsylvania. My thought would be you've created jobs in Pennsylvania from that. Is that a true statement?
I believe we have. I mean, just from the PICO perspective, right. We see a continuing increase in demand by customers who want to be added to the gas system. We're seeing, from an economic development perspective, and I think Phil Rinaldi will talk much more about this later, we're seeing kind of a perfect storm here in Philadelphia to be kind of at the edge of easy transportation via the port and cheap energy sources to the west. Certainly, we're seeing industries want to relocate in this area because of those factors, and the ability to produce their products more cheaply because they're energy intensive.
Let's talk a little bit about cybersecurity. It's interesting, if you look, what would be one of the main targets of anybody that would come to try to do things to America would be looking at the utility industry. And once you turn the lights out, people are really upset. Once you can't use the phone, people really get nervous. What have you seen in your role as a CEO and president of PECO? What have you seen in your role of what you've done for like the last 10 years as you're moving to secure your infrastructure, to secure your operation?
First of all, cybersecurity is kind of universal for all of our businesses because the significant cybersecurity attacks that we've seen have been predominantly economic. They haven't been so much destructive as far as equipment or those kind of things, or disruptive. They've been economic and disruptive. For the utility industry, we've made some extraordinary investments in cybersecurity, not only from just a computer and a network perspective, but down to the actual controls of our substations and our switching equipment to ensure that, one, we're actually on our own private net, disconnected from the rest of the world, just to keep the bad guys out. So, and in addition, we're making substantial additional investment in physical security, which most people don't think about that aspect of it, but physical and cybersecurity go hand in hand.
I also wanted to talk about the utility workforce. If you look at the studies that are coming out, they're saying that we're going to lose a lot of very experienced individuals that have been in the utility industry. And so the real question becomes, what are we doing to make sure we have the right workforce in the future in the utility industry?
We've been on about a 5-year plan at PECO to start bringing in the skills that we need to advance our business on into the future. The average age right now is about 55 in our field workforce.
Okay.
And that's pretty old. I'm 63, I can say that.
He can say it, but I'm 73, so I think it's young.
I still have linemen that are 65 going out and getting a bucket truck every day, going up and working on an aerial platform. So I think it's a tough job, and it needs somebody hardy to be able to do it. We're advancing the hiring of additional people just so we can continue to make that transition. The reason I bring out the age of 55, there's a kind of a bow wave ahead of us of retirements that we've got to be prepared to support, and I think we're really in a good place to do that.
One of the things we'd like to do is get your participation. We have a microphone right here. If you have a question that you would like to ask to each of our panelists, we'd like to have you ask that question. And if you're not going to ask the question, I'm going to ask another question. So if you have one, we'd really like to get you involved. Would someone like to ask a question to our panelists? Great.
I'd like to ask about the engineering quality of the natural gas supplies in North America. There was some hint made by one of you that some of the gas might be or could already be better in burning, in oxidizing the gas. And that hints that there might be a better gas in Canada or a better gas in Texas or a better gas someplace else. Am I just looking at shadows, or is there any really great difference between amongst the gas supplies?
We see different gas having different heat rates. Phil probably forgotten more about this than I'll ever know, but I guess it depends on how much liquid content is in the gas as in regard to how much the heat rate is, and ours is generally 1.1 times our MCF value, 1,000 cubic feet value. So a decatherm would be about the 1,000 cubic feet divided by 1.1, so that multiplied by 1.1, I'm sorry. But it's a little bit higher heat rate than,
You know, I would say the difference between the gas is much less than differences in oil quality. So there's a lot of quality differences between different oils like Canadian and West Texas and so on. But gas, I don't think the differential is that high.
No hope there.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's good gas. What do you mean by no hope there?
On improving the burning of coal since Milt Schaap ran for governor and got elected here, 50 years ago? Part of his game was to say, hey, we can figure it out. Scientists can show you how to do it better. And 50 years have gone by, and really it just costs more money.
So thank you. I'm just going to interrupt because we're going to try to stick to the schedule. What we're going to try to do is start out with 3 questions per panel, and if we have time later in the day, we'll return to that. So let's try to stick to that mode. Phil?
Phil has a question right here.
Or an answer.
An answer.
Oh, an answer.
No. I have a question about something we don't hear about in natural gas, and I wonder whether you have any insight at all. The reserves of helium in this country are shrinking and are in desperate shape because the natural gases that are being produced right now are no longer rich in helium.
I'm sorry, I'm not the person to be able to answer that. I don't, Craig, maybe you have an answer?
I run a utility. I'm really disconnected from helium.
Sorry.
We're going to have to look to somebody else for that answer, Phil. So,
That's a great question.
but we have one more, sir.
What's your best?
Would you like this?
What's your best timeline guess or estimate on renewables being stored in some meaningful manner? And what approach do you believe is the one that may develop a very good acceptance in the future?
I'm putting renewables to become economic in a kind of a 10-year window. That's more hopeful than knowledgeable. I think it depends. Exelon has a pump storage facility, so there's going to be some hydro capability. I think probably batteries are going to be the most universally adaptable across both residential power issues and commercial power issues.
Yeah, I think I agree with the battery. Improved battery technology is going to be key for renewables. In terms of the time frame, it really does depend on how cheap oil and gas are. Because if you have $45 oil and gas, it's harder for people to go into renewables and invest in renewables. I mean, they will do it because they want that to be a part of their portfolio. But when gas is $8 and oil is 120 or 100, that's much easier. It's just the time frame gets longer when the fossil fuels are so cheap.
And with that, I'm going to follow Peter's rule, and I'm going to just say to you, we were fortunate to have 2 experts that deal in these issues, and one from Philadelphia and one from Dallas, flew all the way in from Dallas. Would you just join me in thanking them for their presentation?
Good morning. My name is Martin Heldring, and it's my pleasure this morning to introduce Phil Rinaldi. But Craig, before you leave, I hit 60, and now I really have to deal with a new reality of 55 being really old, so I'm a little bit in a state of shock. I'm looking around the room. I think there's some with me. All of you have the benefit of Phil's bio, and Peter this morning asked that we not go through the whole bio, so I won't do that. I'll just mention a few of the highlights. Phil is, as you know, is Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Philadelphia Energy Solutions. Most of you will probably remember there was only a few short years ago that Sunoco refineries in South Philly were about to be abandoned to become really who knows what. Phil fortunately saw something that Sunoco did not see, valuable assets sitting in the middle of a major metropolitan region whose residents and businesses provided a ready market for the products of those refineries. And as Philadelphia Energy Solutions, these two refineries now process up to 350,000 barrels a day of crude oil, making it the single largest oil refinery on the East Coast. Maybe as important, today close to 1,000 people are employed at the refineries, not to mention the contractors who service the refineries and the companies that support the refineries in various secondary ways. Many of these jobs are highly skilled and highly paid, the kind of jobs that Philadelphia needs. And recent estimates, as a banker I pay attention to this, put the value of the company at approximately $1.3 billion. In addition to being actively involved in the community, Phil is chair of the Greater Philadelphia Energy Action Team and serves as the public face of the campaign to make Philadelphia into a globally consequential energy hub. And it is this about which Mr. Rinaldi will speak to us today. Just to frame things, we're running a little bit late. The session was scheduled for half an hour. We will keep it to a half an hour. And Phil has agreed to questions at the end of his talk. So I hope you all will have some. Thank you. Please join me in welcoming Phil Rinaldi. Yeah, let's get rid of that.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Thank you for asking me to talk about a subject that I love to talk about. And it's really an awfully big subject, an energy hub here in Philadelphia, kind of right here in River City, as they used to say. Who could have thunk? So this is really such an important issue that has a lot of different aspects to it. So I'm only going to be able to highlight a number of things that I hope will stimulate some questions that will create a little dialogue here partially through. And it's interesting that our name today is Global Interdependence, because while this is all about Philadelphia as an energy hub for the eastern seaboard, it really transcends just Philadelphia. It certainly encompasses more than just the Commonwealth. It's about trade, and it's about trade that attracts us in a lot of places. I know he's not here with us today, but the Canadian General Counsel, John Prado, and I speak a lot about this because it involves the energy resources of Canada that can come and help support this hub concept. And there's an entire business in export of energy and energy-related products, which ties us to the rest of the world. So there's a lot to do. And we're doing it in such an interesting country, the United States of America. We're a country that was founded on principles of free enterprise. We really believe in free markets. We absolutely believe in it, except when we don't. And we get nervous. And we get nervous all the time about those free markets. We believe in them, but then little waves happen and we say, oh my God, we got to help them. There's a lot of gray out in the audience, so I know you'll remember 1978. What happened in 1978? Federal government passes the PURPA, Fuel Act, and what is it? Natural gas is such a scarce and dwindling resource that we, the United States, forbid the use of natural gas in electric power generation. What? Yeah, that's what happened, right? So how could that happen? Well, 1972, what was it, 11 wise men met as the Club of Rome and decided that the earth would be unable to feed its population. And so we had to begin to shrink our population on the earth. We got concepts of zero population growth. And today, we take half of our corn crop and we burn it in the gas tanks of our automobiles. We just can't help ourselves. We love to tinker, and we believe in those free markets, except we just don't. And so that's part of what happens in here right now. So what happens here? We've got an opportunity to create an energy hub. Why is that an issue? Well, it's driven by one single thing. It's driven by the enormous quantity of natural gas that's trapped in the reserves in the Marcellus Formation and then again in the Utica Formation as we begin to deplete the Marcellus. And these are reserves that you don't measure in years, you don't measure them in decades, you measure them in centuries. And that's good news. That's really good news for everybody. It's good news for the country. It's wonderful stuff. It's clean burning. It's a great fuel. Well, it's not really good news. It's not really good news for those people who have really developed a near religious zeal that burning any kind of a hydrocarbon is bad for planet Earth. And he said, so, even though you have substantially cleaner burning, it interferes, it's not wind. So I have people saying, Phil, you keep talking about natural gas as an energy hub here. What's the matter with wind and solar? Well, I've got nothing against wind and solar. I reckon that none of you have anything against wind and solar. But what's our advantage here? Arizona, New Mexico, California, lots of sunshine. We get it. They've got an advantage in solar. Let's make a solar energy hub over there. Wind, you get the northern, the Canadian Maritimes, you get these places where it's just kind of constantly windy. Terrific. We don't have that. We have gentle breezes here, and we have sunshine a couple of days a year. But we've got gas every day for more than the next century here, and we would be foolish not to recognize that gas. And so now what do you do? All right, so what do we have here? We have this natural gas. You saw the price chart up there before that showed the slump in oil prices, the slump in natural gas prices, and if I recall correctly, it had natural gas at $2.37. I got to tell you what, a Marcellus producer would trip over themselves to sell some $2.37 gas today because the number that's being fetched here is much, much, much less. And why is it much less? Well, it's market constrained, and it's market constrained because the only markets to which it's physically attached are already full. And so how do you displace a full market? You go into a price war, you begin cutting price, and there you have the kind of famous death spiral in economics. So you have to avoid that. So how do you avoid it? An energy hub located here in Philadelphia is the way to do that. And so this is an opportunity, not so often in anyone's lifetime, when you get to be an advocate of something that really doesn't have to be spun. There are enormous advantages for every constituency that you can kind of identify here in the Commonwealth. For the producers in the Marcellus, for property owners in the Marcellus regions, for people who own those mineral rights, having incremental new uses for that gas is an absolute win. Generates wealth, generates revenue, generates jobs. Here in Southeast Pennsylvania, we're blessed with incredible infrastructure. We have deep water access through the Delaware. We're going to have a channel that's dredged down to 45 feet in not too many more months. That ought to be complete. So we have a terrific face out into the Atlantic. We've got the best railroad infrastructure around. We have all of this kind of stuff, and you have a history of manufacturing. It's kind of in the DNA of Philadelphians to be able to kind of manufacture. And now for the first time in several decades, you've got something that makes that more than a pipe dream. If you can have abundant supplies of natural gas, you can then build manufacturing businesses which can take advantage of that. And you can do it without tinkering kind of controls. What do you need if you're an industrialist? If you live in my world and you want to build something new, you have to look for the stability of that project over the next 20 years. Right? You know, if you invest today and after you sink your capital, the price of your raw material goes whoosh, your project dies. And you have to avoid that kind of thing. And you have here the elements that allow a natural avoidance. The reserves are so large, if you can get that supply so the pricing point for the Marcellus moves away from the Marcellus, away from Leidy, and really begins to focus in over here where the customers are, you'll then have prices which are going to clear the market. They're going to be stable. They'll be stable for a very, very long period of time. And they'll be better than the prices that exist out there right now, because manufacturers don't need 75-cent gas. They just need to avoid $9 gas. So we have those elements that are coming into place. So how do you do that? You do that by having large pipelines connecting the Marcellus into here. And so now there's the rub. So getting a pipeline, as one of the earlier speakers said, you know, this is the confluence of, it's the confluence of technology, it's the confluence of economics, it's business, and it's politics. And it's hard to find things that are more controversial than citing pipeline and infrastructure kind of material for doing this. So the Greater Philadelphia Energy Action Team is out trying to condition that battlefield as you move forward. Because we believe in this and we believe it's environmentally friendly, we think you can do all this in an extremely responsible way. You know, but that's different than telling the story in some neighborhood that's going to get disturbed because a pipeline's going to come through the place. And so we want to be kind of fair about that. You know, I came in through the employee entrance this morning. I didn't come in through the front, so I don't know if any of the protesters are around. So often when I'm speaking about this, I have my own little following of protesters, and they carry around a picture of my head on a spike, and they tried to insult me, and I know a couple of you have heard me say this before. They call me fossil Phil with a heart of shale, but I love it. You know, I said that's exactly what I am. You know. We have that resource, and we have that thing, and fringe people are fringe people. So we're not going to worry about fringe people. We're going to worry about how do you do this responsibly. And you're going to hear later on today from some speakers. You know, there is a I don't know what to call ourselves. We have a little group that's been convened by a joint activity of UPenn and Drexel and their kind of energy and environment, and we have this collection of 15 people from industry, from environmental sectors, from social welfare sectors, all trying to find places where we have common ground to be able to go out and talk in a common way about doing this development work. The Energy Action Team is trying to do the same thing. We've been developing, I swear I got to find a better term here, but it's a pitch book, you know? And why are we developing this pitch book? Because we want to take each of those constituencies, the kind of western, northwestern, northeastern parts of Pennsylvania where there's production for the Marcellus, that's one constituency. Greater Philadelphia, another constituency, which is the consumer, and then there's the Commonwealth itself in between. And for each of those, there are very clear advantages into having an energy hub, and we're trying to articulate those advantages in a way that are easily understandable. And we don't want to hide from the disturbances that we're going to cause, but we want to shine some light on those disturbances to try to put them in a context which is manageable, because we all know there is definitely no free lunch. Every time I get invited to a free lunch, I get a call later on to come write a check, and that's what happens. And there isn't any. So you got to have something that you're going to pay to do this. But how do you control it? Phil, I can get out on the stump, and I do. I'm out. It's a very rare week when I'm not speaking a couple of times about this subject. The army of people that are supporting is important, but it's minuscule. That's like a platoon. We really need an army, but that army needs a playbook. And that's what we're trying to accomplish in here with this pitch book, is to be able to give to all of those local city council people who are going to deal with permit issues as pipelines are trying to come through their town, try to at least give them a common reading and a common understanding of what it is that we're going to do. We expect to roll that out, within the next month. We'll obviously avoid the holidays so we can have some meaningful impact. But, it's a tool to get some buy-in. And we have a lot to do. And here in the Commonwealth, as we know, the budget, the lack of a budget, big issue. The need to generate wealth for the Commonwealth is a big issue. And here's an opportunity to do that. Going out and trying to tax the existing production from the Marcellus while they're fetching mere pennies for that, that's not going to create enough money to do any good in the Commonwealth, and it's going to create disincentives for that continued production. But if you can link incremental production at a little better prices, you've now created a river of flowing wealth, and those rivers of flowing wealth are the places where the Commonwealth will be able to take its share and we get benefit for everybody. So that's what we're trying to do in that in the Energy Action Team and the development of the Energy Hub. So just before I pause to take a few questions, I want to correct something in the introduction here. At Philadelphia Energy Solutions, there were 850 employees when we acquired it just slightly over 3 years ago, and today we're just bouncing under 1,300 employees. We have made a substantial improvement in the number of people who are employed there, and that's the kind of thing that energy can do. It's the kind of thing that energy can do. So, I've got my eye on the clock here. I'm moving into question time.
We have 14 minutes, so there's time for a lot of questions. I have somebody, I see a hand up over there. Yeah, let's just wait for the microphone, please.
Once the Penny pipeline is built, what do you think its effect will be on prices that people in this region pay for natural gas?
Yeah, good question. So not a lot of that Penn East pipeline gas is going to come directly into this region. Depends on how big you want to make that expansion. It's certainly the primary mission of that line is to provide abundant gas into the utilities in New Jersey, and it's certainly going to do that, and it's going to have a good effect on there. My company, we're taking a portion of a line coming off of that to fuel some new industrial investment at our facility. So that will have a good effect, but that's a limit. There's not a lot of excess beyond that. That pipeline is the tip of the iceberg, but we really need to have much more massive quantities of gas before you'll see a meaningful impact here.
Gentleman right there in the front, right there.
Just given your comment on free markets, I'm curious, what's your view on U.S. crude oil exports? And if I can do just a follow-on in terms of demand for refined products, there's a lot of concern that as we look to 2016, the strength of the dollar will begin to have an impact on demand for refined products. I'm just curious if you have an opinion on that.
Yeah, I always have an opinion. We can count on that. So the 40-year-old or 45-year-old crude export ban is really an interesting subject. And I have a little bit of a bifurcated view of that. If I speak as a kind of citizen of the United States, I'll tell you this. I believe all of that energy security stuff. Those lines in 1973 and in 1978, 1979, when we were being held hostage by political activities in the Middle East, they were unbearable. And so we started to do some things that were really useful. We built a strategic petroleum reserve, and we filled that up, and we helped to kind of harness those things.
And sure, our imports are now down, but they're far from de minimis. We're still importing 7 million barrels a day of crude oil. So we're awfully far from being independent. So as a citizen, I think this is still not quite the right time to be allowing all that material to flow out of the country. One of the things that's really interesting about having energy independence, it's not just the independence of the physical molecule, but if you can have that molecule more inexpensively than your competition around the world, you've now created, our answer to cheap labor is cheap energy. So why do we want to take that advantage and give that away? I don't believe that's a good thing to do right now. We're not at that point yet. But if and when we lift the ban on the exportation of crude, I can tell you, rest assured, my business, we're planning for those days ahead. But here's that free market thing again. The best argument for lifting the ban is that we believe in free markets. We absolutely believe in free markets. Shouldn't we be able to export that material and do it freely? Well, there's nothing free about that market, because the only way that companies here that refine crude oil on the East Coast will be able to access that free market crude is by putting it on Jones Act ships, and those Jones Act ships will cost, the freight from Houston to Philadelphia, $7, $8 a barrel. Freight from Houston to Northwest Europe, $1.50 a barrel. What? Why do we want to take something that then says we put at a disadvantage? So you need to do something that rectifies that. If you're going to do it as a free marketer and balance that playing field out. And I don't know whether that's requiring crude exports to travel on Jones Act vessels, which is what happens with Alaskan crude exports. ANS had this exemption. It has to travel on essentially Jones Act vessels. On product pricing, it ties to the price of crude. Obviously, there is definitely product being exported. We export, all the refiners here are exporting product to Europe. We're much more efficient refiners here than they are in Western Europe, so we have a natural advantage.
Hi. With many of the problems that were talked about this morning, like the storage of energy, need for clean energy, and this whole the concept of an energy hub, which sounds terrific. Whatever happened to hydrogen? Where hydrogen was, with solar energy, disassociates water to hydrogen and oxygen. You can bring it on board. You can use that in the off hours to generate electricity. When it does convert back to energy, it becomes water, and it cleans up the water. It seems to me that whole thing was lost maybe 15 years ago when I had such promise.
Interestingly, I read just last night that Apple has filed a new patent, and it looks like the direction they're going to take for iPhone devices is to move away from battery technology to fuel cell style technology in there, so that you can have much longer duration of the devices, and I think that's exactly on point of the subject you're talking about. Hydrogen is critical. So if you ask me to put my Philadelphia Energy Solutions hat on and say, Phil, what are you going to do with those first big chunks of new gas that come in? The first thing we'll do is make hydrogen. That's the way you'd start the whole thing. We take that methane, reform it into hydrogen, and then there is a myriad of uses for hydrogen, not only as direct fuel, but as feedstocks. For hydrogen, you can pump that into your refined transportation fuels to make them cleaner burning and better and higher in value. You can take that hydrogen and convert them into chemicals, which are available for export. The topic of exporting LNG is always on everyone's lips. That's not the only way to export natural gas. Urea is made around the world only one way. It's made from natural gas. So if you have a cost advantage in that, if you create urea here, you now have something that you export Doesn't require humongous ships with big air draft, conventional carriers. It doesn't explode, it doesn't burn. It's a nice, simple way to do it, and you will maintain that cost advantage, and you build an industry, you build jobs here. And that starts with hydrogen.
Any other questions? I have a little bit of time. I have one, Phil. I understand you organized a conference earlier this year with Drexel, I think, and the Chamber of Commerce, and so we're now approaching maybe a year, almost a year from that. Can you talk a little
December 5th will be the anniversary.
bit about the anniversary?
And, you know, that was a kind of a very important conference. So when we put together the Energy Action Team and we began to kind of create the idea of this energy hub and how to support it and how to build it, first thing we had to do was actually get the concept to be understood. And, you know, that's what we did in that first year, and we think that was awfully successful. That culminated in that event on December 5th. Today, Energy Hub is on everybody's lips. Every political race, there is a discussion about Energy Hub. You can't avoid having conversation about it, so it's clearly on the map. What it is getting better and better defined. You know, the closer we get to making something that's implementable. But the second, you know, virtue of that meeting, or the real target, was all of the European companies that were invited to attend who were prospective users of low-cost energy to build factories here to take advantage of that. And that was the whole point of it. And we have a little backlog of about 20 companies that Select Greater Philadelphia is working on here and trying to move through. Now, the price of crude oil collapsed. The price of natural gas in Europe was indexed to crude oil. That's why it was so high. So today it is not so much higher than it is here right now. So there's some economic drivers that are not pushing quite as hard, but that will change again. There's one in the back here.
There are other questions. I think you had your hand up first. Right here.
Hi. Good morning.
If you speak loud enough.
Just quickly, what, if any, responsibility does an energy vision for Philadelphia's future, how should any energy vision for Philadelphia's future consider the impact of greenhouse gas emissions? What is our responsibility as a region to the globe on that issue?
I don't think you're going to like my answer. But I think we have a responsibility to the science. And I think we have a responsibility to be developing in the most effective way that we can, in a way that is least harmful to the environment, is least harmful to the safety and the welfare of the population, but is also mindful of the economic kind of development. So that's what these meetings are all about. I don't believe this is a fait accompli that the Earth is in danger. I'm sure you've seen. I'm sure you have seen that for the last 20 years. All the computer models that predict the increase in temperature of the globe are really dramatic, but the actual measurements are actually very flat. You know, so there's a lot of science that has to be reduced in there, yet I certainly don't believe there is evidence that said you have to stop producing fossil fuels and utilizing those fuels. But we are committed to doing that in a responsible way. That's why we're engaged with University of Pennsylvania, with Drexel University, and others. There's a woman in the back, yeah.
Good morning. You spoke about a lot about Philly becoming a larger energy hub, and you kind of implied that you would like to see another pipeline potentially coming through this way. Is it more that you actually see that demand, or you're hoping to build it and then it will come?
No, I mean, that's the core question. All right, so it's a bootstrapping kind of an event. You know, the typical way that you do pipelines in the country will not work to build an energy hub, right? Because those say that no one is going to take a risk. You know, no one will take a risk. So when a customer comes in and signs up and says, for that pipeline, I get enough customers, I then build a pipeline. So if you do that, you always have whoever the customer is sated, but you never create an excess, so you've never moved the pricing point. And until you can move that pricing point, you don't do it. So there are a lot of communities that are at interest in here other than the consumer. The producers have significant potential economic value to gain by having this hub work. And the Commonwealth has great value to obtain by having that flow, and somehow we have to figure out the right way to politically, focus those forces to kind of create a hub-like environment.
I think we're just out of time, so.
Thank you. Thank you.
So our next panel, Energy Transportation Infrastructure, is going to follow up, I guess, where we just left off, and I'd ask Steve Mullen to come to the podium and the panel members to come to the podium as well. Thank you. Okay, so we're just waiting for Steve to come into the room, then we'll get going. Here he is. What an entrance. Steve Mullen is president of eConsult. Welcome to the podium.
Good timing here. Thanks. No, I'm going to stay over here. Okay. Thank you. Thanks. Okay. Hi, everybody. Thanks for indulging my quick trip here. I'm Steve Mullen, president of eConsult Solutions. We do economic consulting, and we've been involved in the energy world, looking at impacts, and we're also very engaged in economic development and economic development in the region. So we consider this to be a real fertile world and topic for us and for the region here. I've also, in preparation here for moderating, I've been watching the moderators on the presidential debates to get some pointers. So I thought I'd start out with Jay. What makes you think anybody cares what you? Okay, anyway. And also, Peter, we're going to definitely be done before 3 here to get us back on track. So with our panel here, I do want to note that Peter, Pat, and Phil, if we had Mary, we could spin a disc here, set the table this morning for the importance of looking at the brand new energy world here. And I think, and especially focused here in the Philadelphia region here. And we'd like to start off, our panel starts off on something that for the most part, is one of the most unsexy parts of any cool policy topic, and that's the infrastructure. And the infrastructure part of that, the last question here that was asked here about pipelines, if you build it, will they come, that kind of story. Well, in the Philadelphia region and the Northeast in general, the infrastructure, our issues has not been building new infrastructure, it's been maintaining old infrastructure, and it's actually been watching as underutilized dead infrastructure sort of sits without new demand. So I think one of the things that's pretty exciting in this is we really are talking about building new infrastructure and really upgrading but utilizing the fact that we've had the infrastructure in the past. So what we'd like to do here, we have our expert panelists here represent a pretty cool cross-section of the key players in the infrastructure world: ports, shipping, pipelines, rails, and truck. Here, you can, as Peter mentioned, you can take a look at their bios and their world. For our story here, each panelist have each one spend about between 9.5 and 10 minutes talking about with their presentation, and I've asked them each, and they will be linking it to our overall topic here of Energy Hub in the Philadelphia region here. And as Phil and Pat and Peter and before us, obviously any type of objective of the Philadelphia region becoming an energy hub or returning as an energy hub will require substantial new infrastructure investment there. So then we'll have some time for question and answer, and I'll ask the following. I'm going to ask for the following order here, and that is, I'd like Jay to begin, followed by Matt, and then Dennis, and we'll end up with Hank on that. So Jay. Steve, thanks.
You want to give me a quick tutorial?
Yep. And just hit that.
Forward is forward.
And there's a laser as well.
Oh, there's a laser. Okay. Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here with such an august group. As I like to say around the group that I tend to work with, and now for something completely different, I am an engineer and a scientist, and look at the world slightly differently, I think, than sometimes financial folks do. I'm not a banker. I do play one on TV. But I like to think that the world of engineering and science is irrevocably tied to finance and future. What we're looking at here, when I'm going to provide a premise here, it's going to be slightly different. I'm going to be looking at the CapEx side of the ports. The one thing that I'm very passionate about ports and waterfront development. The ports are an area's identity. It's the soul of the area. And whether you're talking about the port of Tuxpan in Mexico or the port of Philadelphia or Baltimore, it is interwoven with the history and the being that the place is. What we see these days is an opportunity that comes from the intersection of the development of the energy market forces that are currently happening, coalescing with an infrastructure revolution that is environmentally engaged. And so I'm going to explain a little bit about what that means and how that helps reduce CapEx costs, which in turn we believe helps spur development, which can then be the basis for the growth of an energy hub in this area. So how critical are our ports? Some of the statistics are really interesting. Brookings and JP Morgan Chase just came out with a study in June 2015, a series of studies actually, indicating exactly how reliant our society is on our ports. $4 trillion of goods a year, 5% of that trade goes through the ports. Each of the 50 states is allied with an average of about 15 port facilities. So this really gets to the interdependence and the background behind a conference like this. The ports don't necessarily, even though they are the soul of the local area, they impact a much larger and much greater area. And therefore, it opens the opportunity for a larger discussion to a larger portion of the supply chain. So the port infrastructure, just a quick story, I think we all know that during the war years, the ports were developed, and that was really the heyday of port development. The infrastructure was all built between 50 and 75 years ago, and in the intervening years, what has mostly occurred is a shrinkage of the footprint of operations, which has left a lot of port property fallow. And so that port property that's fallow is often distressed property that has issues associated with contamination and other things, and has therefore been shunned by investment and redevelopment because it is expected that that cost that is involved in the redevelopment of these fallow properties is excessive, and the regulatory process that one has to go through is an impediment. The other trends that are occurring is that shipping is changing, right? We're going to hear a lot more about this in the successive panel discussions. But the vessels are changing. The infrastructure needs to be built out in order to be able to handle the various different changes in vessel structure that are occurring as we get into the post-Panamax, super-Panamax area timeframes. And this is something that has been changing since the colonial times. So the trends that we see, although they may take a pause as the Panama Canal becomes its new reality, the trends in shipping are simply getting, the vessels are getting larger, more shipping, more goods on one vessel is occurring to create the economies of scale that are necessary. At the same time, what's happening, and I'm sort of, as you'll see, I'm putting the pieces of this puzzle together, we're seeing that the new energy economy in the past 5 years to a decade has been occurring with the Marcellus shale plays, and it provides a new opportunity in terms of a source of new kinds of products that now can be brought to market and exported. And so thereby we're sitting here talking about an energy hub potentially. So now the environmental issues that are associated with fallow properties and ports have always been seen as the ultimate impediment. And one of the things that is happening is there is a change, and you can take this to the bank, but just don't put my name on it. There is a change in the attitudes at the regulatory, the environmental regulatory area, in that if redevelopment occurs that is environmentally beneficial, then there are certain risk reduction things that can be done to reduce the CapEx cost. And so environmental-driven innovation is now becoming more of an acceptable in terms of how infrastructure is built out. And so I'll give some examples of that. In this case, what you see here is an area where a new marine terminal has been constructed on what was once a beach. And filling of 7 acres of land underwater is not an easy task anywhere in the East Coast. This particular facility was constructed in part and in this place because of high levels of contamination that were issued there. And so the contamination, rather than being an impediment, ended up being the activity that allowed, or the circumstance that allowed the development to occur, because the regulators were happy to see the area cleaned up. So there are some new technologies that are out there. This is where the engineer wonk in me comes out. It's very interesting. What has become really apparent is that if you deal with your contaminant issues locally, as in local to the site that you're working at, the cost of dealing with those issues is decreased dramatically. In these cases, we're looking at places where one can bury contaminated sediment or contaminated soil on a site or underwater, in the case of a confined aquatic disposal cell, a CAD cell. The cost differentials here is really startling, and I think this is where it gets to the point where if you can reduce the CapEx costs of fallow port property, then you can really start to spur the idea that investment and development can occur. If you're looking at local disposal of contamination, it tends to be a tenfold savings on the project. So if you're looking at developing or redeveloping a marine terminal and your costs for dealing with the environmental are $50 million, which is not uncommon. This has been one of the things that has caused redevelopment to stymie. If you can bring that down to, say, a $5 million CapEx as part of your investment, then you have a viable option for moving forward. So if you look at the funding side of the equation, investment has been stymied by, as I say, by the risk factors and the cost-benefit analysis. The cost has simply been too high in many cases, which is why a lot of the properties have remained fallow. And if you look at, we have a lot of discussions with folks like the Barlettas in the Port of Baltimore at Sparrows Point, where they desperately would like to redevelop, but they have issues associated with the CapEx costs for the uses. Obviously there's P3 in terms of looking at funding. But then there's this thing that used to be called port fields, which is an idea that NOAA floated to be coupled. It was to be coupled with the brownfields program that the EPA, if any of you are familiar with, the brownfields program really began in the 80s. And at the time that a lot of contaminated upland properties were sitting, a lot of factories were closing. And the brownfields program is an extremely successful program. They tried to apply this to the port fields, to the ports, and call it port fields. It didn't get much traction, and we would like to suggest that this is an area where we think that some pressure should be put back on the authorities in the EPA and NOAA to reinvigorate the port fields program and assist in the redevelopment of these port properties. So what's the value proposition here? The value proposition here is that the coalescing of a variety of different situations, which include the increase in energy marketplace, environmentally oriented redevelopment for infrastructure that's being accepted more and more by the regulators, decreasing the CapEx cost, provides a better return on investment for those that are interested in the development of an energy hub. And so that is something that we're encouraging all of you to think about in terms of how we lobby to make this energy hub a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Nice to see you. Thanks. Just push that. Okay, good. I'm still smarting from Steve saying that this was the unsexy panel. Things I didn't really hear anything beyond. This is sexy. Look at this ship right here. This was christened just last month down Florida. The Crowley, Ohio, built here in Philadelphia, new big medium range tanker, the first of 4 being built at the Ocker Philly yard. There's certainly a lot going on in this area on that front. I'm Matt Thomas. I'm at Blank Rome. I'm a partner in Blank Rome's Washington office. I'm a shipping and international trade, maritime and transport attorney. I'm an inside the Beltway guy. I've spent 20-some years in Washington working on transportation, trade, and shipping policy issues. And what I want to do today, give you a quick overview of some of the key policy issues and things that the shipping industry is looking at and dealing with in terms of this energy boom, and hopefully at least convey to some of you my enthusiasm, my possibly irrational zeal for shipping and some of these issues. Phil, it was a great talk by Phil on a few levels, teeing up some of the key tensions that we're seeing in the maritime transport sector, exports and the Jones Act. And one thing that Phil said sort of explains me and my career and what I do. We just can't help ourselves. We love to tinker. The regulatory landscape in this area has massive impacts on transportation, infrastructure spending, trade flows, commodity trading and movements. So let's look at some of the highlights. This is what shipping is really worrying about and looking at right at the moment. Of course, U.S. petroleum production and the crude export debate has a massive impact, as we'll talk about in a minute. Shipping has been and is increasingly a central pivot point in terms of international relations. In terms of U.S. trade sanctions policy, over the last 5 years, shipping has ramped up massively in terms of being a pressure point for administering trade sanctions. It was really front and center in the U.S. efforts on Iran to cut off crude and petroleum trading. Environmental issues are very, very focal for shipping. This Crowley ship that I just showed you is one of the first tankers delivered with this flexible fuel capability, the ability to transition in the future to LNG power. Clean fuels and LNG are massively important for shipping going forward. And especially in the United States, as the infrastructure develops, LNG will be a significant, although minority, part of the fuel profile for ships. Safety. In shipping, we've had one of the worst maritime casualties, unfortunately, in recent weeks that the U.S. flag fleet has seen for many years. And this has caused everybody in the industry to stop and go back and reassess and think about best practices and regulations and what can be done. And congestion, going along with safety. The U.S. energy boom in some areas, certainly the Houston Channel, other places, has led to absolutely unprecedented levels of traffic and people competing over waterway space and also competing over the use of channels, waterways, and ports. And we're seeing this more in this area. As we just saw, ships are getting bigger, facilities are getting larger, and the competition for scarce space is really ramping up. Phil's comments really highlighted the fact that in the United States in terms of energy transport, you have two distinct maritime markets. The U.S. coastwise laws create separate markets, each with distinct economics, domestic and international. The Jones Act restricts U.S. coastwise trade and merchandise to coastwise qualified vessels. That means transportation between U.S. points, either directly or indirectly, through a port in Canada or the Caribbean or something, must move on U.S.-owned and U.S.-built vessels operating under the U.S. flag, which means they're crewed at least 75% with U.S. crews. The economics for Jones Act tankers, the new build and sale rates, charter rates, operating costs are significantly higher, really a multiple of ships in the international trade. Jones Act qualified vessels require U.S. build, U.S. equity stake, and U.S. control. And the justifications for the Jones Act, which has been in place for well over a century, rely on jobs factors, national security, economics, and other things. Members of Congress, though, when you discuss this with them, really say it really comes down to jobs. Like the vessel that we saw built here, the Jones Act and shipbuilding impacts many congressional districts, many jobs and businesses across the country. And so while we talk all the time about potential reforms to the Jones Act, there just doesn't seem to be a political will or anything like a center of gravity in Washington to push for significant changes in the Jones Act. The Jones Act has an extraordinarily powerful lobby that's comprised of both labor and owners and shipbuilders. That's been exceedingly effective. The recent evolution of the Jones Act energy trade, the energy boom, of course, was an extraordinary boost to the Jones Act industry. Over the last 4 or 5 years in this country, we've seen unbelievable development in spending in all modes of transportation and infrastructure from the private sector. I mean, we would never see this sort of growth coming out of sort of government-led infrastructure spend, but in all these areas, rail transport, shipping, pipelines, tremendous growth. Huge boost in barge traffic and a big ramp up in Jones Act order books for Jones Act qualified vessels. Right now, the fleet is about 32 tankers plus 11 others that are larger, involved in the Alaska trade. But we're seeing a 40% increase in Jones Act tanker market capacity coming online over the next 4 years. Some of the challenges that are facing the Jones Act operators, of course, head-to-head competition with other modes, particularly in the barge area. Increases in pipeline capacity and crude by rail are competing directly with barges, and we've seen a big drop-off in crude by barge over the last year. But barge operators continue to benefit from growing refined products and petrochem production. Jones Act tankers have not gained a major foothold in Gulf U.S. East Coast crude trade, but the rates continue to be strong because of refined products shipping and regional Gulf trade. As Phil highlighted, the cost differentials between going from the Gulf to this area on a Jones Act tanker, $6, $7, $8 a barrel, versus going up on a foreign tanker up to Montreal, where you may be looking at $2 a barrel, or even going on to Europe and other places, is very, very economically substantial. If there's not a political will to change the Jones Act, we can't be looking forever in the future to companies that make stuff in the United States, petrochemicals, refined products. We can't look for our local companies to foot the bill for the increased costs for the Jones Act, which provide benefits in jobs and national security and other capabilities. So key issues looking forward, of course, the crude oil export issue is critical for shipping. When it comes to crude oil, this ability to export really is the sort of gatekeeper between those barrels staying in the domestic Jones Act market versus moving over to the international, lower priced international tanker market. So the light sweet oil boom caused a rapid fall off over the last 4 years of light sweet crude imports, particularly from West Africa. So if the U.S. allows crude oil exports, how is that going to impact trade flows? Are we going to see those barrels coming back to the U.S. East Coast? How will the trade flows readjust? Another key issue that's been occupying a lot of folks in the energy space is blending and the role of Caribbean countries and Canada and other places in the U.S. energy picture. The Jones Act restricts direct and indirect shipments between U.S. ports. So this question of whether you can take petroleum to Caribbean countries or other near offshore places, turn it into something a little different through blending or other things, and then re-import it back into the U.S. is a very contentious and very, very lively topic that's being played out right now. The other thing that I'm spending more of my time on is enforcement. The crude exports ban, Jones Act, these restrictions really are tinkering with how products flow. And there's enormous wealth at issue and enormous amounts of money at stake. And so the incentives for cheating are extraordinary. And it's happening. People really do smuggle extraordinary amounts of petroleum product. So, well, on the international market, you would think that the declining crude prices and the other issues with declining production would maybe undermine the international crude tanker market. But the important thing, I think, to remember there that the product for the shipping industry isn't barrels of crude, but it's ton miles. So where you have West African barrels not coming to the United States anymore, but making a longer trip around to Asia as they pick up that supplying capacity. The overall picture, if you look at maps of global crude oil trade, means that barrels are traveling farther to reach their markets now because the U.S. is importing less. So international tanker rates are strengthening, and the industry is strong. And tanker folks have told me that they're looking to potential U.S. crude exports and further infrastructure development as an absolute bonanza. Just before I wrap up, I want to say just one thing about natural gas liquids. Folks in this area, including Sunoco and others, have really recognized, had a lot of foresight and vision on NGLs and the importance of that in petrochemical production and investing in that resource and infrastructure. And we're hoping that the shipping industry, especially in this country, picks up the slack with capacity to move those barrels too. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Matt, and I apologize for forgetting to thank Jay too on his talk. Dennis Rockford of the Maritime Exchange. Dennis has probably seen, Dennis has probably seen more of and knows more about the shipping here in the Delaware River and our ports here over the past. You've seen some ups and downs here and some big changes, and he's going to be talking about that here.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, a pleasure to participate in this conference. And I do want to talk a little bit about the Delaware River, the energy renaissance on the Delaware River. I have a few slides to talk about profile of the port and then make some brief remarks with respect to what's happened here in recent years and what we expect to happen here in the future. Maritime Exchange, we function as the Chamber of Commerce of the Delaware River. We've been around since 1875. We do all the ship reporting on the Delaware River. We do a lot of lobbying in Washington, D.C. And Phil, I want to point out that the Maritime Exchange recently joined the Energy Action Team because we realize how critical it is for the maritime industry to be represented in those deliberations and do what we can do to obviously help. The Delaware River Port Complex, 2,300 ships a year. There are 3 states, 5 port authorities, and over 39 marine terminals that accept barges and cargo vessels. This gives you a sense of the type of cargo coming up the Delaware River. You'll note petroleum is number 3, behind fruit and containers, and then you can see the rest of the cargoes that are either imported or exported. In terms of economic impact, this port complex contributes $53 billion to the regional economy, $7.8 billion in wages and salaries, $781 million in state and local taxes, and 135,000 direct, indirect, and related jobs. This slide now shows you how the petroleum industry and general cargo industry work together. The various petroleum facilities on the Delaware River, there are 13 of them, are in red, and the other facilities are the general cargo facilities. So let me make a few comments with respect to what the energy renaissance means on the Delaware River. This is a unique opportunity for the Delaware River. We've had over a 100-year history of the interdependence of general cargo and petroleum cargoes transiting the Delaware River to ports in the 3 states. On an annual basis, 100 million tons of cargo come up the Delaware River. These cargo volumes drive both public and private investment in the total port infrastructure. The volume of cargo that comes up this river, the value of cargo that comes up this river is what allows the public agencies to secure, based on the value of that cargo, the jobs associated with that cargo, the public agencies to secure necessary funding to accomplish their responsibilities. The Coast Guard, Corps of Engineers, Customs and Border Protections, and other federal agencies, which are important to the safe operation of this port. But these cargo volumes also allow the private sector, the port operators, the port stakeholders, to invest in infrastructure and the attendant marine-related services, such as the tug and barge services, the river pilots that navigate the ships up the river, ship repair, ship supply companies, as well as marine engineers and others. This regional port has transformed itself many times over the last 100 years. And to look at the future, before we look at the future, let's look at the past. By the 1980s, hundreds of vessels that had arrived at the Delaware River port carrying coal and grain and iron ore and sugar import cargoes left Philadelphia and shifted to ports in Baltimore, Norfolk, or in the Gulf. These cargoes, over a period of time, a transformation, were replaced by perishable commodities that were coming from Central and South America, Australia, and New Zealand. By the 1990s, a continuing transformation, increase of cargoes coming up the Delaware River, steel imports that were diverted from the Great Lakes during the winter months became a main commodity here on the Delaware River 12 months out of the year. And then the Great Recession of 2007, 2008 occurred, where once we had 6 oil refineries, that 1 million barrels of crude oil came up the river every day to feed those 6 refineries. Come the recession, 2 refineries were shuttered, 2 others were on the brink of closing. And we all in the port community feared the catastrophic impact of losing that business on the Delaware River. But then there was some good news. PBF reopened the Delaware City refinery and acquired the Valero refinery in Paulsboro, New Jersey. Delta Airlines acquired the ConocoPhillips refinery in Trainer and is now operating as Monroe Energy. And as was mentioned, Philadelphia Energy Solutions acquired the 2 legacy Sunoco refineries in Philadelphia. And as Hank Alexander will point out in a second, one of the key elements in the energy transformation or energy renaissance on the Delaware River is Sunoco's logistics development of the Marcus Hook industrial complex, where they bring the natural gas liquids in from Pennsylvania, process, load them on tankers, and export those commodities overseas to Europe and South America. When Mariner 1 East and 2 is fully operational, it's anticipated that there'll be 200 to 300 tankers a year sailing from Marcus Hook to ports throughout the world. By comparison, when Sunoco operated that facility as a refinery, approximately 100 crude oil tankers came up the river to service that refinery. So we're going to increase the number of ships moving up and down the river, and again, that contributes to the overall health of our regional port complex. I want to close with the fact, as we're all aware, that the energy markets throughout the world, throughout the United States, throughout the world, and here in the Delaware River are changing. But we're going to be, at the Maritime Exchange, we're going to be vigilant. One of our main priorities is going to be to ensure the Coast Guard resources, which are very important to moving ships up and down the river, as well as the other federal agencies, governmental agencies that operate on this river, have the resources that they need to do the job that they need to do. In fact, the case we want to make is that we on the Delaware River be recognized for what and who we are. A growing energy marketplace, which will be a benefit to the regional economy as well as the U.S. economy. And dare I say it, I believe we are becoming the Houston of the East Coast. And I think that says something about the energy hub that we're creating here on the Delaware River. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dennis. And next is Hank Alexander from Sunoco Logistics. And as Dennis mentioned here, as he's coming up, do want to note that one of our issues has been, can we reuse, repurpose existing infrastructure? Philadelphia Energy Solutions very clearly doing that and upgrading here. And the Mariner East projects are what I think might be one of the coolest types of repositioning and literally redirecting on in a similar and existing infrastructure. So, Hank?
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for having me. I'm Hank Alexander, Vice President, Business Development with Sunoco Logistics. Great remarks so far. Dennis, thanks for kind of keying up. One of your slides actually had one of my customers' new vessels, the JS Ineos Insight, which is a brand new state-of-the-art ethane exporting vessel that's going to be arriving at Marcus Hook. In fact, it's already arriving at Marcus Hook, as we've been exporting propane for a couple of years now. The vessels were commissioned this spring and have already taken deliveries out of Marcus Hook, so it's really exciting. Really appreciate the opportunity to come and talk about what we're all about here. You know, it's an amazing opportunity that we have. Phil said it really well. This isn't a resource play that can be measured in decades. This is a centuries play, and we are positioned with infrastructure that can get us going, give us a prime mover opportunity, and we need to seize that, and we need to build on that. And that's partially what we've begun to do with our Mariner East projects. It wasn't long ago that I sat in a room full of the core Marcellus producing community talking about just how big this play could be and what they needed from us. And we kind of went over our infrastructure here. As you can see, we serve key U.S. refining and production centers in the Northeast, in the Midwest, and the Gulf Coast. About 8,000 miles of pipeline. Sunoco Logistics was the former pipeline business unit of Sunoco Inc. There were many. We have 39 active refined products terminals, 48 million barrels of combined storage, 24 or 25 of which at this point is at our Nederland facility in the Gulf Coast on the Sabine Neches, which is the largest domestic crude oil storage facility. It was originally built to serve the East Texas oil fields. When they came online, we had tankers that brought that oil, that crude oil, from the Gulf Coast up to Marcus Hook. So it's interesting now that we're kind of revisiting or repurposing our facilities to feed this renaissance. So we sat around a table a few years ago with this core Marcellus producing community, and they thought, well, we're going to have about 50,000 barrels a day of liquids. That's about how big we think this thing could be. That's about what we're going to need you to help us with, Hank. And as you can see by this last spring production forecast, it's quickly eclipsed everything we've thought. Every year the production continues to grow. We're actually looking at 20 BCF a day. It's unprecedented how big the Marcellus and the Utica can be, and it's also unprecedented the opportunity that we have being this close to that resource play with our infrastructure. You know, whether it's ethane, and our projects involve the liquids takeaway for that play. We do not move natural gas, but our parent company certainly does, Energy Transfer. Happy to be part of that family. But our projects are about liquids, because what's great about this play, this resource play, is it's rich. Not only do you get natural gas, but you get liquids, but you need to extract those liquids and get them to markets in order to realize the full potential. So the production community decided to fractionate or separate those liquids locally up here rather than bringing them to the Gulf Coast, because it made sense if you can efficiently get them to markets. And this is a premium market for those liquids. A lot of the propanes and butanes made their way up here from the Gulf Coast. Now we, and you said it very well, believe it or not, there's a Houston, Pennsylvania. You're going to see it in one of my slides in a second. We are becoming that hub. And you know, it's an amazing opportunity. We're proud to be a part of it. And what we've done is we've created a project, a system of takeaway projects, if you will. We call our Mariner East projects the takeaway solution for Marcellus Utica liquids. I believe it's the most efficient option to get those liquids to a world-class distribution hub and a world-class manufacturing opportunity that presents itself here in repurposing existing assets, especially our Marcus Hook facility as an NGL hub, because the infrastructure is just amazing and that it lends itself to this play. We didn't think 10 years ago that we'd be sitting around talking about Marcus Hook as a world-class NGL distribution hub. We were, quite frankly, concerned as to the future of Marcus Hook and much of the refining sector around here. But it's great to be able to stand here today. I started my career at Marcus Hook and say, we're doing something about it. We're actually, you know, it's nice to have. Sometimes it's good to be lucky and have your assets in the right spot, but you've got to execute, and that's what we're doing. This project, as I'll show you, is phased and scalable. And that works because we didn't need to put a massive pipe in the ground, and we didn't need massive infrastructure. But as you can see, by a $3 billion project and built out into both of its phases, it's become quite large. So the phases 1 and 2 involve existing pipelines. We had an existing refined products line from Philadelphia all the way out toward Pittsburgh. We were able to repurpose that line to move ethane and propane from that fractionation center, that rich production center in southwest Pennsylvania. You see Houston on the map. The blue line is our Mariner East Phase 1 project that is in service today. We're moving propane and soon to move propane and ethane to Marcus Hook, where it will be distributed locally for the propane and exported as well. We've got 70,000 barrels a day of capacity on that project. And as you see here, the red dotted line is the build out, the expansion of that project into phase 2, which will reach back further into the Utica Shale and connect all the major infrastructure, all the major fractionation hubs into what we call the NGL highway to the East Coast. I think it's fair to say that this is a bit of a competition. These projects, you've got to act, and it's nice to have infrastructure in the ground, but we had to act quickly because there is a competition and there is a hub for these liquids in the Gulf Coast. But we believe, and the producers obviously believed, as well as the consumers, that the Gulf Coast isn't necessarily the best place to put all these liquids. One analogy is you could be bringing more sand to the beach because we have all this infrastructure here. Why take your Appalachian-produced liquids and move them 1,500 miles, to distribute down there or put them on a boat when you can do it 300 miles and you've got plenty of opportunity and plenty of premium opportunity for both exports, local and regional distribution, as well as manufacturing here. Marcus Hook is a former Sunoco refinery site, 800 acres. The infrastructure is unique in that we have 5 underground granite caverns. 2 million barrels of granite cavern that lends itself very well to natural gas liquid storage. We've got 4 docks with deep draft, we've got truck, we've got rail, we've got 5 million barrels of above ground storage. So, and obviously processing has been in our history. So when we look at the opportunity and we look at this facility, the Mariner infrastructure, I like this slide because it shows the size of that facility, and when you look inside that blue rectangle, that's the Mariner East infrastructure built out for phases 1 and 2. It shows the additional opportunity that we have. And people say, well, geez, you guys can't do much with it at Marcus Hook. Well, I look and say we can do a heck of a lot more. This is inside that blue rectangle. You're going to see our above ground tankage. At the end of the day, we're going to have over 4 million barrels of storage associated with the distribution of these liquids. Some of it's above ground, some of it's below ground. The above ground, our take on exports is a little different than is done elsewhere. We'll have cryogenic storage tanks, and we'll load very large gas carriers, big LPG ships, in less than a day, which is pretty exciting for us. But we talk a little bit more, and when we started on this endeavor, we talked about getting the molecules to this area. Because if you get the molecules to this area, you can then build on that. It's not just about being long and exporting NGLs. It's about a manufacturing renaissance, and that's what we are building on at Marcus Hook. We think that a propane dehydrogenation facility at Marcus Hook makes a lot of sense. We've got an abundance of a propane resource making its way on a pipe to Marcus Hook, where we can then upgrade those molecules to propylene. There's a current propylene short here, as well as internationally. So here starts the petrochemical build-out, if you will. And this is where we're all aligned in this area. We've got a great manufacturing base. We've got great infrastructure. We've got great assets. We've got great labor. And we can put all that together and really build something special here. We think it's a perfect location for a petrochemical complex. And the start of, again, building out this renaissance. But the Mariner East project, all that is based on that pipeline infrastructure that gets the liquids here. That's the key. You've got to get them here efficiently. I was talking to somebody the other day about how we're going to take 500 trucks off the road to get the product over here. ME2, Mariner East Phase 2, will move 275,000 barrels a day of liquids. You can't efficiently get that here by truck, and rail is difficult. But the pipe is what really is the key to making all this happen. Talking about propylene a little bit, the reason it makes sense is you've got a little bit of a global propylene gap. As more European, and we're advantaged to get ethane to Europe as more European crackers and global crackers switch to lighter feed. You've got less propylene being manufactured. Hence, it's kind of neat that you could have propylene manufactured here from the propane to meet that demand that's now newly created. I throw this up just because I think it's neat. I talk to people about these are all the end products that can be made out of a PDH with propylene. You've got plastics, you've got acrylic fibers, you've got antifreeze, all kinds of everyday products. This is when you start to hit reality. This is what this does for us. But I don't want to just talk about Marcus Hook. Eagle Point was one of our other facilities at Sunoco. It was the former Westville refinery. We've converted it to a terminal, and it's also very well positioned to succeed and to participate, I'll say, in this renaissance in the greater Philadelphia area. It's just 15 miles kind of upriver from Marcus Hook. It's on the New Jersey side, and it's got 1,000 acres. It's got 7 million barrels of above-ground tankage. It's got 2 rail loops. So we have and deep draft dock, just like Marcus Hook. So we've got a really, really good, we've geared this facility more toward refined products and above-ground storage and blending, but it's also well-positioned to bring rail products in and export or further distribute locally. Talk a little bit about shipping, because just to key on some of the port information, we have a little bit of a competition with the Gulf Coast. I have a Gulf Coast facility, so nothing against them, but how advantaged this port is. The common misnomer is Philadelphia and Marcus Hook just can't compete with the Gulf Coast. Well, that's absolutely not true. We're absolutely advantaged to Europe, and we're on par to Asia from anywhere. The other nice thing about this port is it's uncrowded. Yeah, it's not great that we've lost a lot of traffic and we're trying to bring some of that back, but it's an uncrowded port. That leaves a lot of room for opportunity. I'll throw this up just because facts are always great, but when you look at the general port traffic at the Port of Houston and you look at the Port of Philadelphia, you look between vessel delays, fog delays, channel closures, and hurricane events, we are absolutely better positioned up here. This is the place to do this, and that's what's exciting about what we've undertaken and what we can continue to do. So just to sum up, I call our projects, flexible, scalable. We provide flexible optionality to our customers. You can get your liquids to an efficient market. You can distribute locally, regionally, internationally, whatever makes the most sense. That's what we aim to do. We're proud to be here. Sunoco Logistics is proud of our heritage. We're excited for our future, and we're really excited about being part of this energy renaissance. Thank you.
Okay, well, I do stand corrected. This does turn out to be one of the sexiest parts of this entire topic here as our panelists. We do have a few minutes for questions. I'll open the floor. No, that last one will not be on the test.
The last speaker with the talk about Marcus Hook and the possibilities, great possibilities, uses this term natural gas liquids very often in your speech. How does that fit in with the Jones Act requirements about inability to export certain oils and gases?
Sure. Am I on? Okay. Just to differentiate, there's a lot of misnomer, especially in media and print. Natural gas liquids are the same as LPG or liquefied petroleum gas. I'm referring to ethane, propane, butane, natural gasoline, those liquids that are separated out from natural gas or methane in the production stream. LNG, and I get this all the time in the paper and it frustrates us, so I want to clarify. LNG is liquefied natural gas or methane. We don't move natural gas as a state of matter. You can cryogenically chill it and export it. That's what, we built all those LNG import facilities years ago. Now we're turning around and exporting natural gas. We're exporting propane, butane, and ethane, and that is allowed, which is why our project, we've been exporting out of Marcus Hook for a couple of years. We're excited about building out that infrastructure. Hopefully that clears up the question.
Yes, in the middle.
Just along those lines, kind of a similar topic, on one of your slides you showed future growth of like ethane and propane, and in particular ethane significantly increasing, and I was wondering what your catalysts for that are.
I'm sorry, last part of your question? You were
What the catalyst for that growth is going to be.
I'll explain. When you drill for natural gas in a rich or wet area, you get liquids with that natural gas. As it stands, half of that wet barrel, that wet gallon, if you will, is ethane. Half of what's left is propane, roughly. Half of what's left after that is butane. So as just order of magnitude, ethane is half the NGL barrel that's extracted out of the ground. Part of the reason these projects were essential is because ethane doesn't have a lot of homes locally. We're working to change that. A lot of people are working on that. But we had to find, ethane is a building block for plastics manufacturing, and ethylene. So our projects, Mariner West, which piped it to production centers just across the border in Sarnia, as well as Mariner East to Ineos, the vessel owner who had those vessels manufactured, I talked about. Ethane has to find homes. Otherwise, you can't just leave it in the gas stream. If you leave it in the natural gas stream, it spikes the heating value and the BTU value too high for local distribution. So the key to all of this was finding efficient disposition for ethane. And then soon thereafter, the producing community and everybody else up here realized that you got a lot more propane than you counted on as well. That's a good thing. We just have, the key is finding efficient takeaway and efficient distribution for it.
Hank, as a follow-up to that, does that open up or unconstrain the natural gas production too on the?
That's a very good point. If the issue, solving the ethane issue was key to opening up the distribution network, because if you don't solve the ethane issue, then you constrain natural gas production in this area. That's why the first projects focused on ethane and now quickly focus on propane, butane, and other parts of the barrel, and then the manufacturing associated.
Yes, right here.
Hi. To what extent is there competition between petrochemical development on the existing Sunoco logistics footprint and the vacant port properties, or could all of that become developed and sort of interdependent?
I think, just to be clear, were you asking about to what extent is it being developed together or separately?
Yeah, there's been talk from multiple speakers about developing more infrastructure on some of the vacant port properties like Southport, and then also I know Sunoco Logistics has vacant areas at Eagle Point and Marcus Hook. So,
sure. I mean, I'll say as a logistics organization, we're a master limited partnership. We're excited about being part of the petrochemical renaissance. We're developing, and we have tenants on site. We work closely with Braskem. They purchased the propylene assets. Polypropylene business that exists there today. So we're happy to work with others, even on our own property, to build out this renaissance. And we've actually, what I won't get into is a lot of the development efforts that we have behind the scenes involve third parties, third and fourth parties at times, to try to work this renaissance. It's not something we're doing. I think Fernando Musa from Braskem said it well. We're all in this thing together. And we all have a responsibility to work together to make this hub work.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. If you join me in thanking the panel, we'll be moving on. Thanks.
Our seats.
Is there a pen and paper around? I need to.
Oh, I've only got my one.
Here, I have a pen, which I hope will work. And I should have a piece of paper for you.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. I hear you.
Thank you very much. So I hope everybody has enjoyed the presentation so far and found them to be very educational, and we thank everybody who has participated in them and those to participate in the forthcoming sessions. So I'd like, with no more ado, to turn this over to our moderator, Christina George Swartz from Apex. I did learn after we asked Christina to get involved with this program that Governor Wolf had at least taken up a little bit of her time, and she might explain that to us by way of her further introduction. So thank you very much, Christina. Would you?
Thank you. Very honored to be here today. I think this summit is quite timely and relevant. Here in this session, we are actually going to explore the impacts of public policy and the regulatory environments. Michael Krancer, who's partner and chair of the energy industry team at Blank Rome LLP, also former secretary of the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. He'll talk about the impacts to particularly the midstream sector today. We also have James Lucier, Managing Director at Capital Alpha Partners, and he leads the energy, environmental, and tax practice. He'll focus his discussion on Washington, D.C. policies and their impact on energy trade and expansion of infrastructure. And we also have Dr. Joseph Hughes, Dean of the College of Engineering at Drexel University and founding director of the A.J. Drexel Institute for Energy and the Environment. He's actually going to address the new energy skills needed over the next decade and the roles that educational institutions play in building that U.S. East Coast energy hub we all want right here in Philadelphia. This is all near and dear to my heart. I've been a geologist now for many years, and what piqued my interest in geology was actually the energy industry, a curriculum that was introduced in my school in 5th grade, believe it or not. So, and I'm always, working with my clients in reducing the impact of new regulations and policies that come out. So, very excited to be here. We'll get started with Mike.
Well, thanks, Christina. I'm going to stay seated if that's okay. I don't have a presentation, and I'm just going to be a little more folksy and conversational. So I'm also very honored to be here, second time ever in the Fed building, and it's very impressive and has a lot of history, as we all know. Mike Krancer, I'm from the Blank Rome law firm. I used to be secretary of the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection, so I know a little bit about regulations, how they work. I've been on the other side as well, private sector. I've worked for Exelon Corporation for several years, so learned the energy business up front there. One thing, I want to follow up on what Dennis Rochefort said earlier about Houston and Philly and what also Hank Alexander alluded to, competition. You better believe there's a competition between Houston and Philadelphia, the Gulf Coast. And when I say Philadelphia, I'm really meaning the region, this entire region. Obviously, a lot of our facilities aren't even in Philadelphia as such. They're in Delaware County or what have you. I'm a homer. I'm unabashed homer. I grew up here. I bleed Flyers orange and Phillies red and Eagles green, and that's a lot of suffering over the years, believe me, as you all know. But I'm feeling as good as I've ever felt as a southeastern Pennsylvanian, and since I've lived here, since I've been here, which is my entire life, save for 2 years. I'm going to forget the year or two I spent in Cleveland. That doesn't count. I wasn't even conscious then. But I'm going to take it further than what Dennis took it. I think sooner or later, Houston is going to be referred to as the Philadelphia of the Southeast. Mark my words. Mark my words. I said that several years ago as secretary. I believe it to this day. Phil highlighted the reasons why. Some of the other presentations did too. We are here. Location, location, location. We're blessed by being in this location. We've got the best infrastructure, the best educational institutions, and I'm honored to be here with my good friend and neighbor, Joe Hughes, the Dean of Drexel Engineering School, and Drexel's playing an unbelievably huge role in what we're seeing here. Hospitals, healthcare, you name it, we are a sweet spot for people to actually want to be here. And the reverse migration that's happening, when I was secretary, I heard it firsthand from folks in big and small companies who said they had Pennsylvanians who were all over the world that were lining up, filing applications now to come back to Pennsylvania. So the reverse brain drain is occurring. And I wrote an article in Forbes, stole a tagline from a movie and from a real-life drama, Houston, we have a problem. Philadelphia is going to be the next energy hub. And it's so funny. My partners, I have a Houston office, and my partners, I guess they're as homey about Houston as I am about Philadelphia. They were really mad at me, and I mean legitimately mad. And I was kind of new here, back at Blank Rome, and I was feeling like maybe I had done something wrong, but that feeling only lasted for about 10 seconds. In terms of the topic today, and I think this is an important topic, and by the way, part of the truth of what I'm saying to you is the fact that we're having this conference here today. And the fact that we had that Greater Philadelphia Energy Action Team conference here a year ago, 11 months ago, in Philadelphia, that would not have happened here 3-4 years ago. Just not conceivable. Well, it's happening. So this is part of the proof in the pudding of what everybody's talking about in terms of regional energy hub. Now, let's talk about a little bit about the power of government regulation, how it impacts. I mean, it's kind of a topic, if you all are awake and have been and you have a pulse, you probably know the answer to it, and you don't need me to tell you what it is. It was some Supreme Court justice who said in a very famous opinion, the power to tax is the power to destroy. Well, the power of government is the power to destroy, and the power to regulate is the power to destroy. When I was secretary under our stewardship, my mantra was we need to be guided and based on science, not on politics. We tried to do the best job we could to be guided by science and truth as opposed to fear and politics. And I think we had great people at the department, but to be quite honest with you, a Department of Environmental Protection or an EPA or any other of my state counterparts, a DEP attracts folks that are perhaps sometimes more interested in the environment than they are in economic development. I think that I was able to stress to them that it's a balance. It really is a balance. And I made the point one time, and we had a great experience. Turned out to be great. It was pretty nightmarish at the time when the refineries were closing or about to close. And I made a habit, because I'm a man of the people. I visited all my regional offices twice a year, shook hands with everybody, spent the entire day listening to everybody. And I made the point right here in the Southeast. I said, who has a relative here who works at one of the refineries? And a few of the hands would go up. Who has a relative who works in one of the businesses that serves one of the refineries? Well, more hands would go up. Who has a relative here who lives in the area and went to the same schools as a lot of the people who are served by the refineries? And by the time the day is over, or by the time that was over, almost everybody in the room had their hand up. My point was this: this is about your neighbors. This is about their livelihood. This is about your way of life. So focus on the science and keep the other stuff out of it. In terms of I think the most interesting debates were federal versus state regulation. I love those because I was working for a state governor. I am a Civil War reenactor. I fought on the Union side, but that doesn't mean I don't believe in states' rights. I do believe in states' rights. Fracturing was probably the microcosm of that. And I made the case, and I think I made it brilliantly, that historically and legally, the feds intentionally chose to leave to the states the regulation of fracturing. That's what they did. It wasn't some, you'll hear Halliburton exemption. That's really nonsense. You had bipartisan support all through the development of environmental law in the 70s to leave fracturing to the state. And frankly, the state knows what they're doing, the feds don't. And that's a fact. And that's a hard fact and sometimes sounds harsh, but the feds don't know what they're doing when it comes to regulating fracturing. The states do, who've been doing it. So that's not an accident. Pipelines, I got to spend 3 minutes talking about pipelines. The impact of regulation on pipelines, I don't know if Hank is still here, but it's obviously great. And I'll also add to what Hank and Dennis said about the project. The project is partially, it's export, but it's also for home cooking as well. And I mean literally home cooking, because we're delivering propane and things like that to local customers too. So that's the great thing about that project. It's both. It's both domestic and it's international as well. We have the usual suspects, FERC, and I don't say that negatively, by the way. I shouldn't have said it that way. FERC has traditionally been a very sleepy, sort of inside baseball agency. Now they have protesters. Okay, welcome to my world. And those protests, by the way, are not based on any science. They're not based on any rational, logical thought. They're based on this notion that Phil talked about earlier, that anything that progresses the ability to use, access fossil fuels is evil That's terrible. That's like those folks, I don't know, did you all see the football game the other night when they had the repellers come down from the North Carolina stadium and Bank of America is funding this, that, or the other thing? They're evil. I mean, that's the kind of mentality that, as Phil said, that's the fringe. We hope and pray they don't become influential in the government. But I have to say the NGOs today exercise a great deal of influence, and they're better funded than most of the clients I represent. You know, it's ironic. Everybody thinks of big oil, big this, big that, as the big corporate gorilla in the room. Well, as I tell them, the Sierra Club, the NRDC, all those other organizations are better funded than most of my clients are. And by the way, they don't have to tell the truth. They're not bound by the laws of SEC disclosure and compliance. So they are not required to tell the truth by law, and nobody can handcuff them and put them in jail like they can my clients if they don't tell the truth. So it's a little bit of an uneven playing field there. And in the last minute, I think the biggest issue today that drives me crazy, and I've spoken about it a lot, is how these NGOs make law. They do it by going to court. They do it by suing and engaging in these friendly lawsuits with the EPA and resulting in settlements that require states and companies to do things in which the states and the companies were never at the table to talk about before the settlement was reached. This is a rampant practice in America. I believe that it, unfortunately, is constitutional. One person asked me that, but it ought to be changed because it makes very, very poor policy. At the end of the day, we have a choice as Americans. Are we going to develop this resource and take advantage of our domestic blessings, or are we going to do what we've been doing historically, and that is spend billions of dollars projecting our military power into the Middle East for this resource? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike. And now we'll move to James.
Oh my goodness, Michael, you stole my Monday night football story. That never came up in the pre-panel conference calls or in the emails, and now I'll need to come up with something else to fill 9 minutes with, because that's actually one of the critical points I want to address as well. What I will do is talk about three things very briefly with a quick reference to electricity at the end. I'm going to talk about the commodity price cycle and public policy. I'm going to talk about energy exports, not just these natural gas liquids exports we're talking about, but exports of LNG and also crude oil exports. And guess what, folks? It's going to happen. It's inevitable. The Jones Act is really irrelevant to what D.C. is going to do because crude export relief is coming whether you like it or not. And then I'll talk about infrastructure too and the knock-on effect of the Keystone Pipeline, which may seem to be irrelevant to the natural gas you're producing in such great volumes here in Pennsylvania. But in fact, the example of Keystone XL has had a knock-on effect on energy infrastructure across the country, but it's particularly notable here in the Marcellus and the Utica regions where you're trying to move natural gas out to alleviate the glut of supply you have. So I'll talk about the commodity price cycle first, and I just want to put this off the table quickly because it's important to understand. We're in a commodity price environment right now where low oil prices is really the definitive number you need to look at. But as they say, nothing cures low prices like low prices, just as nothing cures high prices like high prices. In the industrial world, when energy producers are planning their investments, they tend to throttle back the more expensive, the more risky, the longer-term activities when prices are low. Subsea oil gets cut back. We're seeing investment in shale production cut back, infrastructure slowing down, etc. What this does mean, of course, is that prices are going to come back when we need the supply in future years that should have been early in the pipeline right now. In the policy world, when prices are low, it's easy to pretend that it doesn't really matter. But the fact is that you need to keep your eye on the ball. You need to keep focusing on any type of commodity production now when prices are low, because sooner or later, probably in 2 to 3 years, they're going to be quite high again. And we'll be discussing crude oil exports. We'll be discussing other infrastructure issues, not in the comfortable low-price environment we're in now, but in a semi-crisis, semi-critical, high price environment. It's inevitable. We've seen this commodity price cycle over and over again. So those of you in the policy community need to remember that time is of the essence. Make haste now. I'll talk briefly about energy exports. This was a scary big idea about 5 years ago. I remember doing work as an energy analyst, counting the number of applications for companies that were proposing to build terminals to import natural gas. For many years, even the energy industry itself assumed that the United States was structurally short on natural gas. And there were 50-plus applications at FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, to build natural gas import terminals. That really turned around dramatically in 2009 when we saw the first applications for export terminals. Washington has two speeds, now and not now, and they just weren't ready to deal with the idea of exporting natural gas in very large volumes. Politicians had it drilled into their minds for decades, certainly since the energy crises of the 1970s, that any type of fossil fuel, whether it be natural gas or oil, was just too precious to lose. They had in their minds visions of this great industrial energy renaissance that some are projecting, certainly the benefits to the local economies, such as what we're seeing right here in the Philadelphia area. So Congress was reluctant to address the export issue. It's not like they opposed exports. They were just in a mode of sheer procrastination. They didn't want to deal with it, and they weren't ready to deal with it. The good news, though, at least on the export front, is that over a period of 2 to 3 years, Congress gradually did get used to the idea of a new natural resource base that, as Phil said earlier, is there to be measured in centuries, not in decades. So over the course of the past few years, D.C. has actually become very congenial to natural gas exports. And I think that the permitting process, which at one point was quite unpredictable and subject to unexplained time lags, is moving very briskly. And at this point, I think that every major LNG project in the queue that has applied for an LNG export permit is going to get one. So that's good news on the LNG export permit front. Washington has appreciated both the economic benefit of natural gas domestically, but also the benefit that comes from our geostrategic role as a world leader having energy to export. Now, on the other hand, I don't think we're going to see many more LNG terminals actually built. My view for years has been that there are going to be 4 or 5 of them max, and probably that 5th will wind up to be a white elephant. There's just too much natural gas coming onto the world market right now to support that many LNG terminals in the U.S. On the crude oil front, we're seeing the same learning curve, but it's accelerated. And at one point, there may have been a serious debate about exporting oil in Congress, but at this point, I think it's the proverbial no-brainer. The Republicans in Congress are basically ready to do it now. They've voted to do this already. They'll probably do it again by the end of the year. The Democrats range in their views, but most of them are open to the idea of crude oil exports, as long as you do something on the renewable energy front as well. So I think that exports, whether you like them or not, are coming. They probably won't come by the end of the year. I have about a 30% odds on that. Having done a big budget deal with President Obama, I don't think that Congress is in the mood to do anything big and new this year. But you should look forward to the next major energy-related bill in 2017 or so. And whether it's a Clinton administration or a Donald Trump administration, it's going to happen. And the Jones Act, I think, is also not going to be politically a factor. You'll need to come up with some sort of waiver or workaround because Congress is going to pass crude oil exports whether there's a Jones Act fix or not. Getting to the point that Mike was beginning to make about energy infrastructure and the takeaway capacity that's so important here, there's this image that the Keystone Pipeline is a pipeline that is categorically different from any other energy project. But the reality is that what we're seeing is across-the-board protests and actually slow movement by state governments blocking takeaway capacity from this Marcellus and Utica area. I could mention all sorts of names, the Mountain Valley Pipeline, the Atlantic Coast Pipeline. We haven't talked about the infamous Constitution Pipeline. But a lot of these pipelines are running into obstacles and very sophisticated and, frankly, sometimes unsophisticated protesters. I would mention that there are actually hunger strikers outside FERC. really petitioning FERC never to permit any more energy infrastructure at all, even if it is a clean natural gas pipeline that is helping take coal-fired power plants off the grid. So I think that we need a mature appreciation that energy infrastructure not only creates jobs, but frankly does make our energy profile cleaner on balance. We really need to do more, I think, to build this infrastructure out expeditiously. I've talked to many clients from around the world. Many of them are envious of the position that the U.S. government has, that here we have natural gas at a quarter the price of other places, electricity quarter, third, half, depending on how you measure it. They wonder, why does the United States not have a comprehensive industrial policy to take advantage of these resources? The answer, of course, is that industrial policy is not our tradition. We have a more free market approach. We have a bubble-up approach. And you do see, just from gatherings like this in the private sector, at the August Philadelphia Fed, many, many groups from the public and private sector are getting together to talk about plans, joint plans coming not from the top, the government planners, but from the community, the users, the producers, et cetera. That's all very positive, but the ability of a free market system to work like this depends on reliable permitting. It depends on getting permits for pipelines in particular in a reasonable amount of time, and certainly not having the example of a pipeline held up for no obvious reason or no stated reason for 7 years. That really makes it much more difficult to work on other types of infrastructure as well. Finally, I'll just touch on electricity. I actually spend much of my time, if not most of my time, on electricity. I encourage you to listen very closely to Eric Bradley from NG, formerly GDF Suez, this afternoon, talking about the challenges before the electric industry today as we move away from our exclusive reliance on central generation plants and try to incorporate both renewable sources, distributed generation, and a much smarter power grid. The good news is that there's an awful lot we can do on this front. There's an awful lot of new technology. The bad news, though, is that it's not free. It does cost money. And one of the more important electricity policy considerations you need here in Pennsylvania, here in the PJM area, is to figure out a capacity pricing model that does adequately and consistently over time reward new generating capacity. So with that, I'll sadly pass on my opportunity to talk about the repelling protest at the Panther Dome, the Bank of America in Charlotte, North Carolina the other day, and turn it back to Christina.
Thank you so much. Joe, we'll get started.
Okay, thank you. I have to admit, Christina, I'm by profession, I'm a professor, which means that I speak for hours and hours.
Understood. I guess you
So
will make your flight.
but I will try. Yes, I have a flight, so I will have to be brief. Mike, I have to tell you, I'm not from Philadelphia. I'm a Midwesterner, and you talked about the Eagles and the Flyers, and you were bemoaning the fact. Well, I'm a Cubs fan. So.
Yeah, but you have a future.
That may be true. Touche. Okay. As I said, I'm a Midwesterner, but I spent much of my professional career in the city of Houston and know very well about what the energy industry can do for an economy and what it means for higher education to meet the needs of the industry. In fact, the reason I moved to Philadelphia was largely based around what I saw in terms of the opportunity to make critical influences in the rebirth of Philadelphia as an energy hub, and maybe more importantly, an advanced manufacturing hub for this country. So it's an honor to be here today, and I will keep my comments relatively brief and look forward to questions and answers. The first topic I was asked to speak about was job creation and what types of jobs would be part of the next 5 to 10 years of the energy industry in this region. And I would tell you that we're already feeling the demand side in higher education. I think many of you may know that Drexel is a co-op school. We do a lot of cooperative education. 95% of my undergraduate students participate in a year and a half of on-the-job experience as they are going through their BS programs. Even when I started 4 years ago, there were very, very few energy industries that were high-demand clients, quote unquote, for our students. Today, of the top 20 co-op employers, 13 are in the energy sector. It's a remarkable, remarkable change. We have a number of corporations that will take as many students as we can give them in terms of co-op. There's a few reasons for this. Obviously, a growing industry, but B, a gentrified industry, and a recognition that a large part of the workforce, at least in the engineering sector, which is what I know best, are not evenly distributed with age. And there's reasons for that, of course, but I think many people that are leaders in the energy industries are recognizing they need to start beefing up the talent in the pipeline in order to be able to meet the needs of decadal industry challenges. Now, if you look very broadly at the labor issues influencing the energy sector, it really, really gets to be complicated. And in some of these areas, I'm better suited than others. But we have a huge labor demand that will come from the growth of this industry. We've heard a lot of talk today about the construction of things like pipelines, LNG facilities, et cetera. Those are all done through labor. And quite frankly, while we do have a strong labor pool in the Mid-Atlantic, there's a chance for this to become overwhelmed, at least with regard to the highly trained labor market that's required for some of these kinds of construction projects. So we can start at the level of labor, which oftentimes is not engaging higher education or maybe the community college system. But still, I think it's a critical factor in workforce development for these are good jobs, by the way, is something that we really have to keep our eye on. Now, there's certainly going to be a need for an increasing number of engineers, qualified engineers. And most people think immediately of chemical engineering, but a lot of the infrastructure that we're talking about today will be put together by mechanical and civil engineers. And we really have to have our eye on the prize for all of those different fields to make sure we have the skilled workforce components. And I'd like to interject something here, and we talk about energy all the time. You can't separate energy and environment. The issues of the environment are going to be just as critical to the development of the energy industry as some of the market drivers. It's the one thing that can really, really be a challenge in terms of the development of this marketplace, and we should be cognizant of that. And so the development of the environmental services industry, I think, is extremely important as well. The types of individuals who can provide the good science and the appropriate design to mitigate the concerns that many people have about this industry and its effect on the environment. And so I put that out there just as something that maybe we can come back and talk about in question and answer. The area where it's very, very hard to predict job requirements or job needs as a result of the growth of energy in this region is in the area of advanced manufacturing. I think we're all trying to understand what types of manufacturing industries will be moving to this region, what types of skill sets that they will need. And I think that's something where I need industry to help inform me to make sure that we're doing the right things to address the issues in manufacturing. That's a very cloudy area in higher education as to what it is specifically we need to educate our students in, although we know it's extremely important. And then in terms of jobs, and I think Mike touched on it very nicely, so I'll be brief. There is a huge multiplier effect on any of the jobs that we're talking about today, whether it's the person who's working at the food truck or whether it's the person who is doing the service industry components of this industry. We're really debating what is the true multiplier effect. For every one job at a refinery, for every one job as an engineer, how many other jobs are created? I don't think we have a good handle on that, but it's something that I think should be talked about because there's a much broader effect than just the jobs that are strictly called energy sector. There's a lot more to it. So I'd like to move on very briefly into the area of higher education. and what higher education's role could be in the energy hub of Philadelphia. Number one, what I've really been speaking about so far is workforce development. We are the educational, and by the way, Philadelphia has so many great universities, and there's a great community college system around this area. But the workforce development component is really, really important, and I think we have an extremely important role to play there. The key for us, I think, in higher education is to avoid living in the ivory castle. It's really easy to get insular in a university, and so, you laugh. But it's at meetings like this, and it's with discussions with people like Mike that make me understand that we've got to make sure that we've got to be relevant. And I think that kind of communication is really, really important, and something that I would clearly embrace, at least representing Drexel. An area that's rarely talked about is the composition of talent at a university that can provide what most people call research, but I would call demonstration and evaluation. There's a lot of questions that surround energy, and particularly energy and environment, with regard to this growing industry. And universities have a unique role to play, and that we can participate in a way that no one can point the finger at us and say they're driven by profit. We have the potential to be brokers of information, creators of information, and disseminators. And there is real value in that, and it's something that we should take advantage of. And then the third thing that I would point to with regard to higher education and the opportunities at the universities in this region is convening. Convening on a university campus is a nonpartisan event. It is a non-controversial event. We like to have demonstrators. It's part of a university. And so the idea of convening at universities, and I think our meeting on the Energy Summit that took place at Drexel almost a year ago, is an example of what can happen on a university campus that is not charged with the concerns of politics or profit. And so I would say to you, if you're looking for a place to be able to talk openly, look to the universities. It's an important role. So in closing, I think that the role of the universities in this region is extremely advantageous. There are great universities in this region. There's tremendous talent that's growing up on those campuses, and we'd like to participate in this development of the energy sector. So thank you.
And very quickly before we get some questions from the audience, Peter did mention the governor's task force, the Pipeline Infrastructure Task Force. And in full disclosure, I am a member. And the goal that we're tasked with is how to responsibly build out the pipeline infrastructure, take advantage of the natural gas here in Pennsylvania, and encourage manufacturing, natural gas use, which of course leads to jobs. The work groups include environmental protection, workforce and economic development, natural gas use. So we've touched on all of those areas, and if you could pick one thing, one recommendation that should come out of this task force to the governor, what would it be here in Pennsylvania?
Mike?
Yeah. How can I be delicate? Well, I guess I won't be. And I was going to mention something of this nature. Building pipelines is a creature of where the demand is, where the access is, all those sorts of things. I wonder whether it could ever really be, and it shouldn't be, the subject of plebiscite and extraneous factors that don't have anything to do with where a pipeline has to go and where it's servicing. I don't really get the function of the Pipeline Advisory Commission, or whatever it's called. I thought it was a very interesting effort. I'm not sure what the goal is. I'm not sure what the end product is. I'm not sure why it was set up. I'm not sure what its charge is. I'm not sure that it's all that transparent in its meetings. But if it involves public discussion, that's fine. That's what it ought to be, public discussion. At the end of the day, and Keystone XL might be the classic example, citing pipelines is not a matter of plebiscite. It's not a matter of kumbaya. Let's get together and see where we can put the pipelines, because that's just not the way the business works. And that's just my personal opinion. I think I don't really have a recommendation other than keep it real.
Well, I'd have a recommendation, and that is get engaged in a very high-profile way. I think that Pennsylvania, having such a wonderful industry here, is very attuned to the economic benefits that the state is getting. States such as New York, perhaps, may need a salutary example from Pennsylvania. So if you've got a safety task force, an environmental task force, other task forces looking at pipelines, well, get in there, attend those meetings, and have a big public discussion so that people know that, number one, this is a top priority, and number two, that we do have a very sound environmental strategy as well as a safety strategy as well as an industrial development strategy. The pipelines tend to be blocked and held up when there's really no engagement from the senior leadership in the government, and who better than the governor himself to not only demonstrate the benefits, but also make it very clear that this is being done in a transparent, prudent way. And that may give you some leverage in getting other states next door, no further names to be recognized, to have them engage in a proactive way too. A lot of the protesting activities we're seeing are activities that take advantage of inertia. The pipeline system is designed to move forward as long as there is consistent attention management paid to the process. If you just allow protests to become friction, if there's never any effort to make the system work reliably and on time, frankly, to get to a no answer when you need a no answer quickly, then the whole thing gets bogged down. So active engagement, transparency, public communication, and the governor's personal time is key, I would think.
Great, thank you. Any comment? Or?
Sure.
Okay.
And I agree with the comments made before me in large part. I think my only recommendation to the governor would be do it right.
Okay.
And I mean that from a variety of different perspectives, but just a couple. One is the economic development perspective, which is really, really critical, obviously, to the future of the region. The environmental perspective, this is long-term infrastructure. It's going to be here for a very, very decades and decades and decades. And so you have to think about how you handle that correctly. And then the third thing is the gas is going to come out of the ground. Whether we have a big pipe to Philadelphia or not, to kind of use Phil Rinaldi's terms, it's going to go somewhere. And we are going to have the reliability of production for decades and decades and decades. And I mean that from the environmental perspective. And if we don't do it right, we'll absorb the environmental responsibilities basically forever without taking care of the needs of our residents. And so I would just tell them one thing: do it right.
Okay. Very good. And from the audience? In the back?
Hailing from Kentucky, I have a deep appreciation for foreign-based systems. Any thoughts on the future of federal policy on putting corn in our gas tanks?
Let me take that one, or at least lead off with that one. And I'll follow up on what Phil said. That policy is insane. Just plain out, flat insane. And it's a lot like military tactics. I was speaking to a former Army guy. I'm a reenactor, Civil War reenactor. It's one of the things I do for fun. And the history of warfare is the same. The tactics are always out of kilter time-wise with the technology. So in the Civil War, we're fighting a war based on Napoleonic tactics with rifles and Gatling guns and things like that, and that's why you saw the casualties. You had tactics based on a kill zone of a very short kill zone, and now we have a kill zone like this. That's why by the end of the war, by the way, that's why everybody's hiding behind rocks, and we have trench warfare that we saw a generation or two later in World War I. That policy is based on antiquated, old-time, outdated policies, don't apply anymore. However, there's a big corn lobby. The good news is, from the time that statute was passed, you could count the oil and gas producing states on maybe 1, 2 hands, maybe. I think the latest count is up past 25. So you've got a lot more senators now that could pay attention to this issue. And I tweet about this all the time. One of the great things I've discovered getting back to real world is Twitter. I love it. It is, and by the way, I tweet more about ice hockey, football, and baseball than I do about energy, but occasionally I'll throw in an energy tweet. And this is one of my pet projects. By the way, it's at Mike Crancer is my handle. And Justin Bieber, you know him? We follow each other. We have a challenge going this week as to who will get more followers this week. So far I'm losing, so I need your help.
I would just really briefly comment. It's never easy to follow Mike. I'm from the great state of Iowa. And unfortunately, in Iowa, we chose to take our corn and feed it to pigs as opposed to doing what you do in Kentucky. But I also know that the corn ethanol production in the Midwest has a huge, huge environmental footprint that is very, very rarely recognized. And the water withdrawals and the water extraction and a number of other issues oftentimes require more energy to produce the ethanol than its value is as a fuel. And while it produces an artificial market for the corn that won't go to the pigs, and I understand the politics of that, it is very hard in most cases to rationalize what we're doing with regard to ethanol and fuel. There may be instances where it does justify itself, but in a number of cases it really doesn't. So that would be my opinion.
I'll just say that the alternative future for light-duty vehicles is electrification.
That's a good point.
Right. We have them right there. Question? Go ahead.
Well, I think there's general agreement here that what this needs is a big publicity campaign. And for a big publicity campaign, you need a slogan. So on a recent visit to the Marcellus area myself, I got the slogan, which is the closer your farm is to the pipeline, the more these companies are willing to pay you in royalties.
Just very briefly, marketing is not my forte, but I know what's gotten in the way probably more than anything with regard to energy development here in Pennsylvania relative to the Gulf Coast. And frack is a 4-letter word. People talk about all of energy, they say, oh, you're talking about fracking. And it has an incredibly pejorative connotation. Although technologically, it's been around for a long time.
Yeah, that's why I don't use that term. I call it fracturing. Fracking is to some of my other Twitter buddies use a vulgarity, but I think it should be called what it is, fracturing. It's not new. But on your point, and let me just take a quick sort of direction on your point. Your point's a good point. And the question I've been asked, because I went to Australia, they're doing their thing with energy as well, at least they're trying. And the question I get is, well, aren't you going to be passed by some of these other countries like Australia, England, Europe, whatever, China? And I say no, we are not going to be passed. And you hit the nail on the head as to why we're not going to be passed. It's the private ownership of our natural resources. That has what has driven the incentivized basis for the energy development revolution we have. That's the reason the United States will never be second to Australia, to anywhere in Europe, to China, to any other place you can think of that has shale plays. And yes, there are competing shale plays, but we are blessed by the system and the values that we have in place that makes it happen in this country, where those things don't happen when the crown owns the resource.
Any other questions? Sure.
My question is you travel to the Marcellus regions, you can actually see physical manifestations of activity in those regions. So whether you live there or whether you're just driving through or whether you own a store or a company or manufacturing facility, you actually see it. Are there physical manifestations going to be occurring, visible physical manifestations occurring in this part of the state that are beyond the pipeline?
Let me take a quick shot at that. As we've heard earlier from Hank and others, Phil, we already have that infrastructure here. We're not building new vestiges out there. And I'd also make the point, and this is a very long and complicated question, and it's a good one. When you think about physical disruption and so forth, if you talk about pipelines, you're talking about probably the most temporary disruption and most efficient in terms of land resources and other consumption for moving any product. Pipelines are dug, they're filled in, and then they're forgotten. To me, it's amazing. I grew up here, and all the furor that I heard in Chester County about some pipeline, I'm scratching my head saying, well, wait a minute. We've had pipelines in Chester County since 1930. And they don't disrupt things. And if you look at energy sources, you also have to factor in, if you look at the efficiency of a wind farm or a solar farm compared to a fossil plant, let's just say natural gas plant, the land to energy produced ratio is something you have to factor in. And wind and solar don't do real well on that equation.
We have a question in the front here.
Question for you. I'm from Canada, and Canada's a place that the Crown owns the resources.
And no offense, I'm a big, my Twitter site says I'm a NHL nut, so no offense there.
That's good, so am I. My question's around public opinion on privately owned resources versus Crown-owned resources. Are you suggesting that because it's privately owned resources, that you'll have public opinion more in favor of development for privately owned resources versus Crown-owned?
No, because it's fascinating. When I was in Australia, you had the competing people, competing interests, the ranchers versus these folks. It's not a public opinion thing. It's purely a matter of economic incentive. And we've talked, the term free market, free enterprise has been bannered about this room many, many times. We like to think, as Phil said, we're free enterprise people, but I think that was Phil. It's really all about the incentive to develop the resource as opposed to any kind of public opinion thing. The public opinion thing is a different issue, and to me it doesn't, those are separate things.
Okay, that's all the time we have. Thank you to all our panelists.
Thank you very, very much. That was very, very interesting and I think clearly put to all of us. Thank you. So our next session, financial impacts of new energy pricing and trade patterns. I'd ask Dom DeGento, my fellow board member, to come up as he is, and I want to particularly thank Dom for his assistance in helping me put this program together today. I greatly appreciate it, Dom. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, get rid of this stuff.
And good morning, everybody. Thank you again for your participation in this event. This event, we've been working on putting this together for probably 15 to 18 months. And it's really always about the speakers and the participants being involved. So we welcome the opportunity to have this dialogue. My name is Dom DeGento. I'm a board member and a volunteer with the GIC. And our next session is going to focus on how new energy sources and low energy prices are impacting energy markets, financial markets, and creating investment opportunity. We're going to talk about a number of different things. For example, what are the risk-return profile of investing in energy? our states and municipalities affected by the abundant energy sources as the economics flow through to the companies and into the tax base. What's an MLP? Why do people invest in those? Why do companies decide to set themselves up under that type of structure? What are the broader economic benefits of the shale revolution? And finally, is policy going to allow for the development of infrastructure in a magnitude which is commensurate with the fantastic growth in the technological development of energy, and will infrastructure match that rate of growth? So we have a terrific panel to address these topics. Rick Daskin is a principal and chief investment officer of RSD Advisors, an investment advisory firm in Brooklyn, New York, which specializes in high-yield investment instruments, including MLPs. John Musso is Executive Vice President and Director of Fixed Income for Cumberland Advisors in Sarasota, an investment advisory firm which has a particular specialty in municipal investment. And Eric Gillia is an Assistant Professor of Finance at the University of Pennsylvania, Wharton School, where he utilizes his expertise as an engineer and in finance to advance the study of energy finance. So what we're going to do this morning is each of Rick and John and Eric are going to make comments for 10 minutes or so, and then we'll open up the floor to your questions. And I think we're going to have Rick go first, if that's okay.
Okay, one thing I did want to add is that I'm a sub-advisor for Cumberland Advisors on MLPs, and I'm here on that basis, although I do have my own RIA as well. One thing is we're getting close to lunch, and I don't want to put anybody to sleep. I don't know how everybody feels, but maybe it'd be a good idea if everybody just stood up for 1 second and stretched a little bit.
Yeah.
Stretch yourself. Get yourself comfortable. Okay. Yeah. All right. I did prepare a PowerPoint presentation. My marketing person, who happens to be here, would tell you that the slides are boring and ugly, so I want to spare you the PowerPoint presentation, but I will use it as a basis of my comments and notes, and I'll take you through a little bit of it. I'm going to try to do it fast so we can spend more time on Q&A, and the other speakers can also have whatever time they need to speak. So I'll go through it really quickly. One of my learning objectives here in talking is to describe and have you understand what an MLP is and how they work. And then maybe I'll get into some of the investment details of it, and then pass on the mic. First of all, an MLP stands for a Master Limited Partnership. They're literally partnerships, and for tax purposes, they're pass-through entities. So there's very little. There are some state and local taxes that they have to pay, but from a federal tax perspective, unlike a corporation that has to pay corporate taxes, an MLP is not liable for taxes at the corporate level. And as a result of that, projects can generate fairly high yields because they do have that tax benefit. There was a broader interpretation of what assets could qualify for MLPs, and back in '86 with tax reform, they narrowed it basically to real estate and energy. The real estate folks basically went on their own way with REITs, and so MLPs, 95 or 98% of MLPs are now energy focused. There are a few legacy people. There's a cemetery. There are some investment partnerships that are MLPs, but 98% or 95% of the assets are energy related. And they're primarily infrastructure or midstream assets. And the reason is pretty logical. People decided they wanted yield, and the infrastructure space is a space that's a little more steady in terms of their revenues. So if you're trying to put together an instrument that provides investors yield on a steady basis, a steady and growing basis, if you have a volatile business, that probably doesn't fit the model very well, even with hedging. We did see that with the upstream producers, and MLPs have run into problems when oil prices drop 50 or 60%. That's not to say that there isn't risk in the space, and I'll try to go through that quickly also. So if you're an investor, what could you expect if you invested in an MLP? Well, the index now yields somewhere between 7 and 8%. And because of the tax structure of MLPs and the fact that they're capital intensive and that you get generous write-offs on things like pipelines and storage and other infrastructure, about, on average, 80% of the money that you get as a distribution, because MLPs don't pay dividends, they technically pay distributions, 80% of that is tax deferred. It's considered a return of capital. I won't go into the hard details of the taxes, but your tax basis goes down. Now, as a planning tool, if you're income-oriented and you want to defer taxes, if you're a somewhat older investor, say over 50, and I am, so I'm not saying anything bad, I'm in that set. If you're over 50 and you want income and you want a growth component, and also, and you got to be careful when you're selling this product, but there's an estate tax benefit also, because when you pass away, there's a step up in your tax basis. So if you're an older investor that wants a generous income payout, and maybe your tax deferral becomes tax exempt when you hit the skids and pass on your assets, it's a great way of shielding your income and passing on the full value of the MLP at date of death. Although, like I said, when you market it, you got to kind of be careful about that. You want to push that death angle, but it is a benefit if you buy it. So now you're faced with an asset that yields right now, because of the sell-off, 7 to 8%, and 80% of that, roughly 80% of that return is, you could call it tax deferred or at least tax benefited in some manner. So that's what makes it attractive. And then again, if you're looking at this space, it's one thing when you look at this space to think about, and people get confused about this, gee, well, energy is really risky in terms of the revenue. Oil prices have dropped. Now, MLPs have suffered a really bad year, but operationally, they haven't done that badly. The expectation is that distributions are going to grow somewhere around anywhere from a low of 3% in the space to maybe 7%. So it's not like you see the headlines that oil companies are, earning 50% less, because it's an infrastructure investment, and what it is mainly moving molecules around from place to place or through time. So what do you mean, moving molecules through time? You're not a time traveler, but if you think about it, when you build a storage facility, if oil prices, the spot oil price is $50 a barrel, and a year from now you can sell it for $65, and you put it in storage and pay the storage fee and the cost of carry, there are a lot of folks right now making money in storage by basically turning today's oil molecule or gas molecule into, a year from now or 2 years from now. So there are various opportunities of making money in this space. And the other way of thinking about this space is, the risks in this space really have to do with things that maybe some folks may not want to talk about, but some folks that push MLPs have talked about them as toll roads. There's a very small subsector of MLPs that I would call toll roads. Most of them have some sort of risk. And think about it, if you're Sunoco Logistics, the fellow was talking up here, he's got customers that are shipping oil or natural gas liquids through his pipes. If they default on the contract, there's a counterparty risk. Another risk that you would see is disruption risk. Everybody's here talking about the Marcellus and the Utica being such wonderful basins, and it was a great development that pushed out the production possibility frontier. Now I'm talking jargon. Sorry, for oil and gas. But what if you were Kinder Morgan back a few years ago and you made the Rex pipeline to ship gas from Colorado to the East Coast? Think about the value of what that pipeline is, and that's a toll road, right? But all of a sudden, the economics of shipping gas from Colorado to, say, the East Coast isn't so great when all of a sudden East Coast gas is so cheap. So things can change. So comparing an MLPs to a toll road isn't quite accurate. It's vaguely accurate. So there are a lot of risk factors in the space, but at the same time, you're investing in infrastructure assets, and the corollary to the Rex pipeline is that has been bought by another company, and they're repurposing the pipeline to move different products to different places, just not necessarily west to east. They're shipping some things from east to west. So I guess I'd actually like to pass the mic over to somebody else so we have more time for questions.
Great,
Go
thank
ahead.
you, Greg.
That's me.
I think that's you. Jill changed that. In my area, which is basically bond investing, and particularly municipal bond investing, the energy landscape and the change in it, affects two ways. Not only the direct impacts when you think about taxation, whether it's at a sales tax level, income tax level, other things, but also the perception, because perception obviously controls so much about markets, and particularly in bond markets. It's the perception of what's to come. And to give you a little framework on this, and part of this is just being old, is if you went back almost 30 years ago, when you saw the price of oil drop from $35 to $10 in the late 1980s, the part that reflected into the bond market was suddenly a much higher degree of risk. So to give you an example, back then, you saw the state of Texas bonds, and you could pick a bond anywhere from the airport bonds to permanent school fund bonds, school district bonds. It really didn't matter. The perception was that Texas was going broke because of the drop in the price of oil. And you had an environment where a high-quality AA Texas bond was yielding you 1% more than the rest of the average AA bond market. That's an incredible gap. In fact, it was such an incredible gap. I was working for Shearson Lehman at the time. They started a Texas bond campaign just to try to counteract that and say, geez Louise, they're giving the bonds away, and it's time for investors to pick it up. As we hit this skid in energy prices, I was, in directing what we do bond-wise, I was a little concerned about the energy states in general, Texas in particular, because we have a lot of Texas debt. And I was privileged enough to hear Monet Yusel last February speak. And the one thing that I walked away from it was the fact that the energy, as its importance to the state's economy, particularly in Texas, is a lot less now than it was 30-some-odd years ago. And from that, it's almost like, remain calm was the watchword I got out of that. And as we go through here, we'll see that on a state and local basis, it's the benefits have outweighed any of the drop-off that we've seen price-wise lately. A little bit, how do they impact state and local governments? Very straightforward. Sales tax affects income, increased receipts, hotel, motel occupancy. And you think about it on a local level, I mean, there's a much bigger multiplier effect when you get into some of these local areas where the shale booms occurred. Income taxes, property taxes, all have picked up in many of these shale and oil-producing states. A few case studies: Arkansas, 5% natural gas severance tax. If you look across the landscape, lots of states have severance taxes that are kind of in that range. Income taxes, the Barnett Shale is incredible help to the state of Texas. Look at something like just a school district in Texas, Crum, pick that out as an example. Property values increased, $180 million over the last few years. Mineral valuations, just bringing up the tax base. So that even with the drop that we've seen in the last year, the benefits that have accrued over the last few years have been enormous. Interesting chart showing exactly that, how oil prices have totally delinked from from sales tax receipts in the last couple of years. So it reinforces, when we saw this, it reinforces what Monet spoke about last year, or earlier this year, I should say. And the fact is that the economy has continued to do well, even with the drop, in the price of oil. And that's been a good comfort from a credit aspect as we try to manage bond portfolios. A little bit about states. Here you have really 4 different charts, and it's a AAA scale for the municipal credits. And we have the GOs of the state of Texas in red, Ohio in green, and Pennsylvania in purple. And you can see they've pretty much have all stayed in line, and it hasn't been a big change. The biggest change has actually been in Pennsylvania, but it's had little to do with the oil or the gas. It has much more to do with the fact that you have a structural deficit they're trying to attack, and you have a governor and a legislature which are at odds and producing really no traction on getting things done. And that's what the bond market reflects. It reflects very little in terms of the actual price of gas and oil. Texas's Standard & Poor's came out with this. The energy sector has insulated Texas from the effects of the national economic downturn as we went through the recession. Recent growth in other areas, the medical industry, technology. Again, it goes back to the fact that Texas is not what it was in the mid-1980s. A little bit on just property values in Texas. You've seen how they've increased. Not only Dallas, Houston, but Austin and San Antonio as well. Alaska, a AAA state, even though they changed the outlook to negative from stable. And I bring you down to that rainy day fund of $45 billion. If things stayed the way, they would be able to pay the expenses for the next 22 years just out of that. So, I mean, the idea that even though we have this lull in energy prices right now, and it may not be going back anytime soon, here's a state which has obviously conservatively run the boon that they have had over the years. A little bit here, I think this goes back to our previous speakers. We can see how the USA has just, it's really changed in the last few years. And this, if you bring it down to my world, state and local governments, this is a very good graph, and it tells you that the things that we've seen in state and local governments coming out of the recession, which is essentially on more or less 22 quarters in a row of rising municipal receipts, so quarter after quarter, is that it probably doesn't stop or go down anytime soon. Just a little bit here on the shale boom. The break-evens, Barnett Shale is going to bring $10 billion to Texas probably over the next decade. North Dakota, which basically has been transformed from a farming state into an energy-producing state. And even some other effects when you think about it. You talk about the fact that here's DFW Airport signing a lease with Chesapeake Energy because of all the shale that's under the airport. So, you've got suddenly a tremendous amount more coverage, potential coverage in your debt service than you thought you would have. Just an extra benefit in terms of being a bondholder. This chart's a little bit tough to see, but these are credit default swaps on some of the different states that are energy producers. And a credit default swap is strictly an agreement between two private parties to guarantee the debt in case something defaulted. And they're in a number of different states. They're not in North Dakota, but they're in the bigger states. And you can see that certainly the credit default swap rates have gone higher as the perception has been that the downturn in energy creates a little more uncertainty. You haven't seen it reflected in the actual prices of bonds and yields, as you saw in the last chart, but you have seen it reflected in the credit default swaps. Not much. Pennsylvania, I would contend that a lot of this rise in credit default swaps is due to the lack of traction between the governor and the legislature and the gap that's there, and less so with energy. Because here's Ohio, where you haven't seen a big uptick, and that huge uptick back in 2014 was really a function of when Detroit went bankrupt and whether there were being any carryover aspects of that into the state. And clearly those have been mitigated partly because of what's gone on with energy. I'm going to answer some more things in Q&A, but the bottom line on it is that from the municipal bond aspect, it's weathering this storm in energy very well, and I think everything that we've seen going forward tells us that from a municipal credit standpoint, it's all still a net positive.
Thank you, John.
All right, so I'm going to be talking about drilling, fracking, and asset pricing, although I guess after the last panel I need to change it to fracturing, so I need to be sensitive to that. But I'm going to have two objectives today. I want to talk about the effect that U.S. shale development has had on asset prices in two respects. Number one, I want to talk about all of the industries outside of energy that have been affected by shale. What are these industries and who's been more or less affected? And then what I want to do is to try to take that information and provide a basis to try to figure out what the overall economic impact of shale oil development has been on the U.S. economy. I think this fits nicely with a lot of what's been discussed in previous panels and by previous speakers because as has been alluded to, it's very difficult to figure out what are the multiplier effects of energy development. And I think through the lens of looking at asset prices, what I'm going to try to show you today is a way that myself and my co-authors have developed of trying to measure these effects, okay, and ultimately get to a high-level dollar figure, which I'll save for the end. Okay, so there are a lot of different graphs and figures that kind of illustrate what's happened with U.S. energy development in shale, and a version of this was shown in the prior presentation. But I think I really like this figure because it's showing U.S. oil production from the date that it peaked in the early 1970s through the mid to late 2000s, okay? And what you see is that up until 2009, really, it was a steady downward trend, okay? And then since then, we've seen it rocket up. And when you talk about the amount of capital that has needed to have been deployed to do this, and how slow things typically move in terms of capital projects, adjusting energy output, this is really at light speed, okay? And so it's truly been an incredible renaissance. And this is kind of one of the underlying things that really got us excited in trying to look at asset prices to measure what is the value of that? What is the value of that to the U.S. economy? Okay. What's interesting too, when thinking about asset prices, you have built-in expectations, and then you have surprises. And what this figure is showing you is it's a smaller version of the prior graph, and it's showing you on the red line both U.S. energy, U.S. oil production, and then the blue lines are forecasts, 24-month forecasts made by the EIA at different points in time. And what you can see is through the time period of 2010, 2011, 2012, and 2013, that basically they were constantly underestimating by, in some cases, really significant amounts. So when you're talking about looking at those 2013 numbers, you're talking about underestimating production by 1 million to 1.5 million barrels a day, which, as we've seen, can have a huge impact on pricing in world markets, okay? And so this is kind of the overall backdrop of kind of what we're studying here. Now, the question is, how do you take this and how do you figure out how this affects different industries and the overall economy? And so what we're going to do is basically look at price responses to shale discovery announcements, okay? And a lot of you that may be familiar with finance and kind of announcement effects, earnings announcement effects, things like that, this is a very similar methodology. Basically, you have a very clean date when the market updates its expectations of what's going to happen, and we're going to use this to back out how different industries are affected, okay? And basically create a portfolio that mimics shale development. I'll get more to that in a second. But so essentially the idea here is we're going to look at when these shale discovery announcements are made, and we're going to look at how all sorts of different industries are affected, right? So certainly industries like oil and gas drilling, business services and engineering services, railroads. These are industries that during these announcement dates, the stock prices changed a lot, upwardly, okay? And then you have industries that may be tangentially related or completely unrelated. So things like software and pharmaceuticals. These are going to be low exposure shale industries, okay? And so ultimately from this, looking at these announcement effects, we can basically back out how your industry exposure affects overall returns over time. And so even for these non-shale industries, these high exposed industries, if there's a 1 standard deviation increase in your exposure, so if you're a railroad, engineering services firm, you're going to have a 3.6% higher average return over the time period of shale development, okay? And if you're a low exposure industry, you're going to have lower returns. And ultimately what we're going to do is we're going to take these industry responses and create a portfolio that's going to proxy for market expectations of shale development over time, right? The idea is essentially that on days when railroads go up relative to software firms, we're going to say that tells us just a little bit of information about how the market is reassessing shale development on these non-shale sectors of the economy. Okay. Okay, so I promise only one equation here, but essentially the idea is we're seeing how stock market prices in the aggregate change relative to the evolution of this, what we call the discovery portfolio, this portfolio where you overweight these high exposure shale industries and underweight these low exposure shale industries. And what you see is that essentially that during the time when shale development has occurred, you see a coefficient there that is positive with a lot of stars, which means it's statistically significant. And then you see under a lot of different prior time periods, basically lower coefficients and really not a lot of statistical explanatory power. Okay, so when you look at the R squared and you include this as a control in your regression, it's significantly increasing the explanatory power of changes in stock prices when you include this shale portfolio. Okay. And so overall, what this allows us to do is we basically can look at this sensitivity to shale and look at what the return to this portfolio is and what the return to the market is. And we find out and calculate that basically shale oil development alone is linked directly to $2.6 trillion in an increase in aggregate stock market value. Okay? So just taking a step back, this accounts for roughly 20 to 25% of the overall stock market increase from the depths of the financial crisis. Okay, so it's had a huge effect on the overall aggregate economy. And the nice thing about looking at asset prices is this is encompassing a lot of things that are really hard to measure, right? These multiplier effects, spillovers into other industries. We basically believe we've figured out a way to quantify this and look at its effect on the overall market by looking at these industries that have high exposure versus low exposure. So some may kind of say, wow, that's a really big number. Does it make sense? It's always kind of nice to do a gut check to see whether kind of a back of the envelope calculation would lead to something different. And so the gut check that we do here is to look at the overall amount of CapEx that's being spent on US shale development. All of this CapEx is going towards labor, land, equipment, and resources. And assume that the proved reserves of shale oil get developed over the next 15 years, which is what the EIA says in terms of how much shale oil we have proved, and discount this at a 10% rate, you actually get a number very close to this 2.6 trillion. Okay, and so I guess in closing, what I'd like to say is that this is something that is very difficult to measure and estimate. For a variety of different reasons that were touched on by prior speakers and panels. And I think asset pricing provides a very interesting and unique lens in trying to measure this effect. And the end result is that, in fact, just looking at the shale oil component, not the shale gas component, this has had a very large effect on the U.S. economy. So I'll hand it off. Thanks for questions.
Nice job. Wanted to open the panel up for questions. Yes, Erin.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. When you're making this assumption, Professor, what prices are you using for oil and natural gas? And also for the other panelists, I wanted to know kind of what your expectation is for oil and gas over the next 2 to 3 years in terms of prices.
Yeah, I didn't get into that in too much detail in my talk, but we do the best we can to abstract from prices. So essentially in the test that I show you, we are also controlling for price effects. And what I mean by that is you might imagine that there are some industries that benefit by supplying shale oil and shale oil development. But there are also some industries that just benefit from having more stable pricing, period, as well as some industries that may just benefit from the increased volumes. And so we tried to abstract from pricing. So these numbers actually are controlling for prices. To the extent you include any price effect, it would be larger. In terms of my own personal view on pricing, I guess, every person you ask will have a slightly different view. I think we're we're at the bottom right now in terms of oil. I think that will recover gradually over the next 24 to 36 months. I think natural gas, it's going to be a much slower haul in terms of when we may see increased pricing.
I'd like to take that question also about pricing, because I have actually a contrarian view, I think, to most of the panelists. I've seen two pieces of research that lead me to believe maybe we're going to see a nice bounce back in oil and, to a lesser extent, natural gas prices. The natural gas futures contract, by the way, is called the Widowmaker, so I hesitate to comment as much on natural gas. But one economist that I follow is Torsten Slok from Deutsche Bank. He's their international economist, and he put out a chart the other day that showed that the average, and you could drive a truck through averages, of course, but the average price decline period for oil is 15 months. And guess what? We're at 15 months right now. I think it's probably going to be a little bit longer than that, but it really wouldn't shock me to see a little bit of a regression up in oil prices. There are some forecasters that are talking about 60. I think I might be a little more aggressive than that. And the main reason I think oil prices are going to bounce back a little faster than most experts think is that unlike in the 80s when there was a huge glut of oil, the market is really only oversupplied by maybe 3 or 4%. And I think the price elasticities are being a little bit underestimated, and that the long-run price elasticity of oil is a little higher than people might expect. The studies I've seen suggest that the long-run price elasticity might be 0.2. So that means if prices fall by 50%, if you have a 0.2 elasticity, you would expect quantity demanded to go up 10%. If that took hold, we'd actually be short of oil. So I think conservatively, I think you could find the market coming into a much better balance by the second half of next year. And I don't believe, based on what I read in all the industry press and everything, that $45 per barrel West Texas Intermediate is a long-run equilibrium clearing price. You could see the banks cutting back lending in this space. You could see, although production hasn't fallen off quite as much as some people expected, shale oil is rolling over. There are a lot fewer rigs, although they are having better luck because of technological advances of squeezing more production out of fewer rigs. But still, shale oil is a relatively short-tailed production process, unlike drilling in the deep ocean and getting a giant field in the deep ocean. Fracking on land is a relatively quick process, but on the other side of that, the oil wells, unless you do more work on them, more tertiary work, the bulk of the oil you get out of a fracked well is 1 year, and it tails off rapidly after that. So all that tells me that I believe that oil prices are going to do better than a lot of folks expect. But that's I wouldn't bet the ranch on that. That's just one man's opinion. But That's where I'm coming.
And I'll just say this, and I'm not anywhere near the energy expert that Rick is, but I do believe in reversion of the mean, and I have seen that time and time again in all sorts of financial markets over the years. It's what makes financial markets fascinating, and you'd be hard pressed to put a bigger damper on natural gas than you have now between the El Nino effect and whatever. So you're saying is that, boy, how any kind of cold snap would change the price box for natural gas from the super depressed levels that there are now. So
Hence the widowmaker.
yes, right.
There was a big hedge fund called Amaranth. I think they, lost $1 gajillion in about a week. Natural gas prices are really hard to predict.
Hey, for Rick and John, MLPs have had a tough go this year in both the equity and the bond market. I guess I'm sort of wondering, what's your view, given you sort of said that crude oil productions start to tail off in the back half of the year here. With the high yields that are out there right now, are these companies going to be able to continue to maintain paying those high distributions? Or are they going to need to rein back in the growth of that, or maybe even cut? And would the investor base accept a shift from a high growth type vehicle to more of a utility type investment going forward?
Can I go first? I look at their metrics, and it's generally speaking, on a case by case, if you're in the infrastructure business in the midstream, you have some price risk, and there is a roughly long term, there's about a 40% to a 50% correlation between energy prices and the performance of MLPs. But if you drill down operationally, even during 08 and 09, which was absolutely the worst environment for MLPs, the space raised distributions, they didn't cut them. But why was 08 and 09 a terrible time for MLPs? First of all, the price of the product they were selling, transporting, basically did the same thing that we're just going through now. Second of all, the capital markets froze. And MLPs, some people mistakenly think they have to pay out all their cash flow. It's not true. It depends on their partnership agreement. But generally, the model is to pay out most of your cash flow. So MLPs are very dependent on the market to raise new capital to do new projects. So the capital markets shutting down in 08 and 09 was basically the disaster scenario for MLPs and one of the worst things that could happen to them. But even through that, they raised their distributions. Now, there are certain areas of the market that are more affected by what's going on than others. One is upstream. There are some MLPs that are actually producers, oil and gas producers. At Cumberland, we don't own any in our portfolios. We had a really small exposure last year, and when shortly after the Saudis announced their change, we dumped them. So those are obvious things. They generally are, those upstream producers are generally people that buy existing stripper wells or existing properties. They hedge their production in the markets, at least about 80%. And sometimes they use tertiary methods to get oil out of the ground. Kinder Morgan has a CO2 business like this. They inject CO2 in their wells, and they have pipelines that supply others and themselves with CO2. So those are more of the E&P kind of businesses in MLPs, but that accounts for maybe 2 or 3% of the market. Most MLPs are, transportation based. And the other area of MLPs that are really badly affected by the price drops are the gatherers and processors of natural gas. They have more basis risk. Sometimes they share, depending on the kind of contract they have. There are contracts called percentage of price or percentage of liquids contracts, where they actually say, we'll process, a gatherer and processor strings lines out to the gas well and then brings it to a fractionation facility that splits up the raw natural gas into methane, ethane, butane, propane, and natural gasoline. And they're paid a fee for doing that. And some of those contracts are based on the percentage of price or the percentage of liquid. And when you drill down and look at those contracts, you see there's actually they have some basis risk to the price of relative prices of the various products, as well as the overall price of natural gas. So those folks that do gathering and processing have been negatively impacted by the price of natural gas. The rest of the space, their exposure varies. There's counterparty risk, and one other thing to mention about recent poor performance of MLPs is that you're buying a partnership. It may trade on an exchange if you're buying an MLP, but make no mistake, a lot of them are thinly traded in their partnerships. So when people panic or get upset because you're tarred with energy and they sell, it's going to have a relatively greater effect. Up until a few years ago, if you totaled the entire sector of MLPs, you wouldn't have the market cap of ExxonMobil. So I think recently, and I should know this off the top of my head, but the market capitalization is a bit more than ExxonMobil now, but it's not so much more. So you're talking about maybe 100 or 120 energy-focused MLPs, and if you total them all together, you're basically got ExxonMobil. So you're talking about, other than the top 4 or 5 partnerships, you're talking about they're relatively small companies compared to the capitalization of others. So that's kind of where you've gotten into that's kind of the effects in the market that we've seen. So I guess I'm talking my book a little bit because I do MLPs, but there are a couple of standard deviations cheap to a lot of financial metrics, and some folks are going to make some pretty good money over the years, I think, if they enter now in some of these spaces. So to make a very long story short, I expect the distributions to go up, which is, if you look at a dividend discount model or a distribution discount model for the MLPs, would belie the fact that they've gone down 25 or 30% this year. You're not going to see the distribution cuts the way you're seeing in the E&P energy companies that actually explore. It's a completely different space. So in terms of operationally, it's much steadier than somebody who's an oil driller or somebody who's a service company like a Halliburton or something. They're much more leveraged to the price and activity. So it actually presents a risk-adjusted opportunity in my view. Okay, I'll be quiet. Sorry.
There's not much I can add. What I will say is this: in the taxable bond universe, where we also manage a fair amount of money, we have very little exposure to corporates, and those that we have an A or better minimum rating anyway. But what you've seen is an erosion, of course, in all the bonds of oil and gas producers, and the spreads have widened out dramatically, to understate it. But if you actually looked at things like a taxable muni bond, which we have about half of our exposure in our taxable bond universe to that, they've hardly widened out at all. And it reminds me very much of what you saw back in 2003 when Enron went under, and suddenly you saw huge widening of corporate spreads, and particularly in the energy area, and yet spreads on taxable munis hardly budge. So it reinforces back again to the muni credit and some of the corporate risk.
Yeah, energy. Actually, that's one of the leading indicators for MLP performance is corporate credit spreads. Back in 08 and 09, it was the entire corporate bond market. This go around, it's been more focused on energy. That seems to have stabilized and maybe even gone back a little bit. But the catalyst, I think, in the space, unfortunately, is going to be very much tied to the price of oil. I think if the market sees oil prices stabilize or go up a little, I think you'll see MLPs do really well. And vice versa, if you saw another crack this winter because the refiners are shutting down and there's a scare because there's more inventory, you could see MLPs go down. There also did seem to be some forced selling at the end of September and early October in the market, related to margin calls for hedge funds and closed-end funds. Okay, sorry. Any other questions?
That'll be the last question.
Okay, thanks.
Just very quickly, Eric, you'd mentioned that you based your model on specific shale announcements. Could you just elaborate on that a little bit? And then the second, just very quickly also, in addition to royalties and property rights, I think cheap financing has also been a key catalyst for development. I'm curious, given that we are entering a tightening cycle, if that should have any impact on the industry.
Yeah. The main announcement, or one of the largest announcements that we use, is this announcement by Pioneer Resources of a Wolfcamp A well in the Permian Basin. And basically, prior to this announcement, people believed that when you drilled into this shale, you would get 2 barrels a day of oil. I think they announced their well's initial production was 1,500 barrels a day. And it revised upwards expectations for the Wolfcamp, which is part of the larger Permian Basin and is the second largest oil field in the world now, behind the Guar in Saudi Arabia. And so just this Wolfcamp A announcement had a huge effect on Pioneer Resources. I think the stock went up over $2 billion in market cap in one day. And that's the day where you see a lot of dispersion in terms of how many of these different industries, how their stock prices change. There are a couple of other ones we've looked at, but that is, from what we could tell, one of the dates where there was kind of one of the biggest revisions in expectations for shale oil development. In terms of financing, I think I would kind of take a step back. I would say financing and private capital markets have been a key component of shale development in the United States, but there are a number of other built-in advantages outside of just private property rights that we've had. So things like a well-developed oilfield services sector, things like having small exploration and production companies that are willing to experiment using different techniques. You know, one of the problems in China when they try to develop shale is that basically there's not a lot of experimentation. They all try to do the same thing, and they can't get to the optimal frac technique for a given formation. And so financing has been an ingredient, but I guess what I would say is that it appears to me as though there's still a significant amount of capital that's available. It just depends on the terms. So there's a lot of restructuring money going into this right now. I have a number of students who have gone to work on those opportunities. I think the nature of the financing will change, but I think capital is still going to flow in.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Wonderful observations all. And what we're going to do now is take a brief hiatus for lunch. I hope we can reconvene at 1:30. 1:30, it's 5 minutes to 1 now. We'll start again at 1:30, and thank you very, very much. Businesses, governments, and universities are coming together to actually
is to add microphone. Yeah, general counsel. We're also going to have some.
Well, Anna's the one who sent this. Okay. But we'll find that email.
If you give me your card, I'll email it to you.
I'll be here for a little bit more.
You did good. Yeah, I think that pretty well. He's going to do a write-up. And then when they do the write-up on it, I want to take that and have it voted in the Yes, I already asked Joe now. It's already ahead of me, because I have certain people that should be involved in certain leaders. Yeah, I'm gonna send it out personally. You'll know from me. You know, it's people like
And so I have your presentation here. So the way this works is this agenda is linked to your presentation.
Yep.
And so for this, we would just hit Control L, and that brings it up. I'll be here to help you in case you need that. I've been running up and putting them up for people, and then this will move things
Clicker.
forward, and then there's a laser if you need it.
Hi.
Okay.
Peter.
So nice to meet you. Thank you very much for coming and doing this.
Great to be here.
Excellent. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, we have a good crowd and a good group.
Yeah.
So far. When did you get here?
We just now.
Oh, wonderful.
Because my train actually got delayed by about 30 minutes. Otherwise, would have been.
Is it raining out still?
No, it's okay right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And Joe has been great at setting things up.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you. Thank you. We think very highly of you. Yes. We have no basis for doing that, but we do. Just kidding. So how are we doing?
Good. I'm just waiting for AV Tech to help me load Carlos's PowerPoint, which I just received.
So basically, I see.
Good to go. So you have to click on your name.
Yep.
And then it will come up.
Yep.
I'll be here to help you.
Wonderful. Okay. It's like a 10-minute presentation for each, I think.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
We'll have a clock running in the back.
Yep.
You can watch for that.
Yep. I'll just put my back here since the next session will be up.
Yeah, I guess it's safe. It's a Federal Reserve Bank. You never know.
Well, there's really nothing in the back.
Oh, they still on my desk? Yeah, it's still on my desk.
Okay.
So make sure you know, just understand. So it's a 10-minute lunch break, right? Sure.
Pardon me?
10-minute lunch break, right? There's also time for this 10-minute lunch break? Oh. We went through all that, okay. Yeah. To make up for the half hour behind? Right, exactly. Does this need a password or anything, or is it just a jump drive? Oh, good, it's only one presentation, so it's easy to find. You're right, though, that is very small.
Yeah, but I was like, I don't know which one to hit.
And who is this?
First one, Honorable Carlos Durán Caballos.
I thought that was important because I sense what you do, you have pretty good.
Nothing I do is hard. I'm smoke and mirrors.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna steal that so I can put it on my computer.
Yeah.
So you don't have to leave it here. So, so this is live too, this thing?
Yes.
No wonder it was being weird earlier. I was like,
Yeah, if you
why?
touch that, it's a scroll pad. So if you click lunch, you'll go back to your thing.
All right, I just want to make sure that we have. Okay, thanks. Okay. I really appreciate it.
Looks like he has to set the loop.
Oh shit.
F5.
F5. I need to remember that. Lunch. Thank you, Dan. That clock is wrong?
No, that clock. 12:30 schedule.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you for moderating.
Tell me how you say, it's a G or G?
No, Giral.
Giral.
So Halifax to Toronto, 17 hours. Halifax to here is 15 hours, is what I'm told. Right?
Please sit down as soon as you can. Greatly appreciate it. We're trying just to keep you 15 minutes over today.
So you have to go around. Of course. I'm Carlos Giral. Tony, nice meeting you. Nice meeting you.
Okay, I think we're going to get started, even though others are filing in at the moment. And our next panel is Energy in the Western Hemisphere, Regional, National, and Global Implications. And we're so pleased to have set the stage and introduce that panel for us with Kavoy Pyron, who is with the Government of Canada. And I'll just mention, I think there was an election in Canada recently. And some folks say, from what I've heard, that, governmentally things may not change, but the folks that, we're hearing from in certain regions in the western part of the country are saying, well, maybe there will be an implication for energy and what the balance is on energy. So thank you very much for introducing this.
Thank you, Peter. I'm sure there will be many implications for energy, but that's probably not for me to discuss at this point in time. As Peter said, my name is Kavoy Pyron, and I'm the Senior Public Affairs Officer at the Canadian Consul General in New York, which has responsibility for Pennsylvania and also has an office here in Philadelphia that is led by my colleague Vince Finn, who I'm not sure is in the room, but he is here, if people would like to be introduced to him. I'm happy to be here today to speak on behalf of our Consul General, John Prado, who sends his regrets for not being able to join us today. This has been already a really informative and very important conference, and I know he wanted to be here, and thanks the GIC for all their work and efforts on this. Energy, obviously, is one of the most critical matters facing Canada, facing the US, and facing the other countries in the Western Hemisphere. And the Consulate General's close relationship with the GIC has mostly been focused on energy. And that's a testament to and a reminder of the vital and dynamic relationship that Canada and the US and Mexico and the other countries in the Western Hemisphere share in the energy sector. Many of you in this room are probably already aware of a lot of key facts between Canada and the US on energy, but for those of you who may not know or who don't mind being reminded, here are a few highlights. Canada is the top supplier of all types of energy to the US. That includes crude oil. Canada is responsible for over 40% of US imports, and Canada currently supplies more oil to the US than all of the OPEC nations combined. We are your largest provider of natural gas, although these days Canada is also an increasing receiver of natural gas from the United States, with the province of Ontario among the jurisdictions that are taking on gas exports from the Marcellus Shale here in Pennsylvania. The energy infrastructure of North America is highly integrated for both oil and gas in terms of pipelines, railroads, and so on, and we've heard a lot about that today. And it's also highly integrated for electricity through our shared grids and transmission networks. This is particularly important as it allows Canada to serve as your biggest supplier of clean, non-emitting power from hydro, other renewables, and nuclear power. Almost 80% of Canada's own power generation is non-emitting. Canada, your largest and most reliable energy partner and neighbor, is a world energy leader. And given our blessings of a multitude of resources, we look forward to continuing to work with the US, with Pennsylvania, with Mexico and our other Western Hemisphere partners to bring the economic benefits of the energy revolution and to continue to protect our climate and environment. I think Phil Rinaldi mentioned this before, and anybody here who knows John Prado knows that he is very invested and very supportive of the idea of Philadelphia becoming an energy hub, and that was one of the reasons that the consulate wanted to support this conference today. I think our partnerships are only going to be enhanced by these kind of conversations, and I'm looking forward to hearing from our panel, which will be talking about, I think with a more of a focus on North American energy infrastructure, partnerships, and the relationship. So it's my pleasure now to turn things over to the moderator, Philippa Dunn. Thank you.
Thank you, Kavoy. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for attending. And I think I'll just turn this right over to the Honorable Charles Grillo. Goodbye.
Thank you. Okay, what is the point?
Right.
All right. Buenas tardes. So that's a good sign. Thank you. My presentation today have two goals: to talk briefly about the Mexican economy and to talk about the reform that we did. Did I push the wrong button?
It's making a liar out of me.
All right.
I'm going to ask my AV technician to give me
So,
a hand.
at least it was not me.
No. Maybe this one. There we go.
Okay.
If you want to use
Okay.
this
All right. I can live with the arrow. Thank you.
arrow. Okay, can you go with the arrow?
Thank you. As this slide says, the Mexican government had two priorities during this year and the following years. First, we want to keep our fiscal discipline intact and also to move ahead with the set of 11 reforms that we did in recent years. Mexico, as is now commonplace, is known as an emerging economy that have a good position in the international arena. In 2015, we expect to grow around 2.6, a little bit more, a little bit less. Our current account deficit is low in comparison with other emergency economies, our deficit. And we have a very good position in terms of reserves. One of the things that in the 80s, I was talking to some members of the audience, in the 80s we have a tremendous crisis. Now, on this day, Mexico have $175 billion in cash in our pocket, and also we have a credit line with the International Monetary Fund for another 70 billion, which gives us $245 billion to contain any instabilities in the international markets. Our inflation is also low, around 2.7, 2.5. We have also a floating exchange rate that keeps us protected from the lack of flexibility when you deal with international markets between the Mexican peso and other markets. And as I said, fiscal discipline is the name of the game. We are aiming that in 2017 we will have a deficit of just 1% from the gross domestic product. And the energy reform that we just passed, which is the most comprehensive reform in the energy field in Mexico, will help us to bring up half a point or a point of extra growth in our gross domestic product. As I said, we have a package, a very comprehensive package of 10 reforms. We're going to just to concentrate, I'm going to pass a few of these fast. We're going to concentrate in the energy reform of Mexico. And these are, in this slide, you have some of the political and economical goal of the reform. Is, of course, have a social component too. But the point that I want to stress is that for the first time since 1938, the Mexican energy sector will allow private investment in the oil, gas, and electricity. And this may not be new for you in Canada or Mexico, in the United States or in Canada, but in Mexico is pretty new and pretty advanced. You have to realize that in 1938, we nationalized the oil industry, and for almost 3 generations, the oil industry, to touch the oil industry was a major political taboo. President Peña Nieto was capable to put a negotiating team, and to the surprise of many people, we were able to pass a constitutional reform that was support for the 3 major political parties in Mexico: center-right, center-center, and center-left, unheard since 1938. So this is a major change for us. And it means that also we're going to be able to invest private money in transformation, transportation, storage, distribution, and commercialization of hydrocarbons. This is also a new institutional environment that have different regulatory bodies. I'm not going to stop too much there. But this is also very important. How are we going to proceed with this? The oil, by constitutional mandate, is still part of the nation. But there will be 2 forms in which we will move ahead in exploration, for example. We will have entitlements, basically to the state-owned enterprises. I will talk about that in a second. And contracts. We will be able to accept national and foreign investors through the contracts, exploration contracts, exploitation contracts. That will be something pretty new for us. And here's the explanation between the entitlements and the contracts. I'm not going to detain too much. Important, Pemex, which is our former national monopoly on petroleum, and the CFE, which stands for Federal Commission on Electricity, will become now state-owned productive enterprises. It may sound like, well, is it still owned by the government? Yes, but the regulatory changes are very important, because for the first time, these 2 entities won't work like a hand or a leg of the federal government, and they will start behaving like a real enterprises, and they will compete like real enterprises. It's again, it's coming from a total monopoly operated with sometimes political goals. The new composition of Pemex and the Federal Commission on Electricity is going to be far more advanced, far more productive, and better managed. And there will be regulations on security and environment. We have a new National Agency for Industrial Security and Environmental Protection that will take care of this part. And also we will have rules on transparency and accountability. There are different entities of the federal government that will work together to make sure that the way we do things are clear and transparent. For example, all state-owned productive enterprises will publish their information according to the Mexican Stock Market Act. So, in terms of the two ways in which we're going to open the market, which is already happening, I would like to point out about the fact that exploration and extraction contracts will have three varieties. Those dedicated to the state-owned productive enterprises, mainly Pemex. Also, Pemex or state-owned productive enterprises can and will be associated with private companies. And finally, we will have also only private companies doing that. You have to bid, like Pemex or a joint venture with Pemex will do, but then again, this is, as I say, new for us. Now, in terms of gas, these are the goals for the new natural gas business model. And we have new rules. Don't be misled by the fact that we have a centralized planning authorized by the Ministry of Energy, because what I want to show is this slide. You see, on the left part, I don't have the pointer, on the left part of the slide, you have our own, the entities owned by the state, like Pemex, but also the private sector working in the production of natural gas. The distribution and the transportation will be coordinated by Senagas, which is a new entity, because we want to have a national, we want this to be a national project that help us to develop and help us to grow. So we don't have issues of why the pie didn't reach the port or why we didn't work together, two companies. So that part is going to be handled by this entity. But again, the idea is that at the beginning of the process and at the end of the process, the consumer's end, you will have private entities and the state-owned entities working on and competing. And the idea is also that competition will help us to have a better market. Electricity. We also have clearly stated after the constitutional change that we will have three models: independent generation, cogeneration, or contracted by the Federal Commission on Electricity. And of course, we will try to do as much as we can to take care of our environment, because we don't want these changes to become an open door for polluting our soil, our land. We already have some issues in certain parts. We are working to fix these problems from the past, and the idea is that we will be doing our best to proceed, but to proceed with caution in terms of the environment. And geothermal energy also will be part of our goals. In this slide, I'm running out of time? Okay. Quickly. You see the private sector, the columns on to the right, could invest up to $81 billion in the following years. And here are some of the fields that we're going to develop in the round one. This is the slide where we have the small country is what we have right now, and the big one is what we want to have in a couple, 2-3 years of new pipes and new infrastructure to transport gas within Mexico. And these are the requirements in power sector, and there is a lot of opportunities there. So I feel that we're going to have many opportunities in Mexico in the energy field, and I hope that you will be enticed to think in Mexico. Here are my contact information. I also put the Gabriel Heller Green, which is the real expert. I'm borrowing his ideas and his slides. So if you have a question that I can answer, it's me. If it's not, call Gabriel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now hear from Ray Ritzie of the Canadian Maritimes Energy Association.
Great. Thank you. Forwards and backwards. It's working. The pointer's not working. Hi, good afternoon. So my name is Ray Ritzie, and I'm from Halifax, Nova Scotia. And just before I get into, I have 8 slides here speaking on 5 topics. I thought I would just mention 2 things. 3 things. Kavoy, thank you very much for inviting me here and to the Global Interdependence Center. Thanks for having me. I'm from Canada, I'm from Halifax, and a delegate in the audience asked what the significance of this poppy, it's a poppy actually, in my shoulder is. And for those that don't know, the UK, Commonwealth countries all celebrate those soldiers that have fallen in war on Remembrance Day, and in Canada it's next Wednesday across the whole Commonwealth. And basically the significance of this is we wear this normally from the 1st of November to the 11th at noon, so, or 11. So that's the significance of this poppy. And for those that don't know where Halifax is, maybe those that do follow hockey know Sidney Crosby is from a community within Halifax. He lives about 10 minutes actually from where I live. And what's interesting is Sidney was the #1 draft pick in the NHL, as was Nathan McKinnon, who now plays for Colorado. So 2 #1 draft picks in the NHL coming from Halifax. So in addition, and I'll tell you, I think from the significance for the energy hub perspective in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, the importance of Halifax is we're a customer. We are actually utilizing Marcellus-produced shale gas 1,000 miles east of here. We're probably, I'm thinking, probably one of the furthest markets that gas from Marcellus is now being utilized. That never happened up until probably less than 2 years ago. Prior to that, all gas was flowing basically east to west from Canada. So I'm going to give you some perspectives really based on some of the commentary that I heard this morning, which was very informative, and I hope I leave you with some thoughts. These are the 5 topics, and I'm going to get to them right now. The first one, this is where Nova Scotia is, and one of the main transformations that's underway in the region is the utilization of non-renewable energy in the province. So province like a state, we were predominantly utilized coal production. Coal production is moving away, and it's now being utilizing renewable sources, both hydro and wind. This project, which is now underway, moving hydroelectric energy from Newfoundland through to Nova Scotia, will add between 500 and 800 megawatts of new hydroelectricity in the market. It's not for Nova Scotia. Most of that energy is intended to find its way down into New England. But that's a $5 billion project. It will be completed, will be in service. It's now 2018, even though the slides say 2017. So here's Nova Scotia. One of the interesting parts in Nova Scotia, we've got politics is always interesting. Offshore Nova Scotia and Atlantic Canada, we actually have drilling underway. The west coast of Canada in BC does not allow drilling. The west coast of Canada allows hydraulic fracturing to be utilized in the production of petroleum resources. In the east coast of Canada, hydraulic fracturing is not allowed. I'll talk about that in a bit. We have 2 programs underway. Shell is actually drilling, started their drilling program a week ago, and they've got a 7-well program that's underway right now. And BP is going to follow with a similar type program in 2017. U.S. shale supply is a game changer. And as I mentioned, we're probably your furthermost eastern market. Today, the domestic production, domestic consumption in Nova Scotia is about 200 million a day. That was previously all provided from our coast off of Sable Island. And now upwards of 100 million a day is provided out of the Marcellus region. I expect that will be 200 million a day or greater in the next 2 or 3 years as Sable Island reserves are coming offline. What's interesting of this is looking at how the production flows of energy has moved. Traditionally, Canada was all fed by the Western Canadian Sedimentary Basin, primarily in Alberta, and gas flowed utilizing the Trans-Canada Pipelines, series of pipelines, and I used to work there, so I have pretty good comfort in that world. It used to move basically west to east, with most of the markets being primarily in Ontario, just north of here. What's happened with the Marcellus Shale, Marcellus Shale, which is noted there, which I can't point to, that has caused a significant redundancy in some of the pipeline capacity on Trans-Canada pipelines. So what's now being proposed is the conversion of Trans-Canada's, one of its main lines from Western Canada all the way to Ontario, to convert that line to move oil from west to east because it's finding it difficult to move south. So it's moving west to east, and there'll be incremental pipelines taking that to markets both in Canada and to Europe. And right now, it'll be interesting to see with the new government how they move forward with that project, which they are supportive of. Interesting in Nova Scotia, we do have 5 projects to look at moving LNG, and it's primarily to European markets. The source of that gas supply, in my estimation, has to be Marcellus Shale. The benefit of a Nova Scotia location is primarily excess pipeline capacity that's available to be utilized. The expansion of right-of-ways should additional pipeline infrastructure be required, and I'll call it public acceptance in the marketplace that largely would be supportive of a large industrial project, some of which in other markets, both in Canada and the US, it's not easy to obtain. In Eastern Canada, it does have the support of its community, depending on the project. So this, again, shows some of the potential movement of product. And again, I'd say that the most logical market for LNG, should one of those projects move forward, it would be the EU. And the last one that I sort of just wanted to highlight, Eastern Canada has a series of investor-owned utilities and also government-owned utilities. Two investor-owned utilities are starting to become more known in the eastern U.S., maybe the southern U.S. One of them is Fortis, which owns a utility in New York, and most recently Emera, who's based in my home of Halifax, has a potential acquisition in TECO, and TECO owns assets in Florida, both Peoples Gas, Tampa Electric, and they also own New Mexico Gas. What's interesting to me is the reason why I believe that potential acquisition is just not concluded at the moment. I think the reason why it came about, Emera was a relatively small utility, and in order for it to grow and it to grow its shareholder value, it had to look at other markets. It went down into the Caribbean, purchased a couple of Caribbean utilities there, and looked north to learn what was going on in the energy market. And they saw great strategic significance in potentially seeing an acquisition of TECO and in Florida. And I think you're going to see more of that, both from Canadian and U.S. utilities. Lastly, direction from, we have a new federal government. Liberal government actually went into office yesterday, and its new cabinet was appointed. It's a Liberal government, so close to the Democrats in the U.S., but I think actually they're more right than they are left. At least that's what I believe. The two significant challenges that they have, one is from an economy perspective. The Canadian economy is not working as well as the U.S. economy, and the Canadian economy is dependent on its resource sector, and so it needs to find solutions to that resource sector. And in the energy space, it's one of finding ways to move its products to new markets. So whether it's Asia, Europe, increased use into the U.S., or potentially even through the north, I think all of those will be in play in some manner. What's interesting in Canada, for those that don't know, the province of British Columbia actually taxes carbon. It's worked well for them. I think it's been in place for 2+ years. They are very bullish on seeing the results of that carbon tax. The provinces of Ontario and Quebec also put a cap and trade system in place, similar to California. So I expect that this new government, they will be there at the COP21 session in Paris at the end of the month. I think you're going to hear something on that environment. First Nations is another significant issue for Canadian companies and the government of Canada, and that's very different than in the U.S., and I expect that you'll see this new government in Canada try to manage and mirror up all three of those aspects. So with that, I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Very much. And then Anthony, if you could please take the podium.
Well, thank you very much for having me here today. And it's kind of homecoming for me because I actually studied and taught at Penn. And so Philadelphia is a place that I call home, and I still call home because I come here very frequently. And today's topic, I think, really concerns about a major part of that happens in Pennsylvania, of course, the Marcellus and Utica Shale being one of the biggest gas fields. But let me talk about the truly regional, national, and global implication of the energy revolution. And the title of my presentation is called The War of Attrition. War of attrition not only on the supply side, globally, but also on infrastructure. Because one of the key things that people talked about in this energy revolution and increase in oil and gas production is, what's the barrier of getting that energy out? In our minds, at least on the infrastructure side, a lot of things happen or in the process of being solved. In fact, what's happening is, just like a typical boom-bust cycle in commodity markets, we might have a severe overbuild. So we know that This is a very familiar graph to many of you where are the shale plays within North America, almost literally everywhere, changing where producing region and consuming region, the definition of it, substantially. And to give you a statistic, right? US liquids production, which most people consider within the oil balance, global oil balance, US is the largest liquids producer in the world. More than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia, when you combine crude oil and natural gas liquids and biofuels. It's tremendous production, so there's lots of pipelines being built, lots. So connecting anywhere you can think of, from Canada down to the US, some of the gas pipelines go to Mexico, and then pipelines go from east to west to east, and a whole bunch, right? And then we are also using lots of rail terminals, even transporting crude on rail. But then here is what's going on. There's been so much built that we have overbuilt. That you have lots of rail terminals being constructed, but if you look at rail on the rail side, if coal is being under threat because of low natural gas prices, and because of environmental policies, so coal volume will go down. On the oil side, more pipes, and because of low prices in oil, so you're slowing down some of the production and you're using less rail as well. So the previous projection, because typically when you talk about investment, they look at projection out there and look at, we should be building a lot of infrastructure, but it turns out that we actually don't need as much. So there's always this boom-bust cycle. And what's really going on is, I would say that the world is the before shale era, and there's the after shale era. So 3 really momentous things happen. One is, of course, turning the notion of energy dependence for foreign oil into the notion of energy independence for North America. Second is the end of OPEC. Third is, of course, goodbye, effectively, $100 oil. So this is the before and after shale era. And when we look at the long-term oil price, what we think is that if you look at the cost curve, which with the dotted line, that one is 2014 cost curve, when we look out to 2020. But because of so much oil being produced and the market's flooded, so therefore capital expenditure have been cut, and because of the overproduction of the commodities, so commodity prices are also cut in a lot of different places. Iron ore price cut, steel price cut, a lot of price cut. So therefore you have a lowering of this cost curve. So long-term oil price, before we might think that it might be $80 per barrel, now it might be closer to $60 per barrel. And some in the market even expect long-term oil price to be $50 per barrel. And that's a dramatic change from just a year ago when we have $100 oil. But when we think about this before and after shale era, and US producing so much of this liquids, so you need to export that because there's a big glut in the country. Certainly export policy is very important, and we think that that might be something that could happen. Either it might even be a swap with oil export with the wind production tax credit, PTC. It might be one of the ways of resolving that legislative deadlock. But another part is more about fundamentally. When we talk about oil export, what's actually being exported? It's actually condensate and some of the so-called natural gas liquids. And this is something that a lot of people don't really pay attention about. But when you talk to physical players, that's the key part. In fact, lots of infrastructure, again, is being built to get a lot of this so-called condensate and natural gas liquids out of the country. Why is that? Because US tend to produce light oil, very light oil. But then refining system want heavier oil. So there's a surplus of imbalance of oil, heavy and light. So we want to export more light, a lot of it condensate. So if you export that and then eventually affect the global market, about global petrochemicals will be affected and global gasoline will be affected. But again, what's happened is that the physical players saw that, and there's also overbuilt. So if you look at these 2 graphs, the left-hand graph shows you the exports of propane butane, what we call LPGs. So in your summer barbecue, you use propane. You may not notice our prices didn't really drop this year, but in Canada, propane prices went to negative prices. So actually, they should give you the propane. So if you actually have some, some stake in distributing propane, you might be making fat margin this year. Invite us all to dinner afterwards. But then, you have this on left-hand side, you have tremendous increase in this export of so-called LPG, propane and butane. But then if you look at on the right-hand side, those are capacity of exports. What we need is actually maybe 1 million barrels a day, or maybe slightly bigger than that, but not 1.8 million barrels a day that's projected by 2018. Again, tremendous overbuild in the infrastructure. So when we talk about the friction, getting the energy from North America, from the US out to the world, at least on the infrastructure side in some of the hydrocarbon markets, is not as big a problem. And then there's, of course, on the gas side concerning Pennsylvania. On the left-hand graph is production in the Marcellus and Utica shale in Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Ohio. It went from almost minimal levels to now basically closer to 20 billion cubic feet per day. And to give you again a perspective, now if this region is a country, is now the third largest natural gas producing country behind US and Russia in just 5 short years. So of course, lots of pipes being proposed and built. So that's on the right-hand side of the graph. And then if you look at some of the sort of Northeast producer presentation, they really tout that they have lots of pipes being built. But when you look at how much they can produce and how much a country can take, again, there's an overbuild of pipes, lots of overbuilds. So again, you have this boom-bust cycle. You need a lot of infrastructure, and then there's overbuild. In addition to the fact that you have a tremendous production increase, driving prices down, leading to a war of attrition where spelling the end of OPEC on the oil side, on the natural gas liquids and LPG side, you're changing the global pricing mechanism, where in the past Saudi Arabia effectively dictate what the selling price would be for these sort of crucial liquids for industrial uses, and even natural gas. Natural gas, if you look at the impact of Marcellus shale, prices in 2008 of natural gas averaged $8 per MMBTU. Now, in some places in Marcellus, Utica, less than $1, and they're still producing. Now, we are not saying that longer-term natural gas prices would be less than $1. And if you want to sort of have a more sort of understanding of the impact or the relative price to oil, a $1 per MMBTU natural gas is $6 per barrel oil on energy equivalent basis. 6. Versus long-term price might be $60 per barrel of oil. That's a lot of gas, and they can produce at a very low cost. Not at $1 for a long, sustained period of time. We think the longer-term U.S. natural gas price will not be that low. But that, again, spelled a war of attrition in that producers, even within the U.S., some might actually go under, some would flourish, right, in a different environment. Then there's a global gas side, where you see that the gray arrows were the historical trade patterns of natural gas. The yellow ones are the new ones. And it's also going to remake global LNG prices. Again, there's an overbuild of LNG projects. Because just 5 years ago, because it takes a long time to build LNG facilities, a lot of facilities, liquefaction facilities coming online, but then there's an overbuild. So we think that the oversupply in LNG might last for 5, 7, or even 10 years. It's substantial period of time. And the price of global LNG, right now, just a month ago, was $6.50. A year or so ago, it was $15. I think that really sums it up. If you look at several aspects, one, pricing, tremendous drop. Second, spelling the end of OPEC, and also spelling the end of the oil price indexation of LNG. So effectively, you're pricing Apple's price on orange fundamentals. So Apple's price is based on orange prices. And third is really this war of attrition, not only production side, but also infrastructure side. Thanks very much.
So we'll open it up for questions.
This is on Maritime's LNG. So I was wondering if you had a comment on the DOE's decision to have a natural interest determination for LNG terminals shipping U.S. gas to non-free trade countries.
So obviously, that's one of the impediments that is going to be faced. There's two impediments that are going on right now, being able to line up supply, and supply would in fact recognize some of the constraints put on certain propositions to moving gas to non-EU trading countries. So obviously that's an obstacle that has to be dealt with. And the other side is the demand side of the equation, lining up the customer piece. I actually think, for the most part, the pipeline piece can be managed once you get those other two critical pieces in place. But it's an impediment for something to happen in the short term.
Any other questions?
I'd just like to provide a comment that to a question that Tony had raised on propane prices. In the domestic market in Eastern Canada, for those that follow pricing, and I've been in the pricing business for a long time, propane prices are at the burner tip are 40% cheaper than delivered natural gas prices in our market, which I've never seen that before.
So you were talking a little bit about renewables in your country. Do you want to elaborate on that a little bit? I mean, just in terms of percentages, what you're looking for going forward?
Sure. I don't have the figures with me right now, but I can tell you that we are, in recent years, we're investing in wind energy, and we are trying to explore geothermal energy. But I want to also mention something that I left out for times of reason. We have been discussing the abundance of natural resources in Canada, the US, and Mexico. We are so blessed that we have this. We didn't mention the North America Free Trade Agreement, but in fact, in many other sectors, our three economies are working together. Now in Mexico, we consider that the cars that we assemble in Mexico are North American cars because certain pieces of the car have crossed the border between Mexico, Canada, and the United States several times and have components from the three countries. Why I mention this? Because we have also a tremendous advantage when we compare with other regions of the world. We have our needs for the foreseeable future covered in terms of energy. And this should give us the tool to the three nations, if we work together, to better cooperate and also to get competitive advantages in other markets and in other products. Something that we definitely hope that is going to be explored for our governments in the future.
Thank you. So, Tony, you're talking about overbuild of the infrastructure. You don't hear about that often. Could you elaborate on that a little bit more, maybe put it in perspective in terms of the consensus view on that?
Sure. So I think what we have
Email you.
because I think we have seen, I'm not licensed to talk about stocks, but you can look at sector. The MLP sector basically have seen the valuation come down quite a bit because one of the big fears is that what's the volume growth needed to fuel the MLP sector. If you look at how much they're banking on some production growth, so U.S. production growth, people are looking at maybe 700,000 barrels a day to 1 million barrels a day of crude oil production growth year after year in the next 4 to 5 years. That was the expectation last year. Right now, we might actually see production declining next year, in the future only growing ever slowly, right? So of course, the expectation becomes much different, right? And on the sort of LPG sort of export side, again, one of my graphs shows that we have about 1.8 million barrels that have capacity about to come online in 2018, but then we might only need about 2/3 of that for the global market. The global market may not be able to absorb all the LPG. On the natural gas side, on two fronts, pipelines out of the U.S. Northeast, out of Marcellus and Utica. If you look at producers, they talk about they have 20 billion cubic feet a day of capacity going forward. But do we need that? Can they produce that much? It may not be, because if you look at production growth, they might only need half that, for example, by a certain period of time. So there's overbuilt, and then there's LNG, which requires some projects 20, 30, 40, 50 billion dollars to build. And the world is actually oversupplied by as potentially 10% by 2020. So there's a substantial overbuild right now, because I think it's a classic boom-bust cycle within the commodity sector.
Yeah, this is directed at Ray. First of all, you're in the really wrong place to be taking any positive credit for being from the birthplace of Sidney Crosby.
Yeah, I know that.
You missed that by about 300 miles to the east. You mentioned a tax on carbon in one province, cap and trade in the other province, and I'm curious how does that tax operate versus cap and trade? And we have in this country, in this region, not in Pennsylvania, but RGGI, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, a very active and long-term running cap and trade program. And I put this in the context of the Clean Power Plan, which the Obama administration has come out on. And I swim a little bit upstream on this for some of my colleagues, that I think that there's a great opportunity for economic expansion from a cap and trade program, being that it's market-based. But I identify it as a cap and trade program, and I stay away from calling it a tax. I'm curious what it is in Canada that's a tax versus the cap and trade.
So the cap and trade, as I understand it, it's not in place yet. I'll call it a memorandum of understanding between the two of the largest provinces in Canada, Ontario and Quebec. They're following a similar model that is in place in California, which I think would be the typical American model, but it's not been put in place. In the province of British Columbia, it's not a cap and trade system. It's just a straight tax that they levied on carbon-based products, and they instituted, I think it's about 2 years ago, and it's equivalent to, I think it's $10. And what's interesting over that 2 years, I'll call it all the stakeholders that were against a straight-up tax expected that there would be an economic downturn. And what's happened in the province of British Columbia, it's probably the only province today in Canada that has a positive GDP, and largely the tax has been a boost overall to the overall economy, which has got, I think, other stakeholders rethinking their position on the tax. Whether the level of the tax, time will tell whether or not it's too much or too little.
Thank you. In the back, okay.
Hello, I had a question for Anthony about his views on the potential long-term winners and losers in global gas supply. Given that the market is overbuilt now, a lot of people think that the door has closed for new projects, perhaps those in Canada, perhaps some in Texas. If the market rebalances, as I think you said, in 5 or 6 years, are there areas that would have a head start in resuming production? Or do you think that some areas that have not really gotten into the global LNG market have that opportunity precluded because the new demand is simply not going to be strong enough to support new LNG terminals in places that don't have adequate infrastructure to support them yet?
I think your last point is actually critical on whether there'll be strong enough new demand. Because if you look at the world's energy system, there's a big push for renewables, but coal is also very cheap, right? And so gas is really mostly a non-transportation fuel. So oil is still on that side, on the transportation side. So then within the non-oil transportation sector, then you have these three things competing. notwithstanding nuclear. So then who will win out? Could we repeat actually a European system where they have a carbon program and they have strong push for renewables, and it turns out that one of the dirtier fuel, coal, actually is more resilient than gas, right? And then going forward, not only about the system, about where the gas is going to come from. If you look at major uses of gas, so of course, aside from Europe we just talked about, Japan's restarting nuclear, so demand's coming down, right, for gas. China has other sources as well, and because of economic slowdown, also they don't need as much gas. What that means is that the gas demand growth may not be as big as people believe, several years ago, or even 2 years ago. So then, this oversupply may last for a longer period of time. Now, eventually, of course, low prices may spur a little more demand growth, and then because of no new projects of LNG, liquefied natural gas facilities, it takes several years to build, right? So then there might be shortage. But that's many years out. That for most people, most investors, the investment horizon is not, let's say 10 years from now, what should I be building, right? And so therefore, in case that, you do need new projects, I think North America and, US might actually be advantaged. Because rather than building 20, 30, 40, $50 billion LNG projects, greenfield, in the US, Gulf Coast, you have basically all you need to do is build an liquefaction terminal because you have upstream reserve coal in North America. The pipeline networks are pretty well built. And so therefore, you might actually put in much less capital. And so therefore, when you're making that investment, more piecemeal investment is much easier to stomach, to adjust to the global environment than building a major large-scale project in an area where you have very little investment activity. Now, Canada is an interesting example in that. It might be because it's easier access to a Pacific Basin, and there's also some companies are more strategic rather than just economic in their thinking about what they are looking to build. And so therefore, I think that there are different sort of considerations, but on the economic side, US is prime, but then there are strategic issues. So Russia might be building, Canada might get some projects, but here are some of the things I would think about.
So, do we have any more questions?
I just wanted to make a comment about the cap and trade plan that Quebec and Ontario have signed on to. It's not just like California's, they've signed on with California, so it's the first sort of binational cap and trade program once it goes into effect. And New York, which is one of the leading states in RGGI, has expressed an interest in joining that somehow as well. So it's going to be interesting once it gets going.
Thank you. Actually, we're right at our time limit. I think all questions are asked. So thank you very much, and thank you to our panelists.
Tony, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, panel. Very fascinating. Very, very, very informative. Greatly appreciate it. So our next panel, we invite them to the podium, New Energy Opportunities, Uses, and Risks.
Okay. Sure, no problem.
So in my welcome in the booklet that I wrote today, I did mention that on any given balance sheet, there are assets and liabilities. And I think any conference, as we move forward, the best balance sheet is one that's balanced. So we have to consider both assets and liabilities. And I thought that would come up in a great discussion that we have from our experts here today on new energy opportunities and what they mean and how energy is being deployed in the field. So let me turn it over to our moderator, please, Jeff Healy from AIG. Thanks, Jeff.
Great, thanks very much, Peter. And I'm really excited to be moderating this, the final panel of the day. I will try and keep this on time to get everyone out of here. So I would like to start off with introducing the panel. To my immediate right is Eric Bradley. He's the Senior Vice President of Strategy, Investments, Regulatory, and Communications at GDF Suez. Next to him is Richard Dovey, who's the President of the Atlantic Council Utilities Authority, and has a bunch of interesting examples of uses of compressed natural gas and other renewables from the utility perspective. And finally, you have Sabrina Spatari, who's an associate professor at Drexel University, and she has unique insights from the Institute for Energy and the Environment and how we can kind of work together to work on both energy production and sustainability in the environment all together. So with that, I'd love to invite Richard to kick us off.
Well, good afternoon. One of the advantages of being on the last panel is everybody's discussed everything, and you can put your presentation that you put together a couple of weeks ago, and you can adapt it to the circumstances and the interest that everybody has. So my name is Rick Dovey. I'm the president of the Atlantic County Utilities Authority. My perspective and presentation is probably going to be a little different than everything else, but just the Atlantic County Utilities Authority is a government agency. There's where Atlantic County is in New Jersey. Just keep that in mind. Going back, we have two primary functions. We manage the solid waste system in Atlantic County, which includes a landfill, a transfer station, composting facility, recycling center, and we collect trash and recycling from most of the municipalities in Atlantic County. The other major function is we operate the regional wastewater treatment plant. The plant is in Atlantic City. Both of these operations, as I've learned over the years, are very energy intensive, and that's why I'm here today and share our experience. Just to give you a quick rundown, you can see as a result of that, we've learned to try to take the peaks and valleys and the volatility out of our energy costs and over the years. So we have a wind farm, a solar facility, landfill gas to energy, electricity, biodiesel we use in our diesel vehicles. We have a compressed CNG plant station and vehicles. We utilize hybrid and electric vehicles. We have geothermal heating and cooling in our buildings. And we've obviously, as we should have first, initiated energy efficiency and water conservation plans in all our facilities. We have a 5.4 megawatt landfill gas project with a partner, private partner. Wind farm, same thing. It's the only wind farm in New Jersey, commercial wind farm's been operational about 10 years. And we have a 500 kW solar system also at the wastewater plant in Atlantic City. At the time it was built 10 years ago, it was the second largest solar array in New Jersey. It's not any longer. The discussion today has largely not gone towards transportation, and that's really where I'm going. A big part of our energy footprint and environmental footprint is caused by transportation, use of vehicles. Not only these light-duty vehicles, but also heavy-duty vehicles. And so here's the main reason I'm here today, to share our experience and sort of vision for compressed natural gas and how the journey to come there. So just to go back for a minute, think of that map. So wherever you are in the country, there is a ACUA. They may not be called the ACUA, but somebody runs the sewer plant and somebody runs the solid waste system. And a lot of energy is being used. In the water sector, something like 2 to 3% of the energy used in the United States is used in providing public water and sewage facilities for the country. So we're huge users. One of our advantages is we've recognized that. The other side, on the solid waste side, is you got to go out and get that trash and recycling from everybody's home and business and bring it back and take it to whatever kind of facility is in your area. So what we have done is we're trying to share with our sister agencies and operations, whether they're public or private, and say, if this little agency in South Jersey could achieve all these things, you could too, if it fits your profile. But let me go back to CNG. Our journey started in 2005 when the state of New Jersey passed the diesel retrofit law, requiring all the heavy-duty trucks and fleets to upgrade. Oddly enough, the legislature in New Jersey decided to target publicly owned trash fleets first. So we were first in line. And so we were trying to figure out how can we come into compliance in time. And we looked at all the other alternatives, best available technology for diesel. And then we finally decided we're going for CNG. So we're going for CNG, and there's no CNG fueling station on this side of the Delaware, or on that side of the Delaware River. The closest one is in southeast Pennsylvania. So we approached the gas company, the regional local gas utility, and say, why don't you build a CNG station on our property, and we'll be your customer, and then we'll develop a system. They're not interested. They're wholesale, they're not retail. So we say, well, we'll do it ourselves. And so we move forward, we bid it, we can't afford it, but then comes along the recession and the government program having shovel-ready projects. We had a shovel-ready project, which got 50% funding from the federal government. And so we were on our way to implementing CNG for our, so we have project funding from New Jersey's Clean Cities Coalition, which is a system that exists throughout the country, so it's available to any area of the country. The New Jersey, or the U.S. Department of Energy Clean Cities Program, and the ARA funding that I discussed. And we were a part of 5 projects in New Jersey. The ACUA was the first to implement it. There were 4 other projects that were awarded in New Jersey, CNG projects, to build CNG stations and award money for the upcharge on the vehicles. Just some CNG basics, there's 15 million CNG vehicles on the road today, but only 150,000 of them are in the US. And almost none of them were on the East Coast when we embarked on this, just very limited. And mostly it's fleets. Why is CNG better than electric? Somebody mentioned electric's really the way to go in transportation, and we don't disagree. I don't disagree with that, but for heavy-duty trucks, CNG is necessary. At least electric's not in the foreseeable future, doesn't fit that need. There are now 800 CNG fueling stations in the U.S. Biggest concentrations are out west. Now, the solid waste business, both public and private, have recognized that this works, and now about 10% of the vehicles are CNG, and you can see the rest of that. Now, beyond CNG for trash trucks, UPS, Walmart, Waste Management, waste has been left off there, which Anheuser-Busch and Lowe's and these other companies are all embracing CNG for their heavy-duty trucks and long-haul trucks, CNG or LNG, depending on the. So what's next? Our next step is we have a landfill. Only about a third of the gas that is generated in the decomposition inside the landfill is going to our electric, landfill gas to electric project. And that's not likely to change for a number of different reasons that are unique to our location. So our next step is to take the excess methane gas, capture it, and treat it and make it pipeline quality gas, and then sell it and put it into the pipeline, and then it would literally go to other CNG stations, our own. It's much like renewable electricity sources in using the renewable fuel standards, and the economics are that it seems like that's going to make sense for that. And that will give us the added benefit of being able to treat our the methane gas and meet the air quality needs that we have to for our landfill. These are some of the environmental emission reductions compared to petroleum, regular for compressed natural gas, regular petroleum fuels, diesel, and gasoline. And then as a public agency, usually public entities, at least at our scope, our size, are very risk adverse. And so we are constantly explaining to other public agencies and private folks that this was a good idea. It wasn't just a fad, and it makes sense. So you see the bottom line is CNG prices over time. Yes, the curve is very close now, but it still makes sense. So you can see all of these prices really show that we're in good shape. Here's the summary of why it's a good idea. Here's how much in green, how much we've sold and used by ourselves, and then the blue represents our outside customers, which we make money on from our station. There's a story about why the first year we had such outside, a new station was built, and that user is no longer there. These are the savings in revenue that we have realized through the 5-6 years that we've been operating, and greenhouse gas reductions, and CNG is cleaner, cheaper, and better. That's our marketing motto that we even put on the side of our 20 trucks that go out on the road. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rick. I'll be followed by Sabrina Spitari.
Thanks very much. It's a great pleasure to be here and to talk a little bit about the work I do. The title here is Energy Applications and New Products and New Risks. I was thinking about the title of this meeting, Energy Interdependence, or I like to think about energy diversity in terms of thinking about new supplies of renewables and how these could decarbonize the economy. And so what I'm going to talk about is a little bit about the policy context in the US for decarbonizing transportation fuels and the role of biomass, how we judge a biofuel's compliance with the policy through life cycle assessment approaches, and the major challenges we have. So when we think about biofuels or low carbon fuels, I like to bring up this diagram or this figure that came in a op-ed by Thomas Homer Dixon a few years ago on the oil sands in Canada. And just to keep in mind that the baseline of the petroleum mix is changing. It's getting more intensive, although at today's prices, we're not necessarily going to those more energy-intensive fuels, the synthetic crude oils from Canada, for example. But just on an energy basis, to give you some background on the inputs to produce 1 joule of oil sands, for conventional crude oil, for every joule of process energy we put in, we get 15 joules of crude oil out. On the other hand, with synthetic crude oil from oil sands, we get less out for every energy input we put in. So we're looking at a different baseline for the energy as well as carbon intensity for producing the stock of feedstock. So a really good paper I like to refer back to by Princeton scholars Pakala and Sokolow from Science in 2004 outlined a number of strategies for decarbonizing the economy. And for transportation, we are very much liquid fuel dependent, although hopefully more progress will be made in electric vehicles and bringing down the price. We have an infrastructure that is liquid fuel dependent, and biomass, its conversion to liquids, offers an avenue for making low carbon fuels. So this would satisfy the transportation wedge of the economy. Now, I like to then refer to Bruce Dale from Michigan State's comment that all biomass is local. In other words, we don't import biomass to convert to fuels from outside the region. It's inherently a locally produced because of its bulk density and that it takes up a lot of land. It offers an avenue for sustainable energy domestic production, right? Through the economy, the rural economy, and short-term carbon cycles. So with that, though, there's been a lot of controversy on biofuels that's come out in the literature over the last 7 to 8 years. Biomass, lignocellulose from, say, agricultural residues, forest residues, these are more appropriate sources of biomass, more sustainable sources of biomass than what we have on the market today, primarily, which mingles food and energy markets. So, however, when we look to biofuels or biomass as a source of energy, we are trading off land and water, right? So when you're taking conventional oil out of the ground, it's in a high concentration of energy over a small area. On the other hand, with biomass, you have to rely on large tracts of land as well. Depending where you source your biomass, it's coming from. It could involve water quality, quantity risks. Inevitably, biomass will transform rural communities, the look of the rural community. So there's some good things and some negative things. There's certainly trade-offs, but there's certainly a need to develop sustainable feedstocks. So we've seen a lot of policy in California with the low carbon fuel standard, the renewable fuel standard over the US. And if we think about gasoline, we look at this baseline of 93 grams of CO2 equivalents for each unit of gasoline produced. So back to that earlier slide with the synthetic crude oil, that would be a higher number if we were looking at unconventional oil. Now, the policy or the method for judging a fuel's compliance with the policy is known as life cycle assessment. So this next figure shows a process flow diagram, a life cycle diagram, in which we model the well-to-wheel in the conventional oil and gas terminology, or the field-to-wheels life cycle, where we look at the fuel production cycle and the vehicle cycle. Across this system here, we do a sequence of material and energy balances and calculate inputs and outputs to determine the carbon intensity or the energy intensity of each unit of product made. I just want to make another comment where I'm in the previous slide where I'm talking only about the fuel cycle. The real transportation story involves more than just the fuel. It involves the vehicles, the modes of transport, as well as the infrastructure. This paper by Chester and Horvath from California, Berkeley, gives a range of different carbon intensities of different modes of transportation, light rail, urban diesel buses, modes, fuels, and peak and off-peak cycles. So it's important to think about the context of life cycle carbon intensities against the whole story of transportation, which is energy, mode of transit, as well as infrastructure. Okay, so a little bit more on the development of alternative fuels, renewable fuels from the Energy Independence and Security Act. This act from 2007 incentivizes the development of drop-in fuels. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of these that are evolving more at laboratory and pilot scale, and to some degree, in the case of lignocellulosic ethanol in the Midwest, we're seeing the development at semi-commercial scale. So two main platforms, the sugar platform via enzymatic hydrolysis and fermentation to make fuels just like gasoline and diesel, known as biochemical conversion. And we have thermochemical conversion platforms. These are creating synthesis gas to build up molecules, or pyrolysis and upgrading. This diagram here shows somewhat of a process flow diagram of how biomass, on the left, the feedstock, which can be comprised of forest residues, agricultural residues, municipal solid waste, the cellulosic portion of different feedstocks found in the economy, and how these may be converted via a sequence of biochemical reactions into free fatty acids and ultimately converted to zero oxygen blend stocks. These would be infrastructure compatible fuels. A lot of work is still underway to figure out the carbon intensity of these better biofuels, but I wanted to show you some of my work published on lignocellulosic ethanol. When we compare to gasoline, this number 93 number that I told you about earlier, these different pathways, the main thing coming from different feedstocks, corn stover or switchgrass, perennial grasses grown on marginal land, could have actually the potential for decarbonizing each unit of fuel produced. And so that's the positive on the potential for taking feedstocks that are not competing with food markets, but would support rural economies. Biofuels are not necessarily popular among scientists. The director of Max Planck, Hartmut Michel, in this editorial was outraged by what he called the nonsense of biofuels because of the very low conversion of energy from sunlight into terrestrial biomass. You might argue that we should take up our solar space in the form of PV technology, convert to electricity, and electrify our vehicles. This would offer a lower greenhouse gas and energy pathway for mobility. However, this is a good point. Back to the original argument, we are probably going to be left with or still have a liquid fueled infrastructure and dependency for transportation for quite some time. So in terms of making better biofuels, biomass remains an important avenue for decarbonizing transportation. An important thing I want to leave you with is the importance of developing value-added co-products, for example, lubricants, chemicals, alternatives to petroleum that could make this a viable economy. Some work we did
on biolubricants shows that compared to petroleum-based lubricants, biolubricants, again from lignocellulose, have a much lower carbon intensity, much lower fossil energy intensity, and petroleum intensity. So these are promising avenues for domestically produced alternatives to petroleum. There are many other market segments in the cosmetical, topical medicines category that could make use of these biomass feedstocks for products that could substitute for petrochemicals. And in some cases could also substitute for exotic oils that come from, say, Malaysia and Indonesia, which lead to deforestation. So this is my last slide. I think I've gone over a little bit. In terms of building a new economy, a low carbon and renewable energy type of economy, biomass is an important avenue for this, and integrating renewables from biomass with other energy sources like wind and solar through integrated systems like district heating, for example, offer a promising avenue for building a more renewable economy. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Now we'll have Eric Bradley.
This button here? Okay.
It's the end of the day. I don't think any of us are.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Bradley with NG, formerly GDF Suez. Thank you for having us here. I have to say earlier in the morning in some of the sessions, I had to bite my tongue when I heard Philadelphia taking over Houston. We're based in Houston, but from this area, so I'm grateful that Philadelphia is reviving itself with the energy, and hopefully long-term, I hope both Philadelphia and Houston continue to thrive. I wanted to spend a few minutes to talk about what our company is doing, particularly in the U.S., share with you what I think is the energy transition, which is more than just natural gas and the natural gas revolution that there's already been a lot of talks about, and then also show you some of the things that we're doing on the customer side. So a little bit about our company. We're Paris-based. Our North American headquarters is in Houston. We manage our operations in Mexico, Canada, and U.S., so essentially NAFTA. The company has gone through, like many European-based utilities, through a very difficult period with the energy transition that's taken place in Europe, mostly driven around what's going on in Germany, and I think there were some comments earlier on that. And what it has led to is the company fundamentally rethinking how to approach the market. And we've bifurcated markets into the fast-growing, and our aim in the fast-growing markets, and we would classify Mexico to be in that category, is to be a leader in developing critical infrastructure and services to customers. And then when you look at more mature markets like the U.S. and Canada, it's getting closer to the customer and leading in some of the energy transition activities. Bottom section of this chart is what we like to call, at least the bottom left, is our bragawatts page. We are the largest independent power producer in the world. We operate 115 gigawatts of generation around the world. That's roughly, putting it in U.S. terms, it's a little over almost 15% of the U.S. generation fleet we operate around the world. And then in LNG, we're very big in the LNG business, shipping, number 3 LNG shipper. We are in the process of, with Sempra, constructing a LNG export terminal in Cameron, Louisiana, which will be up in operation in 2018 and 19. And then on the services side, which we're very big in Europe, we're looking to bring that capability here in the U.S. We already do it in Canada to an extent, but also bring it here to the U.S., and I'll talk about that in a minute. So at least in terms of our North American operation, I think the privilege we have is we get to see quite a bit of what's going on in the gas and power value chain, and we participate in a lot of it. We have 13 gigawatts of generation between Canada, U.S., and Mexico. In terms of our peers, that would probably put us mid-sized, but I think one of our advantages right now in terms of how the energy transition is playing out is it's a fairly carbon-light fleet. It's mostly gas-fired generation, hydro, run-of-river type operations. Pretty significant renewable presence up in Canada, mostly in Ontario, but we're also in the Maritimes and also out in British Columbia. And then also down in Mexico, we are in the process of building 2 natural gas pipelines. One of them, the Ramona Sur, is taking gas from South Texas and will bring it into the Mexico City area. It's a critical piece of infrastructure that was talked about as part of the national plan for energy in Mexico. We're also a big player in LNG importing. Actually, one of the last remaining terminals that imports operating in the U.S. is up in Everett, Massachusetts, right outside of Boston, and we provide critical supply in the winter for that market. One of the areas that I mentioned that we're trying to move more into in the U.S. is around energy services, and we have 2 divisions within energy services. We have Ecova, which is a business that's around data management and expense management for companies. I'll talk a little bit more about how we're going to leverage that capability. And then traditional energy supply, ESCO business called Cofoli. We have a presence up in Canada that we're also looking to bring that capability down to the U.S. So why do we talk about services? Why talk about data and so forth? And I think as we've looked at the market the last couple of years, the U.S. market, the Canadian market, we believe, and a lot of this has been talked about, there is a fundamental transformation occurring in North America. It's exciting, but it's more than shale gas. It is shale gas and the benefits that brings, but it's also a very concerted push on policy to decarbonize the economy. And I'd say it's been moving for 20 years, and it's absolutely gained momentum since 2009. You could argue if the administration changes, it might slow down, but I think the movement is left the station, and it's going to happen. And then the third piece, which I think impacts many industries, and including energy, is what we call disruptive technology, business models, and digitalization. We actually think for companies that are very close to the customer on the energy front, this is the first revolution. We think it's happening very quickly with some of the companies we work with. And it's the ability for the energy grid at the end of the day and consumers to be interacting with the grid. And we think it's a pretty significant change that will occur over the next 15 years. So in terms of shale gas, at least from a generation perspective, power generation perspective, there's some information on the left here from the EIA. We actually, in April of this year, hit a 27-year low on CO2 emissions. One of the things, and I think this was brought up in the last panel, one of the things that we marvel at and like to rib our European colleagues on is Germany has been very aggressive in pushing renewables, and Germany has about an 80 gigawatt peak demand grid, and they have 30 gigawatts of wind, 30 gigawatts of solar, but yet they're running coal plants. And they have invested most recently, some of the major utilities there invested in advanced combined cycle power plants, state-of-the-art plants, billions of dollars put into the ground, and they're idle. And I think that's a waste of capital, it's a waste of resources, and I don't think it's good policy. The U.S. has actually been able to reach its decarbonization through shale gas, and that's what these charts show here. The chart on the right is just showing when you compare the dispatch costs in wholesale markets, so this is not in regulated markets, but in wholesale markets like here in the PJM market, of which Pennsylvania is a part of, natural gas plants, existing natural gas plants, not even advanced combined cycle, can easily compete with coal plants. And we know one of our competitors had recently mentioned, and it was quoted in the Wall Street Journal, that most of his coal plants are not profitable right now, and that's the result of shale gas. One of the other things that we are seeing, and this is our estimate of kind of the worst case, at least if you're a coal producer or a coal manufacturer and don't like renewables, but a worst case of what could happen with the Clean Power Plan that just went into the Federal Register, I think 2 weeks ago, is if you look at every one of the states to comply with the Clean Power Plan rules, which have to be hit by 2030, we estimate roughly 100 gigawatts of coal retires on top of what's already been announced. And to put that in perspective, that's about a third of the existing U.S. coal fleet would retire. On top of that, in order to hit the targets that are required through the Clean Power Plan, we think there's about 250 gigawatts of renewables, wind or solar, that would have to be put into the network. And to put that into context with the number that I gave earlier, that's roughly a fourth of the power generation fleet in the U.S. I would caution that these numbers are probably exaggerated, because at the end of the day, there's going to be trades between states and some other mechanism that we think will reduce it, but at least we think this kind of brings an envelope to how big the transformation in the power sector could be. The other thing that we're seeing specifically around solar, and it was mentioned by the last speaker, we actually are very bullish on solar long term. There's been a lot of studies out there. MIT has put some studies out. A lot of the banks have put studies out. But we still have advanced combined cycle power generation that's going to be in the mix going forward. So we have machinery out there that's able to very aggressively compete with even old gas-fired power plants at investment levels that we didn't see 3 years ago. And so the manufacturers like the GEs and the Siemens are really getting out there and recognizing this solar challenge. The orange bar here to the right, or to the left, shows some power prices, or the effective PPA prices for utility scale solar in West Texas. I think it caught a lot of people by surprise. There's a utility in Austin Energy. They did a bid, and very surprisingly, a lot of the bids came in below $40 a megawatt hour. It's unheard of. That's power coming from West Texas. I would also caution, and as I've been cautioned by my team, is not to necessarily compare a power plant, a CCGT, with the utility scale. The utility scale only provides power in the on-peak daylight hours, where an advanced H-frame can run around the clock. But at least it gives you a comparison of how these two pieces of technology will compete going forward. The other thing is IHS CERA has come out with a forecast that suggests, even without the extension of some of the policies, the ITC, the investment tax credit, we're looking early next decade where, at least for areas like Texas, Arizona, and California, utility scale solar will compete with wholesale generation. So it's a big trend to be aware of. I'm going to have to race through quickly. I see the lights blinking in the back. I'm going to skip through this, other than to say, one of the more mundane technologies that's coming through is LED lighting. We have done some work on LED lighting, and we could see places like Texas with very aggressive adoption of LED lighting actually bending demand growth to zero. That would be under very aggressive assumptions, but it shows how the impact of technology can be on the supply or on the demand. One of the other things that we are now getting to, some of the customer things, and working with some startups on both coasts in the U.S., is new business models are emerging that take advantage of using big data, being able to model a building, a house, and then come up very quickly with a thermal model of that building or that residence, and then at the same time recommend changes to improve the energy envelope for that building. And through some of our work, what we've been able to identify is there's some actually very simple things that consumers and companies can do to reduce their energy, even before they put something glamorous that we all hear about, rooftop solar, and that's things like LED lighting and smart thermostats. And so those bundles are starting to come together in the marketplace, and the impact for those in the upstream is, we believe over time, electricity demand will start to come down. I'm going to skip this one, other than to say one of the other big moves that we made very recently at the group level was to decide not to build new coal-fired power plants. It's a very big deal for us. A year ago, we would have been looking at developments in Indonesia or Mongolia, but the group made the decision. And I think part of it, certainly it's the push for decarbonizing, but the other part of it is when you look at these technology disruptions over a 30 or a 40, 50-year period of which you would look at power plant, it's kind of hard to make a call for putting $1 billion, $2 billion into a coal plant when you have things like solar coming into the mix that far out. So what are we doing here in the US, in North America specifically? 3 areas of focus: much more on retail energy and services related to energy, helping consumers use their energy. Power generation, much more focus on contracted generation. We're developing right now a power plant, industrial offtake, a CHP plant for DuPont in Mexico. And we're also looking to do that in the Gulf Coast, and in fact, even in Western Pennsylvania, some customers out there. And then on gas, there's been a lot of talk about transportation. We already have a LNG distribution up in New England. We're looking to grow that capability further into New England and then bring it across the country over time. On the energy services front, we've made a number of acquisitions. Ecova, we purchased last year. Ecova is a company that allows businesses to manage their energy costs. And just 2 weeks ago, we announced the purchase of Retroefficiency out of Boston. Retroefficiency is a big data company that takes data from buildings and is able to analyze and come up with an energy footprint, and then through their models develop recommendations. And they found, even in the city of Boston, which is probably one of the more progressive in terms of energy efficiency, they were able to reduce fine reductions of 6% in Boston, which is pretty amazing. And then we marry that as well with our traditional energy supply. We also work with a company here based here in Philadelphia called Veridity. Veridity has actually done some very novel things with SEPTA around regenerative braking and providing some of that capability into the frequency response market. I mentioned a little bit about our CHP activities. We're building some expansions in Mexico, cogeneration expansions. We think there's roughly 40 gigawatts of cogeneration opportunity, economically attractive cogeneration opportunity in the U.S. to drive both industrial as well as resiliency. And I can see I'm getting pushed off the stage. Last comment, natural gas, just pictures of our facilities up in New England. Some of the data that we have off to the side here I think has been shown already. The advantages of using natural gas for heating and for transportation. And it's an area we're very keen on in the near term. So thank you. Look forward to questions.
Maybe we can take 2 or 3 questions real quick here, and then we can turn over to Peter. So any questions from the audience?
I was just curious, is Engie a subsidiary of Suez, the water conglomerate?
No, it's the other way around. Suez is the rebranding of United Water and our environmental business. So Engie is the parent company, and Suez is 25% owned.
Maybe I'll throw one at Rick here. For Rick, you guys have obviously been very, very innovative for a fairly small utility. I think I've been very impressed with all the work that you guys have done in terms of kind of being the first movers. What sort of advice would you give to your peers in the industry in terms of taking their first steps into some of the renewables?
Well, the first thing we recommend is they do energy efficiency and conservation and take that step. But renewables, it depends. I mean, we happen to have a wind is not for everybody. We just happen to be in the windiest place in New Jersey. And 2 miles away, it's not windy enough. So solar, many of our peers have taken our experience with solar and implemented it, and so it's been very successful. Same with CNG. It's beginning to spread around our state and around our experiences. So we basically will take a team of our staff and go and meet with folks and share whatever our experiences and knowledge are.
Great. Any more questions from the audience? Oh, right in the back, please.
Hello, Eric. This is Jim Luce here. I just wondered what your thoughts were, or where you come down in the debate over how important the solar ITC is for DG Solar. Some people argue that it's essential, that it'll be apocalyptic if it steps down. Others think it's not that big a deal. Similarly, on the state level, we're beginning to see robust experimentation with different regimes ranging from feed-in tariffs to access fees. It seems to me that the trend is towards some sort of overall environment where you pay something to connect to the grid, something cost-based, something reasonable. Is this an important thing, or do you think that the power of the technology and the cost improvements we're seeing in the technology really power through no matter what?
Yeah, I think the industry is preparing for the ITC going away. I think they're hopeful, and we think, just talking to people in Washington, that there'll probably be a step down of the ITC through the end of the decade. So it goes from 30% to 10 for commercial, industrial, and utility scale, and we think it'll probably get staged down over time. If it doesn't, I think the big challenge for the industry, and they know it, is what we call the soft costs. How do you find customers? How do you construct? And I think if it goes away, it'll slow the industry down, but the innovation that's occurring and the business process improvements that are occurring, it's maybe a 3 or 4 year drag. It won't turn it off, it'll slow it down, but I believe next decade we're going to see it. It'll come back.
Any other questions out in the audience? All right, if not, I think in the interest of time, this concludes the panel. Thank you very much.
I want to thank the panel very, very much. I apologize for sort of having to rush through. I'm sure, as you can imagine, and perhaps would agree with me, that many of our panels and speakers today, we could have spent hours talking with them and in dialogue, and for each and every one of them, we would have left the topic in a more distinguished way and having learned a lot more. So on that theme, I hope we have treated these topics today in a distinguished way, and you would agree that we have explored energy independence, energy dependence, energy interdependence, and also a new one for me, energy diversity, which I just learned. So I want to again thank our sponsors, our speakers, our participants, our planners. I want to particularly thank our staff, Julia and Jill, who do an absolutely fantastic job for us. And I'm very, very grateful to each of you for coming. Please stay in touch with the GIC. If there's anything you heard today that you'd like to pursue, if you have suggestions for us for future programming, please do let us know. And thank you so very, very much for participating today. Thank you.